7 armed robbers, all of them came with gun. It was around 7 because I closed her as a married woman. I closed her by 8. When they came, they stole so many things from me. Some equipment, people's belongings, which I started paying for, and others. They even made away with my cash. But since then, I've not really been able to recover from the shock and trauma they left me with.
For Andalin Ozoma, this is big business and requires great intuition. So she employed the services of a hairstylist to manage this salon as her side hustle to stand her out of the park. She now sees herself as an entrepreneur, and of course, her husband is happy. He marvels at the tenacity of his wife to combine motherhood and the craft without failing.
I've never expected it like this, that to come up to this echelon point. It was, as I am speaking here, it's just like a dream to me. I've never known that it would be like this. There was no security in our ASICs, and there is no light. So these are the challenges she's having.
And as they say, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. We asked some of her customers about her skill and how good she is when it comes to handling their haircut.
Today is my first day in my life. A woman give me a haircut. I think she's the best.
It's rare to see some women that will, a mother of 3, who will be able to do this kind of work. So I'm encouraging them to do more. Women should join and start doing work, not relying on men or to say this kind of job is only for men. So women can do better. She's very, very perfect.
Seriously, the first time I saw her, I was afraid that she might cut my hair or something else. But I did not know that she was perfect.
After our visit to the female barber in Orata Aba a few days ago, we are back here in Omahia to find out what the male folk is doing in this field. You know, they say it's a male-dominated field. Come with me, let's go check out what the men are doing.
In this barber shop at Villa Roy, Mission Hill Road, Omahia, Eunice Alaijo has been in this business of barbing for 6 years and counting.
Since it's something I love to do, so it pleases my soul. What a man can do, woman can do too. So I can't say they will bench us because people have choice. You understand? Some men do like female members to barb them. Some men don't like. You understand? No, I'll see. No matter if I'm in Amazon, if you make kingdom, I'll still have customers.
Though an average barber is believed to be barely educated, times are changing. Good Luck Emmanuel didn't start his barbing business as a graduate, but he is currently an undergraduate at Michael Okpara University of Agriculture, Umudike. Many barbers like these ones have shown that a craft like barbering, which many people believe to be petty, can be a profitable venture.
A student, so I choose barbing so that I can use it to encourage myself. There are many barbers out there, like we have professional barber, so for here we are trying our best. So many men like women so that they will be caught by women.
While many prefer male barbers, few others are comfortable with female barbers when it comes to their haircuts.
But I haven't experienced a lady cutting my hair, so I prefer men though.
Any of them can go, for the fact the person is good. A lady have not cut my hair before, so I would like to give it a try.
Male are for barbering, so women are for plaiting of hair, so I prefer using male than female to cut my hair.
For Henry Onyenwife, the soft and gentle touch from a female barber has made him stuck with having only a female barber to cut his hair.
I actually love when a female is handling my hair because they are more gentle than the guys. The guys can talk. Before a guy will finish up with your hair, he will conclude Chelsea, Man U, Liverpool issue.
The Commissioner for Youth and Sports Development in the state encourages more youths to take pride in the legitimate jobs they do.
This government wants our youth to be industrious, to take pride in what they do, and we're putting out strategies to help them to achieve those.
And he says plans are underway to empower women in Andalin's category.
It's a great achievement for a mother of three to think outside the box in terms of becoming a barber and a kind of entrepreneurship. This is what we encourage. We are proud of her, and we're going to empower other girls to do other jobs. We have a lot of programs that we have highlighted for the kids to empower them through youth policies, ICTs, NG cares.
With Andalin Ozoma's story, women are encouraged to break stereotypes and pursue their passion with dedication and hard work. Nena Gabriel, TVC News, Abia State.
Is my fatherland. God bless Akwa.
We will invite all Akwa Ibomites to arise to the faith of greatness with our Rise agenda.
The sun is rising, the land is peaceful. It's so amazing that I can see. I want you to know, yeah. Say, I am the future, yeah.
Voted as the best TV station of the year. TVC News breaks into the core of every event as they happen. Following all nationwide big and impactful stories. Without the news from every perspective. Covering every human angle. I am Veronica, bringing you the news you would want to watch.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas. It shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw ether material slabbed, stroked, and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty, erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting, as the arts are meant to be.
Sometimes it's the story that calls. At other times, the people just want to be heard.
Oh, I need students, but I need teacher.
Can't continue like this.
Their voices re-echoing through time itself.
We haven't done anything. If the tide is high, everybody run for safety.
Their tears leave a sweet sour taste for all their demands. A familiar call beckoning for change. In our world, no one expects a disaster to happen. But when it does, we'll be there to x-ray all sides, from the east to the west, north and south. Community Forum will examine the oddities and challenges to economic development, as well as issues yearning for government intervention. Watch fresh episodes of Community Forum on Sundays by 9:30 p.m. only on TVC News.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Hello and thank you for joining us on the Thursday edition of Journalist Hangout, reaching you from our state-of-the-art studios right here at Eco Atlantic City, Victoria Island, Lagos. I'm Benga Oreshegun. Today on the program, PDP governors convene emergency meeting amid party crisis as thugs disrupt BOT meeting. Labour gives defaulters till March to implement minimum wage, fixes February 4th for nationwide protest against telecom tariff. And court nullifies Governor Adeleke's executive order. White paper affirms Famodun as legitimate Owa of Igbajo. And later on the show, Oyo residents attack firefighters for preventing them from scooping fuel. I'll be hanging out with Paul Dada and Kaidi Ladedi. Journalist Hangout starts right now. All right, let's begin the conversation. All is not well with the opposition ruling People's Democratic Party PDP as the party is engulfed in yet another brawl. This time around, a fighting match. Speaking at the BOT meeting where thugs invaded and attacked members, the acting national chairman, Umar Damagun, accused party leaders of fueling divisions, reiterating that those who are supposed to unite the party are the ones causing the division. Now, Damagun insisted that creating chaos for personal ambition only weakens the party. Now, this recent incident has led governors elected on the platform of the PDP to call for an emergency meeting tomorrow, which is Friday, in Asaba, the Delta State capital, to address the party's deepening crisis. But first, let's share the story with you.
The Board of Trustees of People's Democratic Party fixed this Wednesday to find solutions to an ending crisis in the party. The main agenda of the emergency meeting was the urgent need for the NEC meeting to be conveyed and other issues affecting the party. But just when the meeting was ongoing, a fight broke out between Senator Samuel Anyanwu and former PDP youth leader Sunday Ude Okoye. Both are laying claim to the national secretary position of the party.
Which national secretary are you talking about? Is it me or who? I am the national secretary. So, I think maybe we didn't get the BOT chairman well. The BOT chairman said that it's going to be resolved and a committee has been formed. He even mentioned the chairman of the committee, Tani Muturaki, SAN.
Despite the altercation, the BOT meeting continued. It later ended and announced that the National Executive Council of the party will now hold in February.
This meeting, we thank God for PDP. PDP will always survive. Acting National Chairman assured the Board of Trustees that the NEC meeting, as scheduled in February 2025, will hold. Will hold to address all pertinent issues and reaffirm our shared commitment to the unity, discipline, and ideals that bind us together as members of this great party, PDP.
The People's Democratic Party has been facing internal crisis since the presidential primary election in 2023. Even after they lost the presidential election to APC, the party is yet to find its footing as the major opposition political party. Ademola Lawrence, TVC News, Abuja.
Okay, the PDP, yet again. Now, let me start with it, because the leadership crisis in the PDP, took a violent turn yesterday, just like what we saw, and a very shameful scene in Abuja. And yesterday, it feels like things are, it feels like it's getting worse. But what is really going on in the People's Democratic Party?
It's an open-ended question, because I was going to say that if anybody narrows what happened, the fight that broke out as the problem of PDP, then somebody is not following up with what is going on in PDP. This is just a fragment of different symptoms that has actually bedeviled PDP as it is. This whole crisis is a continuation of what happened before the 2023 election and it appears that they didn't go straight to the table to address and iron out why they went to the 2023 election divided. And so they've actually taken this fight beyond that. In clear terms, so that people understand what we're talking about. Now, these, whatever you have as NWC today, there are different interests who are controlling members of the NWC.
Okay.
So when you hear Damagun saying that some of this crisis is caused by members of BOT and some leaders, it's simply saying that we try to set up a committee, a reconciliation committee. We try to set up different committees to resolve this issue, and some of these people said they are not even going to be part of it. For example, someone like Chief Bode George said, we have not addressed the issue. What we need now is not a committee. Somebody has got to drop his ambition. Somebody needs to understand that power needs to rotate to the south, that was the crux of the issue.
Okay.
So if that is not addressed, what is the committee resolving? That this fight is based on principle. This fight is based on the constitution of their party. So what are we sitting down to address when the real elephant in the room has not been addressed? So for me, I think what we saw, Yude Okoye and Ayanwu, is just minute. The National Publicity Secretary is not on the same page with the acting national chairman, Damagun. You would see that the Deputy Publicity Secretary, let me say, the one that was brought in then when Ologunagba was said to have been suspended, will also tell you that, okay, if you need me, I will work for Damagun. So it is a divided house. And not until maybe the next meeting will answer some of these issues.
Okay, now, the case, what happened yesterday was about, who is the legitimate national secretary and all. But we hope that maybe the Supreme Court will solve that matter. But major stakeholders in the party, the PDP governors, they've convened a meeting which will happen tomorrow. Is this enough to resolve the logjam?
Yeah, we will see whether it's enough when they have that meeting. But like he said, what is happening between the two claimants to the post of National Secretary is only symptomatic of a very big problem in the PDP, a big disease in the PDP that started sometime in 2023. Even what happened in 2023, it would be a fallout of irreconcilable interests within the party. So I think it's actually in the interest of the PDP to find a solution to the problem. So if the governors are meeting, it's fine. We'll see whether it's going to resolve the issue. But the PDP must understand something. You know, see, you can't, like I always say, you cannot put something on nothing.
Okay.
The truth of the matter is, as things stand now, we don't have a viable opposition to the ruling party. That's a fact. And you and I may agree that it's not good for our polity, because what makes politics, or what makes even governance very robust in any society, democratic society, is that you have a very viable opposition profiling alternatives to the programs of the
party.
So, you know, sometimes I wonder, is this the same party that used to boast that it was the biggest in Africa? Is it the same party that used to boast that it was going to rule for, was it 50 years? 60 years. And because of interests, entrenched personal interests, PDP is shooting itself in the foot. Currently, PDP is not a good opposition party. I mean, it's not a very opposition party. Unfortunately, the Labour Party that seemed to have, you know, that came with the initial gra-gra.
Now, let me bring, still because of our time, I want us to quickly manage time. Are there spies in the PDP? You know, with a mission to break it apart? Because looking at the crisis rocking the party, there are lots of crises. You talked about is a symptom, and it feels as if it's a manifestation. What happened here is a manifestation of several issues. But I want to ask you, are there spies in the PDP? Are there infiltrators in the PDP? Help them to break it apart.
We are going to be playing on words now. When you say somebody is a spy, that means the person is doing it surreptitiously, he's hiding, he doesn't want them to know that he's giving information to the ruling party. Is that what you meant?
Yeah, exactly.
Now, in this case, it's not a case of spies. Maybe we should put a name to our discussion. There is a man called Nyesom Wike. He still wields a whole lot of influence in PDP.
But they've not been able to solve the Wike situation.
So members of the NWC are still loyal to this man.
Yeah.
So if you now say you call those people spies, I'm sure you will change your word this time around. These are people saying that the problem we had in the build-up to 2023 has not left us. The party constitution is saying that we must have rotation of power.
Okay.
Do you understand? I'm telling you the real elephant in the room. Otherwise, let Supreme Court resolve with the Okoye and Nayan. The problem is still there.
Exactly my point.
I don't know whether you get the picture.
Okay.
So if you call them spies, maybe there are still spies who are giving, but they are given open information to say that, excuse me, this issue has got to be resolved. When you talk of opposition, you remember the days of Lai Mohammed as opposition. You are getting press release. Every decision that is taken, you are getting a counter press release, from the opposition. And they were always saying it, to say that, in fact, sometimes people even believe that they were not even being constructive, as opposition, whatever way you want to look at it. So we're expecting that kind of bite, that kind of opposition, like you said, from this from these opposition parties. But what we have seen...
Do you think by 2027 they'll be able to get their acts right?
No, well,
just in 1 minute, so that we'll move straight to our next
conversation. Actually depends on them. I wish I could talk about this spy thing, but no problem, there's no time. But that question can best be answered by PDP itself. Can best be it to be determined.
Are you saying the PDP know they know the spies?
I'm just okay. The other question you ask about whether they can resolve
their crisis come 2027.
No, it can best be answered by the PDP. We are going to know the way PDP handles this crisis. Now, even if there are spies, because you cannot put anything past politicians.
That's true.
Now, even there are spies, it will take the cooperation of those in PDP to allow the spies or the moles or external persons to affect them. If you cooperate with the spies, you understand? If there are spies, now those spies, who are they? If PDP will get its act together, whatever the spies will have no influence. What they just need to have is unity.
Do you think the ruling party has a hand in what is happening in the PDP?
There is nothing politicians will do. I cannot say that as a fact. But a party that wants to win, will do anything it will take.
Even if it means
this one is on record.
Yeah.
Basiru, the national secretary of APC, was on our station yesterday, and they asked the same question you asked. He said, why will Arsenal not pray that Chelsea should have problem? I don't know whether that answers your question.
I understand it.
So it is everybody will want you to get weakened for me to win.
So it's part of the game.
It doesn't matter. You can go, you are in a particular company, you can go to a company and start, what they call it, poaching. Are you getting me? But if your pay is good, if the working conditions in your company are okay, they will not leave the company. Am I correct?
Okay.
Yeah, so it's the same thing.
Put your house in order.
Yeah, put your house in order. It does not matter if there are spies or there are no spies. That one is not even, it's not an issue. Put your house in order. If your house is in order, the spies will not have a leeway. They say, Tio Giri Balanu, allow about the co-word. So if there's no crack in the wall, there'll be no leeway for the lizards.
Okay.
So that's
all right.
it.
All right, gentlemen, let's move straight to our next conversation. The Nigerian Labour Congress NLC is leaving nothing to chance to ensure that states and employers implements the national minimum wage and the consequential adjustments before the end of March. At a one-day national leadership retreat organized for the union's National Administrative Committee members on Wednesday in Abuja, the union emphasized that the national minimum wage had been signed into law. As such, payments should have commenced nationwide. This is as the NLC is calling for a nationwide strike on the proposed new 50% tariff hike. Gentlemen, do you see this government yielding to the demands of the NLC on this one? Let me start with you.
This government, are you referring to state now or federal?
Both of
government. Okay, so I think it's a function of consequential adjustment being well addressed. It's something that they shouldn't mince words. There are templates that should be followed. Have they sat down? Have they concluded? Is it realistic? Because where I have issues is the issue of backdating this increase. You know, irrespective of when it is agreed on. I can remember that the Minister of Labour mentioned that by April last year, they will backdate whatever they are owed.
Okay.
So people may not see the time where this consequential adjustment is being concluded as a major bottleneck. They would rather say that do it appropriately, I will get my backlogs and I will be okay. I want to believe, I'm not sure, I'm not the federal government staff, I want to believe the federal government has been paying the current minimum wage. But how many states have actually complied as a function of whether you like delay it to March, delay it to April, you've got to pay the staff what was agreed on. Your federal allocation has increased, the things that you've been getting has increased, and I do not see any reason. I saw the governor trying to give excuse that, yes, the cost of building roads and all those things have also increased in building infrastructure. Excuse me, your recurrent expenditure it already has a name, it has a budget, it has how much should be given to the staff. So let them know two ways about it. It's just so sad that we are listening to the word strike again when we know what we went through in arriving at this. So consequential adjustment should not be a thing that will lead to strike. So I want to believe that whatever state governors are, we as journalists, we are ready to publish them. Let us put them on the front burner.
Exactly.
Let's make more noise so that we don't have to go the way of strike in March.
Now, the NLC also talked about this issue of the tariff hike. They said it is unacceptable. So let's also look at some of the issues they raised. 50% telecoms tariff, 200% electricity tariff, increase in the price of petrol, and so on. NLC is saying that it is unacceptable and therefore they are fighting for Nigerians. Do you agree with them?
Yes. To a very large extent, I do agree, because these are very hard times. These are very hard times. You know, the way labor feels now is, okay, you increase the minimum wage, but costs of all these things you mentioned have also increased. You know. So the minimum wage, we are not even enjoying anything, because, okay, you increase minimum wage, that automatically should improve or increase our purchasing power. But costs have risen.
Wiping out disposable income everywhere.
However, some of those, the increase in some of the costs are inevitable. The telcos will argue now that, look, the cost of doing business is also we ourselves, we need to make a break even make profit. And it is very difficult to do business maintaining the old tariff. Now, I do not have a serious problem with increasing the tariff, but I have a problem with 50% increase. That is where the problem is. There should be a gradual increase.
They wanted 100.
Yes, yes, they want
50%.
That will have been no.
They wanted 100.
So you have to look at these things holistically. The same Nigerian who has to pay because of an increase in tariff of telco.
Yes.
We also have to deal with what? Increase in fuel price. We also have to deal with so many soaring costs.
Which the telcos are also dealing
I understand. What I'm trying to say is that there is a way we can have, a meeting point such that if you have an increase, it's not going to affect. I mean, it's not going to, it's like a radical increase now all around. So see some of these, the increases are not what we can avoid, honestly, because of the economic realities. Both on the part of the service or the service producer, or even those who give us goods.
Yes.
But the truth is that what are we doing to cushion the effects on the consumer. Because people will complain. So there has to be a meeting point. There has to be a situation where it was going to be maybe a win-win for everybody. If you understand what I'm saying. I was expecting, because I actually listened to one of the chief executives of one of the telcos. He said, okay, what we're going to do is a gradual, in fact, I was expecting a gradual increase. That was what he said. He actually said that. Now, there was going to be a gradual increase. Okay. So they wanted 100, now 50. Could have maybe 25, 20. You know,
well, NLC claims that 50% is unacceptable. Now, between the survival of the telecoms and also the survival of Nigerians, where do we strike the balance?
You see,
because if they don't increase, they will shut down.
Since Paul has put on the toga of Nigerians, feeling the pulse, feeling the pains, for the purpose of this conversation and different opinions, let me put on the toga of the telecoms now. Please do. Someone would tell me, a very good example somebody would say, the businessman would say, is that you want to fly. I mean, you want to get to Bayelsa. And you said, please, the cost of air flight must be affordable for me to get there. And the businessman is telling you, I cannot afford to pay, to buy the aviation fuel for me to take you to Bayelsa. So you have the option of either going through the bus by road, or you trek, which is unbelievable. What that means is that, how do I survive? I hear the voice of the telecom operators saying that as we speak, we are owing a lot of money. The price of diesel, they said they've not increased this tariff in the last 10 years. And these are data that you can't actually contradict. And they are saying that, hey, but the government forever has removed subsidy. So what we have been enjoying to sustain our business are no longer there. How do we survive? So the question is, and it looks very insensitive, the question is, excuse me, is either I don't make calls that I've been making before. Everybody has been cutting their costs in different areas, including how we even move. Even offices are saying reduce the number of days that you come to work. This is the current reality. I'm just trying to say that the telecoms operators are also saying that we are bleeding and we don't need to run out of business before we cry out.
All right, now for because they're fighting on two fronts now. Now, if you also look at this, the NLC, they want to go on a rally. They've given ultimatum to the governors till March. Is this enough to force the hands of the governors of the affected states to do the needful?
Well, as for the governors, when it comes to minimum wage, I think the governors need to realize something. That this minimum wage is not just, it's no longer, it's not a suggestion. It has become, it's the law. Exactly. It's the law. It's not a proposal.
And when it takes effect, it matters.
It has become the law. So you cannot give, you can't keep giving.
All right. Paul, I'm so sorry, but I just have to interrupt you there. We need to pay some bills. But when we return, the conversation continues. Don't go anywhere. Still Journalist Hangout. All right, well, if you just joined us, it's still Journalist Hangout. I still have Portada and Kadila Dende. So, you were talking about something that
it's
this rally, is it enough to force the hands of the governors?
Okay, let me continue from where I stopped. I'll talk about the rally. So, it's the law. So, there is no excuse. Everybody also knows that there is increased allocation to the states. Now, the excuse that they have capital projects, it does not fly with me, because the capital project you cannot do in one budget year, you can do another year.
Exactly.
You understand? Just make sure that the welfare of your workers is taken care of, especially when it's already the law, this issue of minimum wage. So I do not see any reason for a state to say it's not going to pay the workers the minimum wage. That said, now whether this rally or the strike will work, we will see. It has to work. Now, I've always said something on this program that, see, NLC should stop concentrating on only the FG. You understand? NLC should go to states. I've always talked about it, that what is NLC doing with states?
But I think they are clear this time. They are going for the states.
Exactly. So they are doing, that's what I'm saying. They're already doing what I've always said.
Oh,
you know,
in
those days, they used to concentrate so much on federal government. You know, I always say this, that, look, yes, everybody talks about federal. They don't pay much attention to the subnationals, as I said the last time I came. So I am happy now that NLC is facing the states that are defaulting. So I like to believe that no governor will be that hardened, you know, and no government, the governor will be so hardened, and then will be able to withstand the pressure for long. I hope that there will be no governor that will be threatening to sack workers this time, like one someone did. One of the governors, although he later, he backed down later.
I'm glad you did.
So yeah, so I hope they won't be telling the workers, look, if you don't go back to work, you will not get it. You know, the usual threats when this kind of thing happens. So because this is already the governments that are breaking the law, those who are breaking the law are those that are not paying the minimum wage. It is not the workers that are going on strike. So I like to believe that this will touch.
You don't think the governors have enough excuse to say that?
No, I don't think of.
Looking at the amounts they get from farm, you know, they don't have any excuse.
It doesn't always have to be the workers that will suffer for whatever the governors can do.
See, they don't. In clear terms, in the sense that apart from the federal location, which we have said without times without number, there are many ways the governor can increase their revenue. There are many ways they can increase their revenue. It will never work if it is all about handout, if it is all about federal allocation to pay salary.
Or reducing cost of
governance. Why do you
room.
even go into politics? Why do you go into governance? If you're not ready to make a difference, if you're not ready to, for God's sake, you're telling us that Nigeria is one of the poorest countries in the world. In fact, at the time we were the poorest country in the world, and now you are saying that the lifestyle you want to live should be higher than a mayor in other places and governors in other countries. So it doesn't work. Okay. We have to do something differently.
The same people you find difficult to pay their minimum wage, you want them to pay a higher price for all tariff.
All right, gentlemen, we need to go on another break, okay? And when we return, the conversation continues. Don't go anywhere. Still Journalist Hangout. All right, you're welcome back. The show must continue. Thank you so much for still staying with us. I still have Paul Dada and Kadiladin. So they are fighting on two fronts.
Yeah.
First, for the there's going to be a rally for the telcos and also an ultimatum till March for the governors on the issue of minimum wage. But talking about the issue of the telcos, the rally, they said that NCC did not consult the major stakeholders. They didn't consult widely. Talk about the NLC was not carried along, the subscribers were not carried along. What was NCC, you know, wrong in this regard?
No, you see, while I still believe that the 50% increase is too high and it could have been less and all of that, I also think that, you know, it's actually a very touchy, because it's a very touchy issue.
True.
If truly they were not carried along, I think it may have been an oversight, or it may have been, it's an error of omission if actually they're not carried along. Because let us face the fact, this is a time that most people don't want to listen to arguments, you know, a lot of high-sounding arguments, too much of intellectual argument in favor of, like my colleague
in
said,
favor of the telcos,
telcos and all of that. Nigerians just know, look, we are suffering. That's what the average Nigerian knows. We are suffering. there may be good reasons for some of these things, but Nigeria, a Nigerian, an average Nigerian just knows, look, my purchasing power is weak now, soaring costs and all of that. So, if truly these stakeholders, like labor, an important stakeholder, you know, if they were not consulted, I think it should be an error of omission. And I think it's not too late. You know, it's not too late. No, it is not too late. You know, sometimes, you know, it's not every time. It's not
go back to the round table.
No,
and have another negotiation process.
If there's a cogent reason for that 50% increase to stay, even if there is, I'm not supporting it, please. But if there is, so it is not every time you war, you also judge them. See, you could call these people. Look at the wonderful way the president, you know, handle this issue of minimum wage. You know what Labour wanted before? Over 200, or was it over 200?
But from 600, 650 coming down.
700. Okay, I personally thought it was even unreasonable, not realistic. You know, it was not realistic. You know, but you were thinking it was like it was going to be a continuous stalemate. But whatever the president did, they all came to agree. You know, they agreed to 70,000. I mean, 70,000.
But my worry is, have you thought about it as a businessman? Because the same populace, the same Nigerians are also going to list it that, oh, this place is not conducive for businesses. They are taking their business out of Nigeria. They are doing the
Nigerians will always say that.
So what I'm saying is, as much as it is, we are very sensitive to the pains of Nigerians. We go to the same market, we buy the same recharge cards, we do all the necessary things. What I'm saying is, how do they survive? Bros, I'm talking about diesel. The light must not go off.
So you see what I'm
wait, I'm just mentioning one of the
We have even left the issue of cost now. We are looking at the issue of being carried along. I think it's not going to hurt anybody. Do you understand?
If the NLC
they say they are owing. They say they are in serious debt.
But if the NLC... No, I get what you are trying... I get what you are trying to say. I get what you are... See, businessmen, business organizations will always say they are owing. These are issues. These are things... No, I'm not saying they are in fact. Nigerians are also in pains. You understand? So these are two realities that you have to just... At some point,
maybe government needs to help these companies.
Now,
they
if
need to give them money.
Help, what do you suggest then?
Obviously, I'm just talking about simple arithmetics. If I cannot survive, the government of the day will have to give me buffer. They will have to give me some kind of...
What kind of buffer would you suggest then?
Whatever it is. I'm just talking about...
Like reduced price of diesel, reduction in their tax or what?
Which means we should take us back to subsidy. Do you understand? You remember how they did that of the airlines? You understand? They had to intervene at every point. I'm just talking about Nigerians now, because that's where we are looking at. Nigerians, which the NSC are also fighting for. But as much as NSC is fighting, they also speak on indices. They should speak on data. They should speak on the reality, so that they don't look as if, oh, we are for Nigerians, and therefore we are not having a reasonable conversation. That's where I'm going. Otherwise, we will do a no go agree, and we'll come back to the same 50%.
Okay.
As far as the telecoms are concerned, they said that they don't know how to even survive with the 50% increase.
All right,
they want 100%.
All right, then. It's a fine place for us to leave it, but let's move straight to our final conversation. Tanker explosions and the quest for scooping fuel is gradually becoming a norm in the country, even as government has consistently warned against the hazard involved in engaging in such act. A tanker carrying 33,000 litres of premium motor spirit had suffered a tyre burst, resulting in a spill and subsequent fire outbreak. In a swift response, officers of the Oyo State Fire Service Ogbomoso branch arrived at the venue to contain the situation. However, the men were met with residents bent on scooping the fuel, resulting to throwing stones at them and their vehicle, which got broken in the process. As laughable as this may sound, what is really wrong? What is really going on in our society?
Well, it's very easy to say poverty, but sometimes is recklessness. In fact, I will put it to recklessness because poverty is not an excuse for playing with your life. I mean, time and time again, people cannot say they are ignorant of the fact that there have been the incidents of people
going to scoop
dying because they are scooping fuel from falling tanker or bus pipeline. You know, people cannot claim ignorance. It happened in Niger just recently. So people can't say, it's like, for me, it's like someone saying, because I am poor, I have to steal. You know, people can say, because I am poor, I have to go into prostitution. What about people who are poor that are not prostitutes? What about people that are poor that have not taken to crime? So you cannot say poverty is the reason you commit such an act. I think that we should start making example out of people who scoop fuel. You know, those ones that chased firefighters and they had to go and take, you know, refuge in a police station. Maybe we need to make an example of 2 or 3 of them.
But you forget some of the issues that caused these tankers to spill their content. Bad roads, how professional are the drivers? Why are we? Some have even argued that we should not even.
You know the question you asked me.
Some said that the tanker should not even ply the roads during the day.
You know the question you asked me. You asked me whether it's pop. You see, you are bringing another thing. That's also that's a fact. Those are issues. But they are never an excuse. Because look, even if you take the best precautions.
I mean, why should tankers even spill their content in the first place?
Sometimes some of these things cannot be helped. You are talking about bad roads, you understand? You talk about bad roads now. Now, the tanker drivers are not responsible for rehabilitating the roads. You understand? So you can be the most careful driver, even people driver, you can be the most careful driver and you can still have accidents. Okay, I am not saying that it is wrong for government to do its duty by repairing the roads. I'm not saying that tanker drivers should be drunk or should be reckless. I'm not saying that the companies, you know, the companies that own these tankers should not do their own due diligence. But accidents happen, even when you have done all you can. Now, I'm talking about people who see, you know, oil spilling from a falling tanker or even from a bus pipeline, and then they go to scoop, and again, you have an explosion, people dying.
Now,
no, you know why I'm saying this? Look, there was a particular year that I was reporting for one of the newspapers. And I think it was after Christmas. And so there was a bus pipeline somewhere. Look, Benga, I saw roasted pieces of human flesh, like suya, being packed in trucks. I went to see some of them in the hospitals. That picture has not left me.
Now, the president, we need some sort of reorientation. Now, the president, has charged the National Orientation Agency to enlighten Nigerians about the danger and risk of scooping fuel. Now, the NOA, do you think they have the capacity to cause that attitudinal change in Nigerians? And what strategy, if you're to suggest, cause be better for possible change?
So, like, capacity is not in the number. Capacity is in the strategy. And one big strategy they can start with, Nigeria or Africa as it is a very strong religious nation.
Okay.
So the mosques, the churches, have the strong meetings with them. Let them know that there is no justification whatsoever that you want to go and scoop 30 liters of fuel for whatever reasons, maybe 30,000 naira, and you put your life at risk. The first thing you do when you see danger is to keep a far distance from that area. My little boy, had some kind of hot water burns in his hand, and now anytime he sees hot water, he's far away.
Jojo, and you run away.
Exactly. We don't have to be reactive all the time. Let us take this preventive measure. Let us be proactive. And that's the idea. Unfortunately, we are being reactive now. Anyway, is now waking up to
exactly.
this. But if you look at these figures, look at the years it's talking about, this thing should have been entrenched in our curriculum. This thing should have been entrenched in everything we do.
Now,
let us run away from
now, in preventing this, tanker falling, is it safe to say that Nigeria should start considering alternatives to road-based fuel transportation, such as rail or pipeline?
Yeah.
I mean, is it worth considering?
He just said what I wanted to say. This is what is very good, but it's a long-term plan. I mean, it's a long-term
What if they
thing.
say, don't ply the roads during the day, do it midnight?
Those ones exist. They exist. Like, for example, if you watch the story in, I think in Borno, no, was it Niger? Bago, he had to say that, hey, tankers should not ply the road during the day. These things happen. Even during the night, there are people who still go.
Exactly.
Not a single life is worth dying. I think the idea behind that is a lot of people are not moving on the road.
He talked about stiffer penalties for those who scoop.
Very much in order. Because if you don't get some kind of deterrent, because when analysts like us begin to say that it is poverty, somebody will still run to that side tomorrow. Somebody will still go there. The pastor will say, oh, it is poverty that caused it. Nigerians are hungry. We will continue to waste lives.
But do people actually need to be enlightened for them not to commit suicide? Do they need enlightenment to say that don't commit suicide?
The idea is,
you don't see greed here.
It is me that I will be in trouble. That's the mindset.
You don't see greed here. Is there an element of greed
the
here?
The truth of the matter is this. There is something he said which I think we need to emphasize. Greed or no greed, we need strategy.
To stop
what
kind of strategy
he
would you recommend?
Religious organizations, for example. Do you remember that during COVID-19 lockdown, do you know that the pastors played a very huge role in getting people to cooperate with government?
Religious leaders,
yes, they played a very
Islamic, the traditional,
yes, they played a huge role. If there were even past churches that had places of religious places that had before you could come in, you had to wash your hand and all of that. They observed the social distancing, and it worked. Nigerians obeyed their religious leaders more than government, and that's the truth. You could also use the community leaders.
Exactly.
All of that.
But anyway, it's a fine place for us to live. How time flies, when we talk Nigeria. Thank you so much, Kola Olado. Appreciate you for coming on to the studio to have this conversation. Paul Dada, I appreciate you as always. Thank you so much. Yeah. And thank you so much to the gentlemen in the back room, to make sure that doing everything they can for us to have a beautiful show. And that's it on Journalist Hangout today. Join us tomorrow for another episode of the program. And join us on Sunday for the longer version of Journalist Hangout from 1:30 to 3:30 p.m. We are on YouTube at youtube.com/TVC News Nigeria. I am Benga Oreshen. Bye for now, and God bless Nigeria.
There is always more to a story than the screaming headline. The part of a story that is not told casts a shadow. It's like the part of an object that is not reached by light. On TVC News, I'm able to explore the many angles there are to a story, talking to stakeholders, asking the difficult questions, and digging for facts. I believe the viewers are able to make a better decision if they're well informed and understand not just a part, but the complete story. TVC News, first with breaking news.
The Goparmata dye pits in Kano are over 500 years old and remains one of the oldest dyeing centers in Africa. For centuries, the pits serve as a hope for artisans and tourists, showcasing Kano's vibrant dyeing tradition. Today, the historic site is struggling to survive, with fewer operational pits, unlike in the past. Ibrahim Hamisu is one of the 7th generation dyers determined to preserve the craft despite its challenges. He is now the public relations officer of the Copper Mata dye pit. Hamisu guided us through the intricate dyeing process. He explained how the use of natural, locally sourced ingredients continues to sustain this Asian tradition.
So this is the 3D pattern of the dip. So number 1, 6 meters, number 2, 4 meters, and number 3, 3 meters. Deep or range or down. So we take the 6 meters empty pit. We put the water, normal water, tap water, oil water. We put the water, 1,550 liters of water inside of 6 meters. So after put the water, this is the 3 ingredient to give the solution like this. So number 1, ash of ingredient. Number 2, natural indigo plant. And number 3, potassium chloride. So after put the water, normal water, tap water, oil water, 1,550 liters of water inside of 6 meters, we take the ash, normal ash. We mix the 40 bucket of ash. After mixing the 40 bucket of ash, we take the basket, cover the feet, leave 3 days. So after 3 days, we remove the basket, another put the ingredient, indigo plant. Indigo like henna. Henna to give a color red, indigo to give a color blue.
Many pits have been abandoned over time, dilapidated, filled with stones, and used as landfill for solid waste disposal. Hamisu says only 20 of the original 144 pits are currently operational.
Total pit in here, 144 pit, 144 in the ground. So 20 being used now. 20 being used now.
The dyeing pits also serve as a medicinal purpose, providing locals with traditional remedies. Fermented water from the pits, stored for over a year, is used to treat various skin diseases.
After 1 year, it's no more use for the dyeing. This solution we turn as local medicine, because this is the 3 ingredient, all is natural. This is the ash from the tree, it's naturally. This is the indigo. Indigo is planting here in Kano. This potassium chloride, this water after 1 year. We take the water, we keep the water as empty pit. Already I told you we're selling as local medicine. We use any skin problem in the night. We take the local soap, we wash the skin. After I wash the skin, we take the water, we mop in the shower inside the skin. We take 1 week to 10 days, skin will be clear.
Mahmuda Haruna is one of the oldest dyers, having started the craft at the age of 7. With over 60 years of experience, he continues to find joy and purpose in the business.
When I was 7 years old, I began learning the art of dyeing from my father. I would attend school in the afternoons while spending my mornings helping him with the trade. As he grew older, I gradually took over the business, but I never stopped my education. Today, I take great pride and joy in continuing the legacy he started.
Mahmuda has trained more than 5 apprentices, many of whom remain in the dyeing business. However, cheap imported fabrics have reduced demand for locally dyed cloth, leaving artisans with fewer opportunities.
Veteran local dyers here express concern about lack of export opportunities. They call on the government to weigh in and provide solution to the problem.
The influx of cheap foreign textiles, particularly from China, has significantly reduced demand for traditional fabrics, leading to dwindling patronage.
Traditional material, this is a challenge for the traditional material for the Chinese people. You come to Nigeria and the exporting the fabric from the Chinese, so you clash the product of the opera matter because of the Chinese people. So
we are concerned that our products are not being exported, as we believe this could attract international interest and encourage foreigners to engage with our businesses.
The dyers continue to produce fabrics in different variety and designs, each carrying its own meaning and purpose. One of the dyers described the significance behind their intricate designs.
So each design, it has an NTB calling. We have some different design, different meaning. This one, the one we have in my hand, which you call Parliament House design. So the meaning of Parliament, you know, Nigeria are practicing democracy. The speaker in the center of the house, then the members around the house to make Nigerian progress. And second one, we have some like a zebra. Zebra design is a lot of the bush hunters. So if you can wear in this one, you go to the hunting the animal in the bush. So that's the initial name of this, what you call Zebras Hunters design. And we have another design which you call moon, stars and clouds. Stars and clouds. During the rainy season, a lot of farmers, they are happy to get this design, to wherein they go to the farm to farming rice or maize or some different type of crops. And we have another design which you call emir. In the northern Nigeria, we are proud, very, very proud the emirs, the royal family design. So this design which you call emir's palace. So during the Salah occasion, the emir riding the horse and the district around the emir to go through around the city to show the people happy of the Salah occasion. And another design which you call moon, stars and clouds. The moon in the center, stars surround the moon and the edges is clouds. So most of the farmers, they are happy to get this design after harvesting the crops. So they can take the crops to sell it in the market to get money to buy some house, car, and so many things.
Without urgent intervention, this historic cultural site will become extinct, largely due to a lack of government support.
No receive any organization of government to the helping the people of the Upper Mata district. No receive, no government in local government, in state, in federal, no support under the others NGOs or something like this.
Despite these challenges, the dyers remain hopeful that their collective desire to revamp the centuries-old Upper Mata dye pit will be realized. Ibrahim Isa, TVC News, Kano.
Akiwande Wole Soyinka was born on 13th July 1934 in Abeokuta, Nigeria, to parents Samuel and Grace Soyinka. His education began with the Christian lessons of his parents as well as the more traditional Yoruba spiritual customs taught to him by his grandfather. He had his preparatory university studies at Government College Ibadan in 1954, subsequently University College Ibadan, and he continued at the University of Leeds, earned a bachelor's degree in English literature. Soyinka's master's degree focused on projects combining his Yoruba culture with traditional British theatre traditions. He later returned to school in Nigeria to study African theatre, during which time he continued to produce poems and plays, one of which appeared on Nigerian television. Shortly after, he became the chief of the Cathedral of Drama at the University of Ibadan. Nigeria had only recently gained independence from Britain and political corruption was at a high. Soyinka's plays and poems became increasingly political and he began giving speeches protesting government corruption. He was accused of conspiring with the Biafra rebels. He was therefore arrested and imprisoned in 1967 for almost 2 years during the Civil War, but managed during his time to write numerous poems. He was finally released in 1969 after a brief period in France. He returned to his position at the university where he founded the magazine Black Orpheus. He left his position and Nigeria in 1971, wary of the political climate of the country. During this time, he published books of poetry and essays. His plays were collected and published, and newer plays were staged. In 1986, he was the first African to win the Nobel Prize in Literature for a wide cultural perspective and with poetic overtones fashioning the drama of existence. He dedicated his acceptance speech to Nelson Mandela and used the platform to criticize apartheid. Later that same year, Soyinka was awarded the Ajib Prize and in 1988 published his book Mandela's Earth and other poems as well as art, dialogue, and outrage, essays on literature and culture. He also accepted a position at Cornell University. Throughout his life, he has served as a spokesman against apartheid and government corruption. He has won numerous other awards for his work, including the Anisfield Wolf Book Award, the Academy of Achievement Golden Plate Award, and the Ajib Prize for Literature. And he has taught at many prestigious universities, including Emory University, Harvard, and Obafemi Awolowo University. In his lifetime, Soyinka has published 2 novels, 3 collections of short stories, made 3 movies, translated 2 novels, 5 memoirs, 7 poetry collections, 13 essay collections, and produced nearly 30 plays. He holds honorary doctorates from numerous universities and has been invited to teach in schools around the world. He continues to write prolifically in spite of a bout with prostate cancer in 2014. Wole Soyinka, the Nigerian playwright and political activist, has positioned himself as a voice of the voiceless through his piece of art. He has distinguished himself as the African icon that continuously makes a mark in African literature and the world at large.
Landscape.
Watch Business Nigeria every weekday at 2 p.m. only on TVC News. First with breaking news.
Stroked and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
I'm Miriam Lunge. I'm a passionate environment advocate and a published author.
I am the founder of Celebration, a businesswoman, and a fashion icon.
I am a wealth coach and a real estate developer.
I am Amako Arakwe. I'm a corporate commercial lawyer and an entrepreneur.
Barkamu da warhaka. I am Ramatu Shehu Oyibo, an entrepreneur and a business coach.
I am the voice of an average Muslim woman, an hijabite, and a lawyer.
I am a polymath and a serial entrepreneur.
I am Murayo Afolabi Brown, Managing Director, TVC Entertainment. I'm a media consultant, producer, and broadcaster.
The ladies of your view are made of women from different professions, tribes, cultures, and religion. Join us every Monday to Friday as we share our views on topical and social issues.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Live from our studio in Lagos, Nigeria, this is Beyond 100 Days. I am Abosede Adeniwadiremi. On the program today, we'll turn our attention to the violence that broke out at the People's Democratic Party headquarters yesterday at the party's BOT meeting. But let's begin with some news updates. We'll begin in the nation's capital, where the Court of Appeal sitting in Abuja has affirmed the proscription of the indigenous people of Biafra as a terrorist organization. The appellate court, in a unanimous decision, affirmed the judgment of the Federal High Court in Abuja, which prescribed IPOB. The court held that it found no reason to set aside the order the federal government got against the group. According to the court, the federal government acted lawfully by prescribing the organization whose activities threatened the nation's security and continued existence. It resolved all the issues against IPOB and dismissed its appeal for want of merit. Still on court matters, this time also in Abuja, the Federal High Court has granted 10 million naira bail to the convener of the revolutionary protest, Moyele Sowore, and one surety in Laiksam. As part of the conditions for bail, Justice Musa Liman held that the surety must be a responsible individual with landed property valued in Laiksam. The surety is expected to deposit the original document of landed property and a passport photograph to the registrar of the court. Mr. Sowore was ordered by the court to deposit his travel documents with the registrar of the court. The trial judge, however, gave Mr. Sowore 24 hours to perfect the bail conditions or be remanded in police custody till the bail is perfected. Now to our main discussion. Violence broke out at the People's Democratic Party headquarters yesterday, Wednesday, minutes after the Board of Trustees convened an emergency meeting in Abuja. Senior reporter Ademola Lawrence has details.
The Board of Trustees of People's Democratic Party fixed this Wednesday to find solutions to unending crisis in the party. The main agenda of the emergency meeting was the urgent need for the NEC meeting to be conveyed and other issues affecting the party. But just when the meeting was ongoing, a fight broke out between Senator Samuel Anyanwu and former PDP youth leader Sunday Ude Okoye. Both are laying claim to the national secretary position of the party.
Which national secretary are you talking about? Is it me or who? I am the national secretary. So, I think maybe we didn't get the BOT chairman well. The BOT chairman said that it's going to be resolved and a committee has been formed. He even mentioned the chairman of the committee, Tani Muturaki, SAN.
Despite the altercation, the BOT meeting continued. It later ended and announced that the National Executive Council of the party will now hold in February.
This meeting, we thank God for PDP. PDP will always survive. Acting National Chairman assured the Board of Trustees that the NEC meeting, as scheduled in February 2025, will hold. Will hold to address all pertinent issues and reaffirm our shared commitment to the unity, discipline, and ideals that bind us together as members of this great party, PDP.
The People's Democratic Party has been facing internal crisis since the presidential primary election in 2023. Even after they lost the presidential election to APC, the party is yet to find its footing as the major opposition political party. Ademola Lawrence, TVC News, Abuja.
Reactions have been trailing that development. The coalition of opposition lawmakers has described the outcome of the PDP's Board of Trustees meeting that the National Executive Council meeting must hold in February as a positive development. The coalition spokesperson, Ikenga Gochinyere, commended the party's BOT for allowing the factional national secretary, Sunday Ude Okoye, to participate in the meeting.
The BOT meeting which held today, it was a decisive meeting aimed at reaffirming that the long overdue National Executive Committee meeting of the party, NEC, must hold as planned by February. So they brought all these FCT Maraba talks, one led by one Emmanuel, to disrupt the meeting. But I want to at this moment thank the BOT leadership for standing firm and allowing the authentic national secretary of our party, Right Honorable Ude Okoye, to participate fully in the proceedings of the meeting. And I salute our national secretary for making that bold effort to enjoy the fruit of the appeal court that have recognized him as the substantive national secretary. All of us are proud of you. The opposition lawmakers coalition supports what happened today, and we ensure that adequate legal punishment is meted out to these urchins that they brought to attempt to attack a substantive national secretary of our great party.
On the program today, we'll be speaking to a chieftain of the PDP, a former Lagos State chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Deji
Doherty, who joins me via Zoom from Lagos. Good to have you join us on the program. Frankly, one would have thought that the PDP would somehow put up a united front at a BOT meeting on Wednesday, but what we saw was a far cry from that. Virtually every party organ and caucus appears factionalized. Why has it been difficult to unite the PDP?
Well, thank you very much for having me on your TV station today. Definitely, especially those of us that are members of the People's Democratic Party for quite a number of years, are not happy with what is happening. It's quite embarrassing. It has all the negative colorations to it, especially when it comes to us being a formidable, united opposition party. Now, having said that, this is all politics playing out in the People's Democratic Party. It is.
Right, we'll work on that connection and return to Deji Doherty for some more perspective on what played out on Wednesday at the PDP's BOT meeting, which turned a free-for-all. He had just mentioned that it's politics playing out and that, of course, much is actually expected from the party to be a united opposition party in the country. We'll be looking at those dynamics, including what is happening with the PDP in Lagos, especially as we count down to 2027, when the next general elections will take place. Of course, we know that the PDP has participated in elections over the years, but somehow, has all the time fallen short, really, of clinching that #1 position. Would, talk some more about that and especially get reactions on the general internal squabbles within the PDP, which was in power at the federal level in Nigeria for 16 whole years, from 1999, when Nigeria returned to its current democratic dispensation, up until 2015, when the All Progressives Congress came in. At that time, it was Muhammadu Buhari who flew the flag of the APC. And since then, the PDP has been in opposition. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, the discussion continues. Please stay with us.
The BOT meeting which held today, it was a decisive meeting aimed at reaffirming that the long overdue National Executive Committee meeting of the party NEC must hold as planned by February. So they brought all these FCT Maraba talks, one led by one Emmanuel, to disrupt the meeting. But I want to at this moment thank the BOT leadership for standing firm and allowing the authentic National Secretary of our party, Right Honorable Udokoye, to participate fully in the proceedings of the meeting. And I salute our National Secretary for making that bold effort to enjoy the fruit of the appeal court that have recognized him as the substantive National Secretary. All of us are proud of you. The Opposition Lawmakers Coalition supports what happened today and will ensure that adequate legal punishment is meted out to these urchins that they brought to attempt to attack a substantive National Secretary of our great party.
Thank you for staying with us on the program. Spokesperson of the Coalition of Opposition Lawmakers, the King Agochinyere, reacting to what played out at the Wadata House at the PDP BOT meeting, which turned a free-for-all on Wednesday. Well, while we're making effort to get back to Deji Doherty for some more updates, especially as a chieftain of the PDP, I have with me here in the studio the executive editor at TVC News, Kola Olado. Good to have you here.
Yeah.
All right.
My pleasure, yeah.
So on Wednesday, it was on television, and we even saw, some of those gentlemen, tried to exchange, blows, as it were. What do you make of what happened at the internal squabbles within the PDP?
So that's, like I just said on Journalist Hangout quite a while ago, it's just a manifestation, in fact, what some people would call just a microcosm of the macrocosm of the, the issues bedeviling PDP. It's just a fragment of what is going on, because whether it's Ude Okoye that is invited to that meeting or Anyanwu that is invited to that meeting, it wouldn't have solved the issue before PDP. And that's what Damagun told the leaders, that I even want to accuse you, some members of the BOT, as part of the problem. I'm sure the Judiciary will tell us more about it, because I'm not a member of PDP. But as a political journalist who's been covering on different political parties, I have a clear-cut idea of what is going on. The current NWC of PDP, they have two factions. Even though they are in one NWC, the Damagun has where his loyalty lies. The National Publicity Secretary, that's Ologunagba, has a different interest where his loyalty lies. So these are people who are trying to say that, hey, Damagun seems not to be interested in having another convention where we'll have a substantive national chairman emerge. But some are saying that, hey, we need to have a NEC meeting, because when the NEC meets, then they can agree on when the convention will hold, because they seem to have lost faith in the NWC, which should be like the highest organ in the party. But when you're dealing with NEC, you're dealing with the sitting governors, you're dealing with the former governors. There seems to be more, and they should be able to prevail over NWC. So it's serious politics. And if you want to put names to this crisis, we can only make some conjectures, but we won't be wrong.
All right. Now, they've set, February for the NEC meeting to hold, but of course, they are not specific about it. But how are we sure that, they would be able, what's the guarantee that we would not have a repeat of the event of Wednesday?
You see, the NEC meeting may be a means to an end that is trying to resolve the crisis, and it may also be the beginning of a bigger crisis. Because the real elephant in the room, like I mentioned, is about what led to the fragmentation of PDP in the build-up to 2023 election. And that has to do with the rotation, the zoning arrangement. Because as far as the Wike and his team are concerned, power should have returned to the South. But there are people who will tell Wike, but you went into the primaries and you saw Northerners also contested in this primaries. So we should have gone beyond this idea of primaries, where the presidency should lie. Then you come up with another argument. Which zone, should produce the national chairman? And there is a body judge and his team who are also saying that, as far as we are concerned, I'm not even interested in what transpired at the primaries. I'm interested in the fact that power must rotate to the south. And this is the way they feel the party should be headed. So there are bigger issues beyond NEC meeting holding, NWC holding. Some people believe that, hey, anyone with interest from the north should not be allowed to even have interest of becoming the president in 2027.
All right, Kaide. I understand that Deji Doherty is back. He's a former chairman of the PDP in Lagos. So before, that break came up, you were talking about the fact that what we saw play out on Wednesday was pure politics. Talk to us about that.
Yes. Well, like I said, I've been in the party for over 25 years. And someone that has not moved from this party. What is happening or what's playing out is quite embarrassing. And I think it could have been nipped in the bud much earlier. This is a situation whereby the party is split between the Wike group and the Atiku group. Full stop. It hasn't gotten, it doesn't have any other third party into it, apart from those that are pulling the strings on both sides, which is quite obvious, those that are doing that. So I think whatever the BOT is trying to do, I believe it is in the right direction. However, I believe it's rather late than never. It's something that should have happened over 6 months or close to about a year ago, not now.
All right, but now
the Constitution is clear.
Okay, I hear you, Mr. Doherty.
It's clear. Yes.
I hear you. They've said that now the NEC meeting would actually hold in February, but there are concerns that this could be a make or mar event. It could either resolve the crisis in the party or it will just be the start of bigger challenges and problems within the PDP. What's your take, and how do you think this matter can actually be put to rest?
Well, personally, this is the system that the new administration has brought in, where the APC has more or less disintegrated the judiciary.
That's an allegation you're making, Mr. Doherty.
It's an allegation that has a lot of substance, because you see a continuous occurrence of counter orders and counter orders and counter orders from the same court. We have a Chief Justice of the Federation. And this, even what is happening in PDP today, is almost turning now into a national threat, because you have two major political parties. You understand? And even other political parties in Nigeria are having similar problems. You understand? And what is the cause of all these problems? Issues that have happened before that can even be taken care of in the bedrooms of the leaders of the party. Because there is a constitution.
But then, Mr. Doherty,
when you have judges giving orders upon orders upon orders that do not even make sense to we, the civil society. You understand? Especially from the same court jurisdiction. A high court is given an order, and another high court is given a counter order. The appeal court is given an order. The appeal court in another zone is given a counter order to that order. This is judicial rascality.
Mr.
And let us
Doherty,
call it,
separation
let
of
us call a
powers,
spade a spade.
separation of powers exists, and each party is expected to put its house in order and somehow do whatever it should to provide a united front, and a whole lot actually is being expected of the PDP at this time to provide a formidable opposition, of course, to the governing party. Before, I bring you the next question, Kola Olado, and they would, want to make some submission at this point.
Not really a submission, probably for Mr. Doherty to also help us explain, because I just want to help him by quoting a guest we had on this same show yesterday, when you asked the same question that is APC being fingered in the problem bedeviling PDP? And he said that, excuse me, it's like a football game. The prayer of Arsenal is to have Chelsea continue in their conflagration or have some kind of problems. So, like you said, I think maybe Mr. Doherty should tell us, do we have to blame the ruling party?
No, I'm not blaming the ruling party
your
for
internal
this.
issue?
Don't get me wrong.
Yes,
Don't
Mr. Doherty.
Don't get me wrong. Anything the ruling party does is playing politics, and it is allowed in the political arena. What I am saying is this. The judiciary should stand independent. Do you understand me? They should stand independent. If the judiciary stands independent, it won't stop the fight, but it will reduce it to the barest minimum. Because once a court respects the other court, and the next level of judges respect themselves, then there won't be counter. All what happened in PDP today is because of different orders coming through their tables.
All right, then. I hear you. But
Can
we are where
hide
we are.
behind the orders. I'm not putting it on APC's table. I am not. Because APC is playing their game, and they know how to play it well.
All right, but we are where we are now. What is the plan of the PDP to resolve this issue? Are you, because you have continuously spoken about the court, are you looking at the legal route, or are you considering some, brotherly internal arrangement to resolve this issue?
Like I said, the BOT is working on something. For them to even have gotten to this point, I give them kudos. Believe me, because we know those that are playing this game. And if they can even get to the point of calling a meeting, this happening, and the meeting continuing, and the meeting ending, and they coming up with a communique, believe me, they have at least gotten 70% of the way. Now it is time for them to go back and start making some homely phone calls. And I mean homely phone calls across board. If Governor Wike, who is our personal friend, says, if you call him, he's a man that you can talk to, anybody can talk to. So call him for a meeting in Wabara's house and talk to him.
All right, Mr. Doherty, we really do need to go now because we no longer have time on our hands. We hope we can, have you again, in the nearest future and discuss this further. Former Lagos State Chairman of the PDP, Deji Doherty, thank you very much for your time on the program today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And of course, Kola Olado, thank you very much for joining me today.
Yeah, thank you for the privilege.
And for twinning with me. Well, that's our program today. We thank you for watching. Watch a repeat broadcast at midnight and at 6 a.m. I am Abosedi Adenio Adremi. Bye for now.
Is my fatherland. God bless Akwa.
We will invite all Akwa Ibomites to arise to the faith of greatness with our Rise agenda.
The sun is rising, the land is peaceful.
Martin Luther King Jr. was born in Atlanta, Georgia, January 15, 1929. The son of a Baptist minister, King received a doctorate degree in theology and in 1955 helped organize the first major protest of the African American civil rights movement, the successful Montgomery bus boycott. King participated in and led marches for the right to vote, desegregation, labor rights, and other civil rights. He advocated civil disobedience and non-violent opposition against segregation in the South, influenced by Mahatma Gandhi. The peaceful protests he led throughout the American South were often met with violence. Nonetheless, Dr. King and his supporters were persistent and the movement gained momentum. Dr. King was a powerful orator. He appealed to Christian and American ideals and won growing support from the federal government and Northern White. In 1963, Bayard Rustin and A. Philip Randolph led the massive march on Washington for jobs and freedom, openly criticized U.S. involvement in Vietnam and turned his efforts to winning economic rights for poor Americans. He was a leader of the American Civil Rights Movement and organized a number of peaceful protests as head of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, including the March on Washington in 1963. He was assassinated in Memphis, Tennessee on April 4th, 1968.
TVC News Week.
Quietly, the night creeps in on us, exposing the smoke from the kitchen. Sometimes the intensity blinds the eye of a guest.
Right?
Yes.
What would you like to ask for? On behalf of yourself and your fellow sisters or your friends or your mom and your dad, what would you like to ask for? What do you want people to do for you people?
We need food, we need school materials, shoes, scholarship, and so many things.
We need medicine and light in the health center.
Correct. What else do you need?
We need scholarship and borehole water.
We need borehole and we need scholarship. Some people, there is our sisters, they are in university, they don't have money to pay it, and they are holding our daddy money, and we don't have money to pay it, and we need many scholarships. Thank you.
Many of us, we are just lying down in the ground. We don't have mat to lie down. We don't have mattress. We don't have shoe. We don't have blankets. We are just lying down like that. Textbook. So many of us, we don't have textbook to write in school. We don't have school materials, uniform. We are just going to school like that. So many of us, we don't have clothes even to wear. We are just wearing the same clothes. We don't have soap to wash our clothes. We are just managing. So we need the help from the president to help us in the aspect of this.
God say I should laugh. No more sorrow for me. For God say I should laugh. Ha ha ha. My speaker, my voice will shout. I turn around, my hands lifted.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
In some of the shelters, tarpaulins are used as the walls. Evelyn Omijie is one of the supervisors of the center. She has been working here since 1992, when the camp opened its doors to the first set of IDPs.
If you come to the houses, they are congested.
How many shelters do you have?
We have in the girls' side, I think we have about between 15 to 20 in the girls' side, and they are not enough. They are not enough. They are all congested, and most of them sleep on the mat. We need bedding for them.
Shelter is not the only thing the children desperately need. Around the camp, you'll find clusters of children under the solar-powered streetlights, sharing limited copies of books they desperately need in school. Sometimes the children take turns to read. Other times, they listen to one person read aloud.
Whatever you lose on earth shall be lost in heaven.
Evelyn has spent the last 32 years taking care of the people who made their way to the camp. She says she does it because she's passionate about helping them, and she's also passionate about giving relief to lives that have seen far too much pain and suffering. But a camp of more than 3,000 people cannot be fed with goodwill and selflessness alone. The camp needs all the help they can get.
There's nothing you do on earth without challenges. That's something you have to know. And so many challenges, but the joy we have, seeing people's life transform, it covers every other challenge in doing the job, yes. Over 200 of our children are in various universities. We need scholarship for them. You know, some of them, at a time, were stopped from writing their exams. And we don't want what they went through to surface, like trauma. Almost all of them were highly traumatized because of the horrible things they saw, the horrible things. Some saw their parents slaughtered, some stayed in caves for months, feeding on grasses, feeding on sand, and a lot of things. And then they were highly traumatized because of what they went through. And getting an admission to go to the university, you are studying, and just for everybody to be in the exam hall and they ask you to work out because you've not paid your school fees. You know what that will create in your mind. And that has happened to them several times. And that is why we are calling on everyone that loves humanity. Please come and support them academically. You can decide to give scholarship to 1, to 2, to 3, to 4, and that will help them achieve their academic goals. This is our joy, and I'm sure you'll be very happy by the time you support a child and the child becomes a medical doctor, becomes a lawyer, and I assure you they are going to give back to the society. And that is why you should, please, government at all levels, NGOs, individuals, people of the world, please come support them to achieve their academic goals. And also in the area, still talking about academics, at nursery, primary school has just resumed a new academic section. Textbooks, notebooks, writing materials, even school uniforms, school bags, sandals, and all that is needed for the school. And I also want to appeal, our teachers, we have paid arrears of unpaid teacher salary. You can decide to pay a teacher. You can decide, I want to be paying 2 teachers in that school every month. So please come support us to pay them. And you know, when a teacher is paid, the teacher will teach very well. On the area of sanitation, our toilets are soakaways, are filled up. We need toilets. We need toilets, and we even need to evacuate the soakaway. Because it's filled up, there's a kind of spillage. Talking about the women and children, starting from the teenage girls, those are already, seeing their menstrual period, we need sanitary pads. It's something they use every month. So companies that produce sanitary pads, please remember, you can help people here. You can make them to be happy by providing sanitary pads, for them, soap for bathing, soap for washing, cream, toothpaste, toothbrush.
They love education. We told them, look, if you are going to be somebody, you just need to have a profession, something that can earn you a living. So you can, and if you don't know how to read and write, even if you want to go and be a mechanic or a technician, how do you communicate? So every one of them, they bought into it. They started reading. We started bringing volunteer teachers, different persons. We were teaching them. It was really tough for them to catch it. And then difficulty of getting textbooks. You have about 10, 20 people reading one textbook. This one will read one chapter, give to the other, like that. But we just told them that, look, let's fight. The fight is fight of knowledge. Hence nobody is coming to help you. You just have to help yourself. And God being by you. There was one of the children that we were training, but I never really heard him once. He studied pharmacy. He studied pharmacy at the Ahmadu Bello University. Very quiet young man. It was just recently after he graduated, he wrote his story and told me, Daddy, thank you. He said, you don't know what you did for me. I said, what? He said, I went to the farm with my father. I just hope I'm able to tell the story today. So I went to the farm with my father. Before I came back, terrorists came to our family, poisoned our water, forced my mother and all my 7 brothers and sisters, the animals in the compound, to drink it, and they all died. I was the only one that survived. And then my father abandoned me. I went to marry another woman. And I suffered for years until I found home for the needy. And today he's a graduate of pharmacy. So that is what we are doing. So the challenge is how to fund these children's education. A lot of them are owing school fees. Some have graduated, they couldn't collect their certificate because they've not paid. So they need scholarship. They're just asking government, asking, persons, to corporate bodies, the president, the president's wife. We see the good thing they are doing in different places, asking them to intervene, help them pay their fees. They want to be a blessing to the country. They want to give back. They don't want to revenge. They want to give back. Like those that are doctors now.
To care for patients, they have decided to give their all and inspire others to give back to the health center. But there is a major challenge: a severe shortage of medication. With over 3,000 people relying on the center for treatment, the lack of essential medicines is a pressing concern.
We need a lot. The common and essential drugs that we are having here is anti-malaria, antibiotics, and these are what we need, the common and essential drugs that we need. So we need antibiotics, we need anti-malaria, and we need the drugs for, I mentioned the diabetes cases and hypertensive cases, asthma, epilepsy. We have about 5 of them that have epileptic disorder. So we need such drugs to manage these patients. And we need fluid, facility, and you see the rooms too. They are not quite distinct. So we need more enlarged space. We need more big space for this thing. So we are calling for help. If we need a big building that we can, as we have come back as a medical doctor, so we need we are more so we need more and enlarged space for.
Do you get paid?
No. This is our home. So this is our home. This is what we do as payback for.
What we don't have on it is palm oil and probably onion, because of the economic issue in Nigeria is affecting this center. You see, you can see there is no meat, there is no fish, even tomatoes, they are not there. We have to do with what we have. Presently, things are, I don't know the word to use. That is why we're actually calling on everyone right there, government at all levels, to come to our aid in this center. Feeding over 3,000 people is every day, twice a day. And it's not easy. We need assistance from government at all levels. We need assistance from NGOs. We need assistance from individuals. We need assistance from international community. For everyone that loves humanity, we need assistance for these children. These are children that are displaced. They are, in fact, they are victims of circumstances. It's not something they planned for. Most of them lost their parents to insurgency, to banditry, and so many things. And now, taking care of them, we need assistance. So anything you can do, food producing companies, anything you can do, please come and assist us, support us. Before now, we are cooking 10 to 15 bags of rice per meal because of the population. But now I tell you what we cook, sometimes 5 bags of rice per meal. And by the time they share it, it's so little. In fact, their eating has greatly reduced.
We just eat what we get. Because if you try to say, okay, let's put a cost to it, when you see the amount, you won't dare tell anybody. Yes, to feed one person, and you talk about 1,000, then 2,000, then 3,000, is huge. It's actually huge. One meal for everybody is about 14, 15 bags of rice, except you have to mix it with beans, then the rice will reduce. Sometimes we mix it with yam, you know, like that. Sometimes we mix it with plantain just to make them have a healthy life. So it's really expensive. But what we plead is whatever you have, bring. Because if we tell you the amount, it might be so huge for some, but too little for some. So whatever God put in your heart, just bring.
For these children and their families, the southern part of Nigeria represents a fragile haven, a place where they can escape from the relentless violence of the north. The Home for the Needy camp is filled with their stories of hope and resilience. Despite the trauma they have endured, the children and their families here formed a tight-knit community, finding healing, purpose, and a sense of belonging. But even in this sanctuary, uncertainty lingers. The fear of hunger haunts the camp, a constant reminder of their precarious existence. Many nights, the children go to bed with empty stomachs, their fragile bodies weakened by the lack of nourishment. Every year, the cry for help grows louder, a desperate plea for support, for sustenance, and for a chance to rebuild their shattered lives.
Secrets of the financial world.
We analyze the stock market, shares, bonds, and the thrilling world of cryptocurrency.
Facts matter. Our team dives deep to separate fact from popular opinion.
We simplify complex government policies as it impacts your everyday life, helping you navigate the ever-changing financial landscape.
Watch Business Nigeria every weekday at 2 p.m. only on TVC News. First with breaking news.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked, and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
TVC News Weekend Lineup. TVC Breakfast Saturday with Kemi Fola Adeyemo and Emmanuel Ajayi. Political Standpoint with Precious Amayo. Newsweek with Mark Otabo. Politics and Sunday with Femi Akonde. Community Forum with Sarah Yeku. Get ready for the biggest stories, fresh perspectives, and burning news discussions that round up the weekend. Only on TVC News.
On the breakfast show this morning, what does the future hold for immigrants in the United States of America following recent deportations?
And later on the show, cracks within the People's Democratic Party widens as disgruntled members stoke the flame.
All right, good morning, and thank you for joining us on the Friday edition of TVC Breakfast. I am Veronica Danny-Boy.
And I'm Ibrahim Sheeta. It's good to have you join us this morning. Thank God it's Friday.
I was waiting for that. But then, just like that, January has come to an end.
Oh, really? Today is 31st. Amazing.
Salary week. It
actually feels longer for a whole lot of people.
No, it didn't seem
And I saw
like
lots and lots of skits on social media yesterday. Some guys going to the HR department saying, you know, they just played a soundtrack and then they mimed it out. Yeah. Like, why is it taking so long?
Anyway, it's good to be
joy
back.
has come to a lot of people today.
Of course, after Dirty December,
Absolutely.
they had an interesting January, and then here we are, salary week. So they are waiting on an organization to do the needful. But what we have for you today, like we rightly pointed out, we'll be looking at Trump's decision on immigration, as well as the drama happening with the PDP and all of its intrigues. But then let's begin with the story where the Court of Appeal has affirmed the proscription of the indigenous people of Biafra as a terrorist organization.
It was a unanimous decision by the appellate court to affirm an earlier judgment of the Federal High Court in Abuja, which prescribed IPOB. The court held that it found no reason to set aside the order the federal government got against the group. The court also insisted that the federal government acted lawfully by prescribing the organization as its activities threatened the nation's security and continued existence. Recall that in 2017, the former Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, Justice Abdul Kafarati, prescribed the activities of IPOB in Nigeria following an ex parte motion by the former Attorney General of the Federation on behalf of the federal government.
Now, the Federal High Court has granted bail to the tune of 10 million naira for the convener of the #Revolution Now protest, Omoyele Sowore, and one surety in like sum. As part of the conditions for bail, Justice Musa Leman held that the surety must be a responsible individual with landed property valued at the same amount. The surety is expected to deposit the original documents of landed property and a passport photograph to the registrar of the court. Mr. Sowore was ordered by the court to deposit his travel documents also with the registrar of the court. As of Thursday, Omoyele Sowore had 24 hours to perfect the bail conditions or be remanded in police custody until he meets the bail conditions.
Now, convicted kidnapper Chukwudumeme Umamadike, popularly known as Evans, has been rearraigned on the 5-count charge of murder and kidnapping before Justice Adenike Kokar of the Lagos State High Court, Ikeja. But the defendant says he has repented and is pushing for a plea bargain. Kemi Foladeyemo has the story.
This is the third kidnapping-related case being brought against Evans by the Lagos State government. In February 2022, an Ikeja High Court judge, Hakim Oshodi, sentenced him to life imprisonment for the kidnap of Donatus Dunu, the chief executive officer of Maidon Pharmaceuticals Limited. In September same year, another judge of the High Court, Oluwatoyin Taiwo, now retired, sentenced Evans to 21 years imprisonment for kidnapping a businessman, Silvanus Ahamonu, and collecting $420,000 as ransom from his family. Apart from this present case, he is also being charged by the state government in 2 other matters. Evans and his co-defendant, Joseph Emeka, were brought before this court for the alleged offenses of the murders of 2 persons, as well as attempted murder and conspiracy to commit kidnapping. On Thursday, both defendants were rearraigned on the 5 counts charge, which they pleaded not guilty to. The prosecutor, Yusuf Sule, asked the court for a date to proceed on trial by the judge for a report on the defendant's plea bargain application. The counsel said the matter is currently before the committee set up by the state government and that the second defendant is also seeking a plea bargain. In his response, Evans' lead defense counsel says he newly took up the case to represent the first defendant and that his primary focus now is to pursue the plea bargain request and not to proceed on trial. He says Evans recently bagged a Nigeria certificate in education while in custody and is willing to further his education to the level of PhD.
The federal government gave him an opportunity to reform and re-educate himself. They gave him scholarship at a maximum security prison, Krike. He took the scholarship. The outcome of the scholarship is that today he has NECO, he has NCE, merit. That is almost distinction. And he was admitted on merit to Open University. And he's on 200 level. Because if the plea bargain and clemency, which we are pursuing, is acceptable to Lagos State government, and he is let out of prison, he will be under the custody of Lagos State government.
Evans has been remanded at the Kirikiri Maximum Security Facility here in Lagos for the past 8 years. He says he's now remorseful of all the crimes he's committed and is asking the Lagos State government for a second chance. But the prosecutor told the court that his plea bargain request will now be tabled before the committee, who will sit next in March. This case has now been adjourned to March the 20th for report on his plea bargain request. Kemi Foladeyemo, TVC News, Lagos.
The Edo State Governorship Election Petition Tribunal sitting in Abuja continued its proceedings with the testimony of 3 witnesses called by the petitioners, Aswe Ighodalo and his party, the People's Democratic Party. The tribunal also admitted in evidence 148 beavers machines tendered by the petitioners. Celestina Area has details.
First to testify at today's proceeding was Esegbe Vitor, a farmer and politician from Akoko Edo local government area. Led in evidence by petitioners' counsel Ken Mozia, the witness identified and confirmed the submission of Form EC8A for 28 polling units, including certified true copies and agent copies as exhibit. During cross-examination, INEC's counsel Kano questioned the authenticity of the witness roll, noting that he had not signed from EC8B for Ward 9, which is used for ward collation. The discrepancies in the number of accredited voters on the RF tendered by the witness against beavers emerged when APC counsel Onyechi Biazu pointed it out. While the witness cited 71 accredited voters in Unit 001 of Ward 9 in the RF, the beavers report showed 252 accredited voters. Similarly, Unit 003 had 116 accredited voters on the RF, but only 262 were reflected on the beavers report. The defense also questioned whether beavers had copies were presented for reconciliation at the ward level. The witness confirmed that they were, but said that they were not proper compilation. The 14th petitioner's witness, Uyigwe Imaswen, a PDP agent from Oredo local government area, in his evidence, confirmed that a certified true copy of an election result was included in his testimony. However, the defense respective counsel questioned Mr. Imaswen's credibility and role in the collation process. The third witness for the day was a subpoenaed witness from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, who produced beavers machine used in 133 polling units. In total, the witness presented 148 machines. They were later admitted in evidence. The court adjourned to 31st January 2025. 148 beavers machine tendered by the subpoenaed witness to be marked for easy identification, and on the next adjourned date, the petitioner will call another witness that will speak to these machines. Celestina Area, TVC News, Abuja.
All right, we'll take a breather now. When we return, it will be time for the newspaper review. Do stay with us.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
All right, thank you for staying with us. It's time now to take a look at stories making headlines on the front page of Nigerian newspapers. And Olamide, as well as Nelson, are standing by to bring us up to speed. Guys, good morning. What are the papers saying this morning?
It's payday.
Good morning, Veronica.
Good morning, Veronica.
Good morning, Brian.
Aside that, January has come to an end.
It seems they're quite excited that January has come to an end, really. What's the special news about this for you, Veronica?
Nelson, finally you made it. I guess you got a directive to join the march.
Man, you wouldn't want to. I don't want to tell you the ordeal I had to go through to make it, but thankfully I'm here now.
All right, take it away then.
All right.
Thank you very much. The papers are saying quite a number of issues today, ranging from politics to economy to security. Olamide, and so we have quite a number of conversations to look at today from the national dailies. Hopefully we'll be able to ride the jeep to the end of the road. And that's how we'll begin with the Nation newspaper this morning, with a very wonderful caption right there on security and politics mixed together. Check this out. Why military can't come back to power. This is quoting General Abdul Salami. Olamide, would you want that to happen?
Oh, well, I do not think, especially for those who were, who were alive to see the military era, some of them will not want a repeat of that. No, and having a former military head of state come out to say this, as someone who was in charge at that time, saying that democracy is actually best
he knows
for Nigeria,
what
where
he's
everyone
saying.
has an opinion, everyone can express themselves, freely.
Fair, yeah.
And so I think what he is trying to also say is that we could have some changes perhaps to the way our democracy is being run. However, democracy should be the best.
And still on that, there's no alternative to civil rule. INEC calls for internal democracy in parties. A good call for INEC to do. And at the top nameplate here of the nation, federal government sets 25.2 trillion target for the FIRS, that is the Federal Internal Revenue Service. I think that'll be it for the nation at this time.
And now on the New Telegraph, of course, is quoting the statement made by the former military head of state, who says he is proud of his government as the government birthed Nigeria's democracy. He's saying that there was a form of, a good and a solid foundation to birth democracy in Nigeria. But away from that...
Well, there'll be some questions to that,
I mean, some persons will disagree on that, but he was in power then, and seeing what we're running now, perhaps he has seen a vast difference. As much as our democracy, some will say it's not really where it ought to be, but I mean, we have been moving.
Of course, certainly there always will be variations of perceptions and opinions. Go ahead, please.
Another story here, which will be, on the bottom of the newspaper, that's the New Telegraph, which says this speakership crisis in Lagos State, DSS releases 2 lawmakers after interrogation. Obasanjo's removal constitutional, the lawmakers are insisting, as group raises alarm over alleged harassment of legislators. That raises concern about, democracy and all of that, having to transition properly. And why they're now being, while legislators are being harassed as to, because of a change and all of that, I think that should be something that should be addressed. But on the top of the New Telegraph, there is a statement made by Atiku. I think we see Atiku every day now on the newspapers.
You would understand exactly why that is so.
Well, some will say it's the countdown to 2027, but I didn't say that. Abga to Atiku, prove APC's buying over opposition parties with 50 million. That's a response to the allegation early this week, saying that the All Progressives Congress is, buying parties with 50 million naira each ahead of the election. But I think that's it for the New Telegraph.
Absolutely. Now let's look at the blueprint. And I'd like to begin with the picture story right there, Olamide. I love photographs. Well, this kind of photographs, by the way. We see the vice president right there, and in front of him, a number of other persons, but I'd like to recognize, the Chief Judge of the Federation and the Minister of Women Affairs. And this is the reason. This was at the opening of the Gender Inclusion Conference at the Presidential Villa in Abuja. This is wonderful to see, you know, our women are rising to the challenge of nation building. Absolutely. And other stories right here we had taken already. But there's something again on the economy. Cardoso reforms yielding significant result. That is at the top end of the blueprint. This is quoting the CBN governor. That'll be it for the blueprint at this time.
Well, quoting the reforms that the CBN governor says is, bringing out more results. I mean, some will say it has to also get to the people. The people have to, also benefit from these things. If the people cannot say they're getting any reward for this, how will some believe that statement? We're going to this Nigerian newspaper, and the speaker is having the big story here. He is saying politicians are weaponizing religion, ethnicity for personal gains. As the ex-head of state, Abdulsalami Abubakar, declares there is no alternative to democracy. He wants Nigerians to imbibe democratic ideals. Another story by the right of this Nigerian. Nurses, midwives in Ondo withdraw services over poor salary. That's another story there, which is, a source of concern. But let's go to the next paper.
Absolutely. And there's something right here, Olamide, that is very political. I never wanted a position in Tinubu's government. This is quoting El Rufai. All right. As presidency refutes comments on state of governance and opposition. Well, let's see if what El Rufai is saying is as it is. I don't know. He knows, and they know. But I guess that is where we would hang it down for the Nigerian News Direct.
Well, let's go to the Punch. And the Punch is talking about the PDP crisis. Stakeholders demand Wike Bauchi governors' truce as governors are expected to meet today. Fubara's camp wants Damagun kicked out as chairman. Opposition governors converge on Asaba. And herdsmen kill 5 laborers on Ondo farm. That's on the bottom strip of the Punch newspaper.
And that's also what is making the headline right here on the Weekend Hope. But I'd like to take another story right here. Appeal Court affirms IPOB as a terrorist organization. All right, and there's something very wonderful right here. Should I call this wonderful? Let me do a picture story again of TwoFace Idibia and his, divorced wife now, Annie. Fresh controversies trailed to Baba Annie Dibas divorce saga. This is as the DSS arraigns man over alleged possession of 290 NIN. I don't understand.
I mean,
why would you have 290?
290.
Why did he get from 1 to 290?
Well, that's left for the DSS to ascertain. Of course, the story that will interest me more between the Annie Dibia story and, of course, this NIS story, I think is the security issue that concerns me more. As, having someone accessing 290 NINs. We also need to go to the story and understand. They didn't have it after the registration.
You have a master's in criminology. I was expecting you to zoom in right here now,
And so it's left for the DSS to actually handle as to how an individual has 290 NINs. Because, this, affects this whole verification and the need to ensure that, Nigerians are being registered. There's another story here that is of interest, but I think we'll get back to that later.
Indeed. All right, let's go to the Daily Times newspaper. It says here, court grants Showore 10 million naira bail after declaring police and IG illegal. All right, this is as federal government NGOs partnership on youth employment. I love this one right there. And again, the Minister of Interior, Tunji Ojo, advocates technical skill acquisition in tertiary institution. And another one here says, Tinubu is committed to fixing infrastructure in Southeast. This is quoting the Minister of Works, Dave Umai. That will be it for the Daily Times newspaper.
Let's go to Daily Independent. And legal experts endorse state police implementation, say it is overdue, call for caution in developing a new framework. Another story here says, that's the president by the left of the newspaper. I look forward to hosting Vatican leadership in Nigeria. Tinubu, that's when he was, commiserating with those, involved with the U.S. Aircraft mishap. And, well, another story here, by the rights. NTC generated 195.8 billion naira in 2024, remitted 111 billion to the government.
Indeed. Now let's go quickly to the first news with the header here saying Nigeria bleeding, suffering from poor policies. This is quoting the governor of Adamawa State, Fintiri, blasts Tinubu's government. All right. And then quickly on insecurity, I've repented, kidnapped Kingpin Evans, begs court, 6 plea bargain. All right, the court knows exactly what to do. But that'll be it for the first newspaper.
Very quickly to the Guardian newspaper. And the paper here says Mission 300 by 2030. Optimism as West African cities get $50 billion lifeline. Fresh bid for electricity. That's a good one. There are hopes for what that's going to, be. Lamido Galadima reopen anti-North rhetoric with inheritance tax. Atiku faults Tinubu's harassment in court as Amechi warns of power claim. That's quite political. But that's what we have on the Guardian newspaper this morning.
Okay. Funnily, Olamide, there's quite a number of stories, but because of time, we have to move as fast as we possibly can. Now, the next one is the Leadership newspaper. Lafia Cargo Airport facilities rotting away. Federal government abandons project after takeover and commissioning. It's a sad situation. This is quoting Al Makura. An aviation ministry keeps mum. Well, I know the government is doing as much as it can to make sure that infrastructures are kept up to date. And so this is something they will look into. But that'll be it for the Leadership newspaper.
And going to the Platform Times this morning. And Budget is quoting, saying contractors flee with 3.9 billion naira, abandon 129 federal government projects. That's according to Budget newspaper. Another interesting story here says a couple arrested for selling 6-year-old daughter for 450,000 naira Nelson. That is a story that, is
I wish we had the time, Olamide, who would have hit on all of this.
Another story here, Kaduna train attack. I paid 80 million naira ransom for my mom's sister's release. A witness is quoted as saying. But that's it for the Platform Times.
All right, and Nature News is the next to be considered. Olamide.
What does this mean? I'm checking the Sporting Life today again.
Olamide, if you would have to forgive me on this, I'm trying to find where my Nature News is, and I can't see it, so which means the Sporting Life is over back to me. So you take on with Nature News.
All right, I have the Nature News with me here. Tompolo applauds Tinubu over Nigerian Maritime University law. We saw that yesterday also. And a meeting with President Tinubu, what Ogunis want. Legbosi Piagbara is quoted as saying, 600 million Africans lack electricity. And Lake Chad Basin governors seek increased financial support to combat regional challenges. Well, you have the Sporting Life.
Well, over now to me on sports with a very simple one here. Boniface will stay put. Olamide, it says it's no big deal. Transfer crashed. Well, Olamide, I'm sure you will stay put with me this morning on the show.
As always.
So your transfer will not crash this morning. And that's how we would pass the ball. But before we so do, Olamide, there was an issue you raised up earlier.
Right, that would be the Weekend Hope newspaper. On the Weekend Hope newspaper, there are a lot of stories that interest me today. Well, possibly because it is Friday. There's fresh controversy trailing TwoFace and Annie Dibia's divorce. But there is a question here that it says, would you risk plastic surgery to enhance your shape. I mean, that is quite...
Maybe you should answer that, right? Because I'm not sure that is talking to men, as it were. You know,
I mean, you could also enhance your, maybe not your shape, but your physique and all of that. But is that something you're looking into?
Man, I'm good.
What does that mean?
I don't need more. I don't need to enhance anything. That's what I'm trying to say.
So what are you saying? Those who do that?
Well, again, it's choice. You know, it's preference. If an individual wants to so do, that is his or her business.
So are you indirectly referring to me?
Individuals like myself.
Because I feel like I'm quite open-minded. I feel like I can explore that.
So you'd want to so do?
I'm not saying I want to. I'm saying I'm quite open-minded.
Well, I mean, let me give
I may explore that.
Let me give you a national advice. You are good the way you are. You don't need no other addition. but let's ask Veronica and Ibrahim. You know, Vero, would you consider, you know, body enhancement of any form?
Body No, I wouldn't. I was made. I know that scripture that says I was fearfully and wonderfully made, so I'm fine. No body enhancement.
Well, I couldn't agree less you are, but that's how we would wrap it up today on the newspaper review segment. Thank you guys for watching.
All right. Thank you very much, guys. Now, after the break, we'll focus on the U.S. clampdown on illegal immigrants and its implications. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. The fear of deportation has gripped many illegal residents of the United States following President Donald Trump's recent stance on illegal immigration. According to a report by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, the data, which breaks down deportations by nationality, Mexico and El Salvador top the list of nations facing the most deportation with 252,044 and 203,822 respectively. Also 3,690 Nigerians are among the 1.4 million illegal migrants that have been identified. President Gustavo Petro of Colombia initially blocked U.S. military planes carrying deported immigrants, citing concerns over inhumane treatment. Now, joining us in the studio for this conversation Global Affairs Analyst, Chuks Nwoko. Chuks, good morning. It's good to have you join us.
Thank you for having me.
And
Happy
it's good
New Year.
to see that you're wearing that T-shirt with Donald Trump.
That's what I made during the campaign. All the abuses and all the insults and all whatever. I've always wanted him to come back.
And now he's
back.
He is back.
Yes.
And
it would have been disastrous if he didn't come back.
Okay, let's leave that aspect now. What you mean by it would have been disastrous. But let's delve into this matter because of time.
Okay.
Quickly, Donald Trump is back and he has been showing himself, as some will put it, with the executive orders and the fact that he has said he wants to return America to the golden era. And we have seen him doing that with the executive orders he signed. And now he's clamping down on migrants or immigrants. As it is. And he's even delving into spaces that have been termed as sensitive locations, churches, schools, hospitals, to weed these people out because he terms them as criminals. And this is, he's been facing backlash and criticisms as a result of this. Is it the right thing for him to do from your perspective? Absolutely. Are you in support of what he's doing?
I support Trump, okay? And invariably I support what he's doing. Because there's nothing new that he's really doing. There's nothing new that he's doing. What he's doing right now has been long in coming. And don't forget that we're dealing with the Trump phenomenon here. Don't forget that we're dealing with a man who is passionate and patriotic about the space where he was obviously born.
So this is showing passion? Chasing people out from schools, hospitals?
Absolutely. And when in your introduction, you talked about recent. Now you are saying chasing. There's nothing that he's doing that is new. Go back to time and check Obama's history with deportation of people, especially Nigerians, especially black people. I think that there's something about Trump that just attracts news. There's nothing that Trump is doing now.
That is new.
That is new. Go back in time and check.
Perhaps his approach.
No, it's just his personality. I said to you that it's a phenomenon. A phenomenon is something that is like a reality.
Absolutely.
There's nothing to hide. He's not a politician. And why does he behave the way he behaves? He's an American to the core. He's patriotic. Other people are not patriotic. They are. But let me tell you why I am so, I always wanted him to come back. America was built on the principles of what Trump is talking about and pursuing. For the first time in how many decades we hear a sitting president of a great nation calling God's name, calling the name of the Lord Jesus, praying. That is the premise, the foundation upon which that nation was founded. And that is how and why, not how. That's how and why they made a progress. And that progress that came in all manners and in all shapes. Development, knowledge, God so blessed them that other nations started going to the place to school and take technologies back, go to Asia, go to China, their stock market, all their banking development and all that, were things that America helped them to build up to 1973. Trump became a phenomenon many years ago, and he was an outsider and got offended the way presidents and people were acting. So when you say a recent, it's not a recent thing. He's been talking about this his
approach is what people are talking about.
He's a different man.
In terms of sensitive areas like churches, schools,
you know why?
Hospitals.
Did you notice that every time he spoke recently, he talked about how that America is coming back to golden era?
Yes.
America is going to be respected and all that. You know why?
Why?
There's something called the power of fair advantage. Why is he threatening everybody? When you don't know yourself, I heard you telling somebody just now that you are made in God's image or not. You know why? Other people don't know what you know. There is something called the power. America has a deeper development. That's the difference between America and China and Great Britain and Germany and other nations. They are 250. By July 4th this year, they'll be 250 years old nation. They have what is called very deep development in technology, in education, in every sphere. Trump knows it and speaks so with confidence.
Right.
And so to the man who doesn't understand the need for you to emulate him, You get offended and you're calling. What is he said that is different? Right. Look, they had a president who for 4 years was sleeping in his house and in his basement. And not now, when Trump was not president, he was making headlines. He was making news. Yeah. This president has just gone back to Delaware and all that. Nobody's going to hear
Just like
about
I said, Trump is not a politician. He says it as it is, and then he says so many things that his supporters want to hear. Yeah. But then you said something which, before I even asked you my question, you said America is founded on Christianity, Jesus Christ, and all of that. So much so that's the reason why they are greater.
Yes.
And is that to say that those that are being deported are not believers?
They are illegal immigrants. You don't understand. That you are a believer does not even qualify you to do the wrong
because I just wanted you to explain
I'm clarifying that I'm a Christian. I'm a believer. I went to the U.S. last in 2017. I came back to Nigeria July 14th. On a Saturday, I arrived here. And I have not had any need because on that visit, I stayed for a long time. And it helped me to understand that I do not fit into that society. And my visa, the way it was issued to me.
Why? Because we're not a Christian or what?
What has Christianity got to do with it?
I just wanted to
I am saying that if you're a Christian, the more reason you should do the right thing. If you're given a 6-month visa, you do not exceed it. Okay. You can go and come back and apply for a fresh visa through their Dropbox. You get a visa and you go back there. I have people who are there right now. They are not afraid because they have 1 more month or 2 more months. You stay, you come back, you go back and forth. People go there and they walk. We're talking about illegal immigrants, people who have overstayed their visa, people who have stayed for more than 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and so on, have actually settled to live a life of Americans hiding and doing all kinds of manipulations. You can't be a Christian and do that. Now, you can do it if you're able to get away with it, like they have done in the past years, no problem. But this man, who is a phenomenon, who is different from others, hasn't even done something that is uniquely different from what Obama and Biden has done. He's just been shouting. I don't know why there's so much noise and criticism about the man who is doing what others have done.
Deporting illegal immigrants might be one thing. Another thing is now taking them to Guantanamo Bay because he's actually, planning to take...
It's just a proposal,
yes.
He
actually proposed...
It's a plan. He just realized that they have a facility somewhere where these people can be housed. Yeah. Because if you have common sense, look, this thing he has been shouting. Maybe you were doubting that he will not be able to win this last November 5th election. Between that time and now, you pack your things and go back to your country because you knew that he was coming. Having won the election, maybe when he was campaigning, you were not too sure, so you just decided to stay back. Look, many years ago, I was in church on a Sunday, and I saw a long-time lost friend in church. And I screamed, I said, when did you come to arrive? No, he said he's been here for like 6 months, going to 7 months. That has been a while. Like, those guys are here now, doing very well. What am I doing in America? And all that. Only for me to go to the US in 2017, in March that year. And I saw his wife in Houston. And he said to me, no, my husband was deported. And the woman is there with the children until tomorrow. So that's how I got to know that Obama was deporting. Then I checked and researched and found out that Obama had deported thousands of people, including Nigerians.
And that's where the fear is, because when you have a lot of people who are in, he's saying that he's going to cancel birthright, that is being challenged in the court. But all of that, parents they're afraid, children are afraid of being separated from their parents, from their families. So do you not feel that this is even going to cause larger problem for America in the nearest future? Because if you don't have parents to take care of you, guide you in terms of morality, exactly. So do you not feel that's a bigger problem for America?
I want to say what I know. I know that up till just now he became president, but before now, it was such that if you're a woman, you are allowed to stay to take care of the child because it's assumed that the child is an American child. They need somebody. I don't know what is going to happen from now henceforth when they come. But separation of children, we must get the facts right. It was the same parents who started sending the children into that country. Do you understand?
But not kids, not infants, not kids that
whatever
are not
children. I have seen children that are dropped off to go into that country. Do you understand? Now, how can you send your child to go into a country without caring and you want somebody else to take a responsibility? America is not a dumping ground. By the way, in 1982, 1983, a lot of Ghanaians were emptied into this country. We were the ones, including me. All of us, maybe you were not born there or you were a child at that time, we said Ghana must go.
Yeah.
So it's not something that is unique to Trump. So if we minimize, we're just making him more popular, which I appreciate and all that. It's not unique to him.
Right.
Germany, in the last 1 year that I am aware of, have gone from house to house, picking up Afghanistan, picking up people from Saudi Arabia, India, sending people back to the... What is it about Trump? I don't understand it. Right. He loves his country. He understands the power, the advantage that America has as a superpower. He wants to restore it. If you want to go to the United States, go and apply for visa.
And this is the way to restore them back.
That's the way he knows. That's how best he knows to do it. Biden didn't do anything. He was sleeping and falling from tripping and falling for 4 years.
Okay, so we will not
let us go
talk about.
No, we can, so that we can compare. When a nation is retrogressing and going, and by the way, you know why it's very important. America means a lot to the rest of the world. Our families are there.
Let's look at the economic implication of this because there are talks about if this even makes economic sense. There is a report that it would cost about $88 billion to deport 1 million people in 1 year. Okay. Does this even make economic sense?
I don't know. I'm not an economist.
Yeah.
But security is very important. There's so many people that are in that country illegally. Do you understand? I remember one time they were doing this balloting, IV stuff. Nations were apportioned to bring certain number of people into their country. They've given a lot of people, including Nigerians, a lot of opportunities to come into that place. So if you are calculating how much it's going to cost to whatever, to deport people, you haven't given me you haven't told me how much it costs to house these illegal immigrants.
They are contributing to the society because...
No, they are contributing to their home country. Hold on now.
Hang on now. They are contributing to the American society because these are the ones that, take up the menial jobs. Construction, the labor markets, they are the ones that are doing, in terms of healthcare, they are the ones that dominate these spaces. But are they not contributing to the society
who are staying in that place?
How many of them? How many of them
am I supposed to tell you that? I don't work in the statistics office or in the Ministry of Commerce.
Right.
I am telling you that the law and order comes first in any society.
Absolutely.
You work in a beautiful organization like this, there's a gate in your outside of your premises where I was scrutinized before I came in. I have to report myself, provide my data before I gain access into these premises. In any place where you do not have orderliness, where you have lawlessness, you can't make progress. Look, by the way, I have lived in a few cities, I have visited a few cities in the United States. But let me give you an example of what happens in Texas. You see these guys who are from Colombia, Nicaragua, Mexico. I don't know about Argentina, but in all of this, you don't hear them mention Argentina. Mexicans and all these people. The level of racism that they practice against ordinary blacks like us, you don't want to know. They run the economy of that state so much so that even in Illinois, they themselves don't want people from their countries who come in there illegally. So when you are calculating the economic consequences, it is not true. It's not accurate because they spend so much taking care of these people. They are taking the monies they are making and sending it back to their countries.
Right.
So it's not a balanced report. That you want to blackmail the man by saying, the economic consequences.
It's not about Trump.
No, but you pick that aspect of news. You pick that aspect of news of how much it will cost. You haven't told us how much it has cost that nation. How many lives have been lost?
All right, so let us look at it from this angle. It is not only United States.
The facilities have been run down.
Yeah, Mr. Chris, it's not only Trump that is, United States that is deporting foreign nationals. Nigeria just did that recently, and some other countries are doing that. Exactly. You also cited Germany, etc. But now let us look at how US also gets some people coming into their own country. For instance, US actually played role in bombing different countries. In the fight, saying that they're fighting against insecurity, terrorism, and all of that. I can give you an example. We saw what happened in Libya. What happened in Somalia. They're still doing that. DR Congo, Pakistan, drone strikes, Sudan, 1998, Lebanon, and we see what is also going on in Lebanon. We see what is going on in Palestine with US also funding Israel to bomb women and children in Gaza, and we see how they're exchanging hostages. And some of these people who are running for cover, they are being displaced. Some of them are running into the country, into the United States. Trump is also saying that countries around them should also assimilate them to welcome them. So he's not also talking about how they are getting into these countries, but they said they should stay in their own countries. So shouldn't US also think of its own action that is causing people to run to their countries, exactly, to be displaced and running to their countries for cover. And later on, after bombing their country, displacing them, you're sending them back.
But you know that Trump is a man of peace now. He told you that if he had won it, they had not stolen the 2020 elections, the wars that are going on right now.
So you also believe that 2020 election was stolen?
Of course.
And that's supposed to be a
democracy.
democracy.
Was stolen in my prayer. I saw them.
That's supposed to be a democracy.
Let's talk about this.
What are your evidence?
Just listen to what I'm saying. You ask me a question, let me answer the way I know how to do. I am telling you, I'm watching television. CNN is even showing it. How they are doing this under the table. With boxes and all the stuff they are doing. They just didn't steal this one because it was an overwhelming victory. But let me answer your question. If he had become president, there won't be war in Ukraine. There won't be... Russia will not have the guts to go into Ukraine to be bombing that place for the last 3 years. These Hamas guys, remember that when Trump was president, look, he always threatened them that the money that we send to you, you won't get it if you make any more trouble. And throughout the Trump's first term, there was no crisis in the Middle East. He kept going back and forth, taking care of things and all that. And anyone who made trouble, he took the person out. I'm sure you are aware of all the things that happened. There was peace. Even when America nearly went into war with Iran, it didn't happen because he just wanted peace. Now he's back. He's going to make the effort to make sure that. So all these examples you are citing, by the way, the people that bring these people to the
American, the cat before the horse, then to stabilize those countries before asking them to train them out go back to your country.
No, but if anybody, including you, wants to be president of the place, you go and campaign. That's who he is.
It's not about being president.
No, it is.
We're talking about the policy.
You must respect his individuality of being a Trump. That's the way. That's why I brought. You see, if it didn't start like that today, this is Trump, the act of the deal. If you want to know a man's character, if I want to know your character, I will live with you. If I want to know how you behave, I will live with you. That's the way the man knows. And 71 million Americans voted for him.
Don't let us get
so we must allow him these 4 years to do his bit, to provide leadership.
Saying he shouldn't do his bit. We were talking about the wars and all of it.
Yes.
And you said that if the election was stolen from him and that if he was there, he would have stabilized things.
Yes.
And we are saying...
He actually stabilized things.
Hang on. Isn't he putting the cart before the horse right now at not ensuring those countries are stabilized before he starts deporting these people?
He doesn't want to. He's a leader. Leaders take initiative. You are not a leader now. You are not his advisor. Even if you are your advisor, if you tell him that, he will tell you, look, he's surrounded by people. And sometimes leaders the vulnerability of leaders is that they get advices from people. Trump is not like that. He is smart. He knows. He's been in business.
You would use all of those adjectives for Trump because you're a Trump person.
No, I'm not a Trump person. I'm telling you that what we needed. Wait, why I support Trump? Maybe I should clear that. The whole world was being assaulted by the lifestyle and the ideas that some of those misguided individuals in that country were projecting, and our people were emulating it. And you won't blame them because, no, wait now. Because when I was young, I was always speaking this American slang and all that, even though I didn't go to America. And you can see our music. You can see how transgender has even entered Nigeria and all kinds of things we hear from our children. Why? It was coming from the same place. And this man stood up to say, no, why won't I follow him? I love God. God loves me. I'm a follower of our Lord Jesus Christ. And people were assaulting him by the things they were saying. The world was being turned upside down. And one man stood up to say, no. I mean, doesn't it make sense that we support such a man? Not because of politics, but because the world that our God made was being turned upside down. And God was offended by it and was looking for a man who will stand up for him, even if it's just one man. And so the man is not a perfect man. And in usual characteristics of God, he doesn't look for perfect people. So he found that man.
His approach to ridding the U.S. of criminals, as he terms them, and returning them to that era, in the end, at the long run, do you think that that is what he would achieve at the end of the day? There's so much concern.
Even though he's been challenged in
Yes.
Absolutely. You can go to, look, you can go, Trump has seen it all. assassination attempt, plan to jail him, and all the weaponization of the justice system and all that. He has seen, look, he has been in business. He has seen it all. Go back in time and read his history as a young man. Look, anything they want to do, let them do it. He has 4 more years. Even if it's 1 more year that he has, Trump will preside over the world. His influence will reign. Do you understand what I'm saying? So anything anybody likes to say, in fact, as far as I'm concerned, he has given media houses and all these people something to talk about. So you people can talk about whatever you like. He is there doing what he's doing.
Very quickly, so let us now look at the impact of it on Nigerians and Nigeria as a whole. Now Nigeria is having everyone back to the country. What do you think? Because a lot of people, when they left Nigeria, they said, we saw what they did on social media. Some rolling on the airport floor, said, I'll never come back to Nigeria. You know, some of them had already scooped Nigerian soil. Said, I will never touch here.
Before you answer that question, let's quickly introduce our next guest, who is also a global affairs analyst, Dr. Dokun Adedeji. Good morning. It's good to have you join us.
Thank you very much for bringing me here. Nice place.
Yes, thank you.
Who brought this man here?
He's been talking about eulogizing.
Let me answer the question.
No. Let him comment.
Let him to hear his position.
Let's not hear this man.
No, allow him because of time. We need to give him some time to talk about Trump's approach to this matter of immigrants and the fact that he's also invading spaces termed as sensitive areas, churches, schools, and all of it. And he's saying he wants to return America to its golden era. Is that approach right?
No, it isn't. I mean, we all know Trump with his hubris and bombastic attitude. You see, the thing is, Obama deported much more than many people could observe, but no noise about it. You see, that is the mark of leadership. You don't come out and begin to sow bitterness and out of vile and contempt for people and humanity. You don't do things like that. You have a right to deport as you choose. It's your country.
Right.
And if people come in illegally, you can deal with that. But the noise is too much. The violence is too much. The vindictiveness is too much. And what is the noise about? Why would you put people manacled and shackled and put them on planes that has no AC, and then you are saying, that's not the leadership of the world.
No, he said they are criminals, so he has to treat them differently.
Look, you see, that's the mistake. How did he justify their criminality? Going to schools and churches and picking them up at that, they're criminals? People have come into America, maybe illegally. Fine. If you can trace them, trace them. You see, you could agree with him some time. Some people are awaiting trial. If you can deport. Nobody says don't deport. Even the country says send my people. But send them in a humane manner that presents a sense of humanity.
And dignity.
And dignity. How will you manacle people? You put them in a military plane and then you put them in that so terrible condition. Would he allow an American to be so deported? It has to be reciprocal.
But isn't that the responsibility of ICE, that's the Immigration and Customs Enforcement, to know that these people need to be treated in a humane manner, that he doesn't, because according to him, they will be able to handle these matters with common sense.
Look, let me tell you something. They are typifying what Trump is. Trump said to a policeman who take people and want to arrest them that if you hit their head, it doesn't matter, just push them into the van. They are taking after his words. You see, the thing is, leadership is so important. People who do the things that they see done, the words they speak does not connote respect for those people. So they will not respect them. And so, honestly, I'm just worried about the way. I'm not saying Trump has won, he has won. He says he has won, he's won. Let him do his work.
He says he has won.
No, I mean, at least his work. You see, the thing is this. You won. You remind us that you had the popularity of voter. It doesn't matter. It is what you do to the people that is important. It is not even the medium of victory. You know, so that's my worry with him. He can deport as he wants, but let him show respect. But he never respects anyone. A journalist was asking her, why would you say this is DEI from a plane crash? We 67 people have just died. And he said, I have common sense, but some people don't have it. Anyway, you are not a smart person. Excuse me, a president of a country, What gives him that temerity to denigrate humanity?
Right.
I mean, that's my attitude to it. He can deport. I don't say he shouldn't. That's the right as a president.
But with the way he's going about it, his body language, even though our brother here doesn't see...
He never sees anything wrong with it.
Doesn't see anything wrong with it, but he has his right. He has a right to his own opinion.
Yeah.
Just like you have yours.
But
do
you think we don't see the things that are wrong with us, all of us.
Okay, so you do not mind the indignified manner that he had been, sending all foreign nationals out of the country, because that is one of his own worries.
No, it's not his worries. He didn't say when he was winning, he didn't speak. He doesn't like Trump. So
let us clarify. It's not about Trump. It's about the policies. It's about the US government's approach.
The man is doing exactly what others have done. The difference from what he said is that there's so much visibility. I'm telling you, in his own case, because of the fact that he's a phenomenon.
I don't think it's visibility.
Don't tell me about what you think.
He didn't say visibility.
No, he said the noise. It's the noise that you talked about.
His approach is what he said.
Let me tell you.
Our approaches, look, we're sitting close to each other. Our approaches to issues and life is different. You can see. This man is a doctor. Me, I am not.
Look, let me tell you.
So our approaches to issues are different. Trump is a businessman. And we must let him
go. So, but I asked the question about dignity. Even criminals also have free hearing. You understand? You can't say somebody. You can't allege fair hearing rather. You can't say you can't allege someone has stolen some things without giving the person fair hearing.
Don't you see what we do here?
But we've seen videos. Sorry, we've seen videos. Well, two wrongs don't make a right.
To do things better.
Let me even comment. There's something that we forget. In 2023, 11 Americans won the Nobel Prize. Out of the 11, 7 of them are US affiliated. 4 are immigrants. You see, the thing is, people do not know the beauty of America is the immigrant nature of it.
Yeah, virtually everyone is an immigrant. Even Trump, his grandparents were immigrants. Virtually everyone in America immigrated there.
Yes.
Even the wife, also an immigrant. The wife's mother, an immigrant.
Do you know
Vice President, an immigrant.
Trump has never married an American. None of his wives have been American. The current one, her family came in by blockchain visa. Excuse me, look, Marco Rubio, who is now the Secretary of State, is a Cuban immigrant. And look at Ted Cruz.
Elon Musk and everyone.
You see, Elon Musk, the thing is, I don't have a problem with you deciding what the policy of your country should be, but I have a problem with dignity. A bishop preached at the inauguration. Only spoke. He said, this and that. Lambasted the woman, and then said the service was not exciting. Services are not meant to be. It's not a theater.
Okay. Now, because of our time, let's make judicious use of it.
I asked a question that I've not answered about Nigerians who are rolling on the ground.
I'm thanking God. Okay, you want to quickly answer that before
so that
I
question,
move on?
let me just end it. Let me just conclude the question. So what should we do about those Nigerians who had said, I will never come back to Nigeria? How should we welcome them? How should the government, welcome them back into the society? Because some of them are displaced.
It is the government that you ask how they welcome them. It's not me. But,
no, it's that's the reason why.
Imagine that if my family member is there, I will welcome that person and provide space, provide support and all that, and I hope that he has the opportunity to bring back whatever it is, that the person has acquired over time and all that. You come back home and start home. If there's no place you can use, you can use to compare your home and all that. But let me tell you something. I have a sister who has a house somewhere in Texas, and she told me a story why her children must never accept that place, even though they are there as home. That her house, the day she does not pay, what is it called now? Here we call it tenement rate. They pay that yearly, or you can decide to pay monthly. The day you not mortgage. Oh, okay. There's something you pay to the counties and all that every month for owning a house. The day you do not, the month or year you do not pay it, you lose the ownership of that house. And it was just trying to tell me how that nothing is owned by you in that place. And kept talking about home. And eventually she relocated and home, just that she left the children there. So if they bring you back home because you're an illegal immigrant, we will receive you, provide support for you, the emotional, whatever support that you need. But definitely not financial support, because I expect you to bring...
I was just going to say that, because a lot of people are actually struggling back home.
By the way, it is very embarrassing. I've seen with my eyes our own people roaming the streets with cats at the bus stop.
You see, let me tell you something, Chooks. The thing about people in America that people don't understand is America is not Dubai. It's a country of superficiality. If you go to Brooklyn, if you go to Saga, you see homelessness, stark homelessness.
Even California, you see a lot of zombies on the road, who are done drugs and all
I've
of
said
that.
to people is...
I'm talking about Nigerians now.
Oh, yes, of course.
And I asked them, what are you doing here? I met a woman with...
You mean Nigeria abroad?
Yes, in the US, in Houston, with a pant.
Let's come get back to the issues.
Outside, in the bus stop.
All right, let's get back to the issues now. Now, earlier we asked Chooks. I asked Chooks about the economic implication of this, and he was like, I didn't tell him about the security implications as well, comparing notes on that now. Spending about $88 billion or $1 million to deport 1 million persons. There are people asking questions. Does it even make economic sense?
You see, for me, choose to say I don't like it. True, it's not that I don't like Trump, it's about policies. The thing is, why waste so much to do so little? Today now in California, in most of those states, who will be picking the crops? The Americans can't do the work that the immigrants do.
Right.
I would have suggested that you sit down. His problem is being bombastic to appeal to the sentiments of people. Go to rural America. Trump typifies the rural American. They've never been anywhere. They don't have contact with them. They don't understand anything.
Right.
You cannot be a president that does not have a cosmopolitan view of global events. That's the problem we see. For me, it's a bloody waste. I'm sorry, permit my use of the word. To spend that $80 billion to people that will say come back. Because some of them, some of them will still have the legal status and come back. So why waste so much money? To transport them in military is much more expensive than to transport them in first class.
So what do you consider the impact of this on other countries, especially for immigrants outside of the United States? Talk about the United Kingdom, France, Germany, etc. Do you feel that they might want to toe the line of Donald Trump, in also going that
it's
route?
not likely. Except
but we've seen India
the
line.
The thing is, why should India be sending anybody away?
Why did you say that about India? It's also a sovereign nation. They have pride.
What I'm saying is, hey, excuse me, if not because Nigeria has deteriorated to this point, what is an Indian doing in Nigeria? To come and show us leadership? Go to India. You see rats on the street in Calcutta. It's just that we've come to a place in our country that we have not valued ourselves and we're not taking care of our nation in terms of growth and development. What is a Nigerian doing anywhere to go and be washing dead bodies? Nothing. If we have true leadership and people who appreciate
But
them.
Nigerians also do it back home. So Nigerians do it back home. Is that a big deal?
We don't do anything.
No, you see...
you said washing dead bodies. Nigerians
No. What I mean, washing dead bodies, that's your regular work here. But a man who is a professor in Nigeria, or a doctor goes to go and be driving taxi in the US for what?
That's right.
The thing is, I don't think many countries will follow Trump. Some might try to copycat. For instance, in some countries today where the supremacists are beginning, the white supremacists are beginning to take, like Germany, AFD, they may, if they come in, they may. In some of these countries, Hungary may. And so we know those ones that Poland can.
But that's not correct, because Trump is actually following these guys. Trump just assumed office on the 5th of November. Hold on. Okay. Trump just assumed office on the 1st of November. For the past 1 year in Germany, the German government has been deporting people from Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia.
No, but Trump did not just start this. He mentioned it in his last administration. It was just met
We're dealing with the current issue.
Yeah, but we have to trace it back to the issue.
Yeah, I'm also tracing back to what has been going on before now. In UK, they've been gently and, for a very long time, doing this thing.
You are mixing this thing. There's nobody who say you can't do policies on the basis of your national interest. But there should be some level of humanity, dignity.
Right.
That's what we're saying.
Dignity.
Okay, you said Germany had done this. Did you hear the noise about it?
No, because it's not Trump.
Oh.
Because it's not Trump.
You don't personalize it.
No, you have to. It's Trump. Anything that he does, he don't seem to understand what I'm saying. Let me give you a very good example. About 30 years ago, about 40 years ago, he was just an ordinary human being. Some guy who noticed him and who believed that there's something about this guy called him and said, Trump, please come and speak at my event and all that and all. And he told the young man, if you want me to speak at your event, you're going to pay me 1 million naira. And the young man said to him, why will I get 1 million naira for? Why? Dollars. Why will I give you 1 million naira? And he told the guy, he gave the guy an idea. He said, go and print flyers, send emails, just state that, whatever, and collect money and all that and all that. Look, Trump has been Trump for, you can't change him, you can't, it's a phenomenon. I don't know what else to say. Okay. The man is a phenomenon. Do you know what a phenomenon is? A reality show.
Yes,
he's that one. Yeah, so anything he does attracts attention. CNN has to blow it.
Right, let me come to you now.
And it's just news all over the world.
Yes, the legal bottlenecks, because there's been several cases, emerging as a result of all these policies and executive orders that he's been putting in place. Yeah. I'm wondering, from your perspective, if you see him successfully achieving some of these things that he is putting in place.
Unfortunately, I don't see it. The danger is the moment you raise antagonism about the things you're doing, you then raise opposition to what could have been good. You see, the thing is, he can make noise. It's the nature of Trump. That's who he is. But my challenge is, we're talking about people's lives. When he campaigned, he said grocery, grocery, grocery. Will this deportation reduce the price of grocery or bring homes to homeless? Or, the thing about this is, sit down. But, I understand him. He comes from who he is, and he brings it into politics. And people are beginning to acclimatize that kind of attitude as the right thing.
So you think he didn't think this through?
Obviously, no. I can't see any of the policies. No, let me
oh my God.
I can't.
Let him finish.
No, wait.
No, let him finish. Let him
finish.
You have not finished.
I haven't.
Oh, yeah, no.
A man wants to deport. Is this the method to deport and get a result? A man comes and scraps DEI and says, oh, the plane crash was due to DEI. I mean, when there are 67 people dead in the Potomac, and then you look at the other things that is said, and then, excuse me, that is not how to run a country.
How do they run a country? Excuse me. How do they run a country? We have a country that is being run now by some individuals. Let's talk about it. But by the way, let me say something. He talked about grocery, talked about other things. Do you know this man called Trump? Last week, just a few days after he became president, has stated to us how things will come down. And this is the reason why they voted for him. Anyways, so to reduce inflation and price of items, groceries in the shop, what needs to happen? Reduce, for them in the United States, they need to drill more oil with the intention to reduce price. Our own people will not emulate that if you reduce cost of energy, that prices will go down. Is it not when the price of energy went up here that this went up?
Mr. Shooks, very quickly.
You are not hearing what I'm saying.
Yeah, we understand you.
You don't understand me.
Just about 2 minutes to go.
Time. That's time. Let me use it to say something to our leaders. Trump has given us an idea of how to reduce prices.
We have a question that he needs to ask.
Very quickly.
Okay.
Maybe both of you just less than a minute if you can. Now Trump is threatening sanctions, for instance, on Colombia, 25%. He's saying China... He
has a reverse.
No. He keeps doing...
Also, he's stopping AIDS.
Exactly. Now, the HIV and AIDS.
Yes.
You see, did you listen to the lady who is the press secretary, Levitt?
Yeah.
She said they spent $50 million on condoms to Gaza, only to find that it was only about $27,000. You see, you can't build government on deceit.
They sent 300 million naira to Ghana for what? To do campaign on use of seat belts and helmet for motorcycle. That's the corruption that he has stopped, and they need to stop those aids. You know why? Here, in 2008, when I started the MDG campaign and all that, that was my major step that I started talking about. And I used to come to this station to talk about it among other stations. Maybe you have forgotten.
No.
Okay. They were sharing those aids. And we have had other people talk about it in government circles, how that these things, ODAs and aids, were being shared. Look, these people send money to Japan. to go and find out
but that's not my
the
question.
promiscuity of butterflies.
My question is, quickly, doctor. My question is, do we not think that this? Well, I understand that we just have to. We have to go. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. Global Affairs analysts Chuks Nwoko, as well as Dr. Dokun Adedeji, for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Lovely place you got.
Thank you.
Nice
All right. We need to quickly go on a break. When we return, we'll link up with our Abuja studio. Stay with us.
Some say learning is fun, but as a mom, I see how demanding it can be for my child. That's why I ensure he starts every day with a cup of Bonvita. Bonvita. Prepare them to win every day.
If you want to become something, become a child again. Why be a patient? If you must worry, then worry about winning. Why worry about germs? When you come home, bring tales and stories. Why bring in germs?
Shield your families from germs. When Dettol is a part of every household bucket, then you and your family can stay protected from up to 100 illness-causing germs.
Everyday use of Dettol keeps my loved one.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did they
news? First, with breaking news.
Sometimes it's the story that calls. At other times, the people just want to be heard.
I need students, but I need teacher.
Can't continue like this. Major Forum will examine the oddities and challenges to economic development, as well as issues yearning for government intervention. Watch fresh episodes of Community Forum on Sundays by 9:30 p.m. only on TVC News.
Thank you for staying with us. It's time now for us to link up with Eshoma Moimodu and Tijesu Adeoye in our Abuja studio. Good morning, guys. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning
to you, Veronica.
Good morning, Eshoma. I hope
and
you're not
happy
planning
Friday.
to go to the United States
Thank
anytime soon.
thank
God it's Friday.
Yeah, thank God it's Friday.
Unless the right way.
The right way. Nice. All right, take it away then.
Yeah. Exactly. Let's hit the ground running. And good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us on the program today. And in the next half hour, our focus will be on the ongoing crisis within Nigeria's major opposition party, the People's Democratic Party. With deepening divisions, leadership tussle, and internal wranglings, it appears the party's unity is under serious threat. The People's Democratic Party, once a dominant force in Nigeria's political landscape, is facing yet another internal crisis. The division within the party has escalated over leadership disputes and zoning controversies, raising concerns about its stability ahead of the 2027 general elections.
However, sources within the party suggest otherwise. Factions loyal to different party heavyweights continue to clash over control of key party structures. Political analysts warn that if unresolved, this crisis could further weaken the PDP's ability to challenge the ruling party in future elections. Although there are feelers that efforts at reconciliation are ongoing, with calls for dialogue among party leaders. Meanwhile, Nigerians are watching closely to see how the crisis unfolds and its implication for the nation's democracy. Kola Olado is the former National Publicity Secretary of the People's Democratic Party, and he joins us now live via Zoom to clarify the crisis in the PDP. Mr. Kola, it's good to have you on the program this morning. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Tijesu. Good morning. And good morning, my dear brother Eshoma.
Good morning. Nice to have you.
Well, let's jump straight into it. It is evident that the PDP is facing a critical period, haven't seen better days. As a prominent stakeholder and a former member of the National Working Committee, do you agree that the crisis has reached the party's core and, risks tearing it apart? Also, it seems that some leaders, are not only failing to address the issues, they are also feeling the problem.
Well, you have put a convergence of issues together. But let me take it one after the other. And I want to start with the issue of blaming leadership. I think in blaming the leadership, we should be direct. We should know which part of leadership we are talking about. And I will not stop saying this because I have said this in many platforms as well, which is that we cannot continue in sin and expect grace to abound. In as much as the acting national chairman
Can you still hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. In as much that the acting national chairman, Ambassador Ilyasu Damagun, bluntly refused to revert back to his own position and allowed the North Central to produce the substantive chairman. All forms of illegalities will be built upon his disrespect for the constitution of the party.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, we can still hear you. Continue with your thoughts.
In respect that the PDP can pull itself together and have the enablement to face the challenge of the future, I think a lot depends on the various organs of the party. And luckily for the party, and I say luckily with every intent and purpose, the governors' forum of the party is meeting in Asaba, Delta State today. And I expect, because the organ of the governors' forum has always been instrumental to strong decisions of the party. So it is expected that in one way or the other, they will be able to set up machinery that will resolve the current imbroglio.
Okay, Mr. Kola, I think I may disagree with you a bit in the sense that you said that the acting national chairman is the problem of the party, has refused to leave that position. But that is just one man in your party. You have various organs of your party. You have the board of trustees, you have the NWC. Now, does it mean that those organs that used to be very powerful in the PDP are now powerless? That one man will hold the entire party to ransom? What exactly?
Okay, I'll give you the reason why it appears so, Eshomomo. One, since April last year, well, constitutionally, the party is expected to hold its neck 4 times in a year. It's a quarterly meeting. But since April last year, we have witnessed all forms of postponement of that neck. Well, we don't know. Maybe they acquired that system, or maybe Damagum acquired that system, or learned that system from the ruling party, APC, because they don't have neck, they don't have board of trustees, they don't do anything. So maybe he has adopted their own methodology. But having said that, he didn't stop at halting the meetings of NEC. He also went to court and sued himself as chairman of the National Working Committee, because the moment he sued the National Working Committee, he has sued himself. He also sued the National Executive Committee. He also sued the Board of Trustees. I'm amazed, I'm surprised why he didn't sue the convention. And in that, he's saying that you cannot do anything. He has handcuffed the party. You can't take any decision, you can't take anything that has to do with me. So even if the organs want to act, they are in court. And until appeal court takes a decision in respect of the matter, the party is held down through the acting national chairman.
So I'm curious to know who is actually the authentic national secretary of the PDP?
Oh, if you follow what the courts have said so far, I will give it to Honorable Sunday Ude Okoye, and I give you the reasons. When Senator Sam Anyanwu went to contest election for the governorship of Imo State, the Southeast geopolitical zone pulled its leadership together and nominated Sunday Ude Okoye. When Senator Anyanwu came back from his election, he came to resume. And the Southeast said that, no, you can't resume. We have nominated a replacement for you. So he went to court to challenge that decision. Ude Okoye also went to court to say the party must recognize him as a national secretary. However, the same court that has the same jurisdiction gave different verdicts. One for Ude Okoye, the other for Sam Anyanwu. And these are calls of coordinate jurisdiction, as lawyers will say. But having done that, Senator Anyanwu went to the Court of Appeal to appeal the decision that favored Ude Okoye. Unfortunately, he lost at the appeal court. And Ude Okoye presented himself at the party and said, I have come to resume because the Court of Appeal has given me the verdict. And the party, through its National Publicity Secretary, Honorable Barrister Debo Ologunagba, said the party has accepted Ude Okoye as the National Secretary. And whatever Ologunagba has come out to say is valid because he speaks for the party. So on account of that, Ude Okoye said he has come to resume. Senator Anyanwu now went to the Court of Appeal to get a stay of execution on the judgment of the Court of Appeal. So the president of the Court of Appeal brought the matter from Enugu to Abuja and presided over the matter. But she did not grant a stay of execution according to lawyers. What she granted was a status quo and said that she will take a decision on the issue on January 27. So as you and I are speaking now, the status quo has lapsed. But the judgment was not given. So on the face of law, according to lawyers who, since I'm not learned according to them, according to those who are learned, on the face of the law, the Court of Appeal decision subsists. What is that Court of Appeal decision? The Court of Appeal decision said that Ude Okoye is the substantive National Secretary of the People's Democratic Party.
Now, Mr. Ologunagba, let me come back to this issue. The acting national chairman is there, but there are several individuals that, in the eye of the public, seem to be the problem of your party. There is the Bala Mohammed, the governor of Bauchi State's faction. There is the minister Nyesom Wike's faction. And also there is an interest by the governor of Oyo State. Now, in NWC, it's divided. Even the governors forum that will be meeting, they are also divided. So how are you sure that governors forum, just like the BOT could not arrive at a decision, how are you sure the governors forum that is already divided will come up with anything substantial in your party?
Okay. Ashomomo, I will not disagree with you, but let me correct the position. First and foremost, the Board of Trustees took a decision. And the decision they have taken is that in all activities of the Board of Trustees, Senator Anyanwu and Ude Okoye should first submit their evidential documents arising from judgments they got in the respective courts to the Board of Trustees. And the concerned committee, chaired by former Minister of Special Duties, Tanimu Turaki, SAN, to preside over that committee. But in the interim, they said that both Anyanwu and Ude Okoye should stay away from the activities of the Board of Trustees. So that was their decision, and that they are going, and that the Tanimu Turaki SAN committee should report back to the Board of Trustees. That's one decision. When you talk about interest, yes, politics is all about interests. So I agree with you absolutely on the issue of interest. But when you say that the Governors Forum cannot take decision because there's a faction, well, at the close of their meeting today, if they don't come out with a communique, or they cannot even have if they cannot even have a communique, they would then reflect the division that you have spoken about. But as things stand, nobody can stop anybody from having interest in a political party. It's a convergence of interests. So nobody can say that, no, you can't have interests.
Well, there are speculations.
But let us see how it plays out.
There are speculations about a level of external interference in the affairs of the PDP. Some of your members have also alluded to this. So the former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, who is not a member of your party, says there are internal mercenaries that have been, sponsored and motivated to destroy the party. But how far-reaching is this alleged interference to destabilize a party as big as PDP?
Okay. The former governor of Kaduna State, Malam Nasir El-Rufai, is a member of the All Progressives Congress, is a member of APC. He's in a best position to tell Nigerians how the ruling party is creating divisions in the opposition parties. Not just in the PDP, in all the opposition political parties. It's a fact. It is known. You can say that, oh, okay, point to A or point to B, or place it. That might be difficult on this platform. But it is a fact. And if El-Rufai came out to say it, and as one of the founders, I mean the founder of APC, as a prominent member of the APC, he has an understanding of the nitty-gritty of what is happening within the APC and how the APC and its government are funding opposition so that there will be division. So that there will be division in those parties. So, absolutely, I am in agreement with him. I hold and I believe what he has said to be true. And it is a challenge that even as members of PDP, we are aware of. Because how do you explain a situation in which your national chairman cannot even come out to criticize the government in power or the party? How can you explain a situation in which the chairman of the ruling party, Dr. Omar Ganduje, will come out and say that, oh, we will seize Oyo, we will seize Osun, and the chairman of PDP cannot say that, shut up. You can't say that about our party, or we will not allow you to seize those states. So when you say that, oh, people like Makinde has interest, oh, he's entitled to his interest. It's a party, and it is called a party because it's a mix. That's why it is called party. So there will be various interests within the party. So I don't have objection to people having interest.
So
but what's
would you
important
say is
how do we pull the
bigger
party together so that we can exercise this interest?
Which would
within
you
the party?
say is a bigger problem fracturing the PDP? Is it Atiku Abubakar's rumored interest in contesting for the presidential ticket of the party, or Nyesom Wike's alleged influence and manipulations in the party?
I don't know which is causing the biggest problem. I cannot say precisely which is causing the biggest problem. And I do not know, because even in this matter, in the recent matter that we are talking about now, which is the issue of even this issue of national secretary, I don't see how Atiku is involved, and I'm not holding brief for him in any way. I am not. But going by my understanding of what's happening in the party, is it that he's supporting Ayahu or that he's supporting Ude Okoye? I can't find that. And I'm not holding brief. I'm speaking realistically. You understand? But
how about Nyesom Wike's alleged interference?
I'm going there. You raised two names. Yes. I've handled one. And even we are doing it in alphabetical order, Atiku will still be number one to talk about. So now about Governor Wike's interference. I am one person who has expressed this in public, that his involvement in the ruling government and the ruling party is a challenge to the People's Democratic Party. Because, like I have said before, and I will say here again, that is, if there is no broken part of the wall, a gecko cannot creep in. And I want to leave it at that.
Okay, let me come back to one insinuation you pushed forward about El Rufai. You can prove it. Probably some people will say it's because El Rufai is falling out of favor with the ruling party. So that is why he's saying all that he's saying, that some people from the ruling party are trying to destabilize. So you can't really go to court with El Rufai's statement because he's falling out of favor with the ruling party. But let's put that aside. My question now is, 2027 is just around the corner. Some persons have said probably PDP should just prepare for 2031 because the party is not behaving like a party that really want to contest election in 2027. What do you think?
Sure, Momo. Anyway, I will not put aside the issue of El Rufai. Let me start from there. You know why I will not put it aside? El Rufai is a prominent member. And I've said that he's one of the founders, if he's not the architect of the APC. And as such, you cannot dismiss his notions. Whether he's falling in love with the power, or he has fallen out of love with the power that is the authority in government, that's an aside issue. But that he still has his foothold in APC at every level, and he knows, and even in the government at every level, and he knows what the activities of the government and the party, we can't wish it away. Now, when you talk about, you see, I was laughing when we were talking about, PDP should just go and prepare for 2031. There's a challenge that I see in the President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. And I'm happy that I'm using this platform to express it.
You just have 5 seconds to wrap that up.
Okay, so as far as the handlers are thinking that they can repress the opposition parties, is a gross error. Since you gave me only 5 seconds, let me stop at this fact that these handlers should find a way of getting the President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu to work in the interest of the ordinary Nigerians and leave this issue of saying that they want to repress the opposition.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Kola Olado, it was nice talking to you this morning, and we hope to bring you back again to, finish up on this issue. There are a lot to talk about, but unfortunately, we've run out of time. Thank you so much for your time with us on the program.
Thank you, Tijesu. Thank you, Eshomomo.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, that's our offering from Abuja. It's back to you in Lagos, Veronica and Ibrahim.
Right, interesting conversation there, but I am looking forward to other parties coming in as a formidable opposition even before 2027. But thank you once again. All right, we take a break now. When we return, we have another conversation that we will be having here. Stay with us.
Good morning.
Good morning. Why is your sun shining like this?
Can't you see that Harmattan season is here? We need to protect our children from this dry weather.
What about the invisible germs?
Invisible germs?
During Harmattan, it's not enough to only protect your skin. You also need protection from these invisible germs. To protect our families, we use Dettol.
Harmattan season brings a lot of germs, but Dettol with germ defense gives protection from up to 100 illness-causing germs. Be Dettol sure.
Good morning, Marina Station and all the passengers. Efficient, it's comfortable.
This development will go a long way in reducing congestion and emission.
The trains are a long-term solution to Lagos traffic challenges.
This is where we take the final, decisions on policies, programs of government. I will have to ensure that, the narration of Lagos as a PLC is taken very, very seriously.
This is a major pedestrian bridge linking Oyingo here to Apapa Road over there.
With this overpass, we are providing what we call a permanent solution.
This place is one of the most dangerous areas at the biosecurity environment.
This can go into the news and every crumbs of your neighborhood.
Our goal is to remain as Africa's model megacity, to move our GDP from the 5-6 position to the 3rd position, and we believe is achievable with all the commitments we have.
Explore the city of Lagos, where dreams are made and possibilities are endless. Amadidoja Salamadini. I live in Lagos.
inside Lagos.
Thank you for staying with us. For the second time in 2 years, the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has shut down Abbas Cemetery Markets in Abia State. The Director General of the agency, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, described the raid as, quote, the most decisive action in the history of the market, end quote. Mrs. Adeyeye revealed that NAFDAC uncovered and confiscated fake and substandard food and beverages worth over 5 billion naira in its latest operation called Operation Clean Up Aba. The Abia market has long been infamous as a hub for Africa's largest counterfeit wine and beverage operations, producing fake alcoholic drinks, carbonated beverages, and other food items. Joining us via Zoom for this conversation is a public health consultant, Dr. Tuyi Mebawadu. Good morning. It's good to have you join us.
Good morning, Veronica. Nice to see you.
Same here. Now, this matter of adulterated drinks is becoming a menace in Nigeria. We've been seeing a rise of these persons perpetuating this act. And not just about the act, but the attendant health implication and impact on the unsuspecting Nigerian who consumes this product have become a major source of concern. Talk to us about what you make of this trend and how it's concerning for you.
Really, really big concerns, not just to health, but to national security and what we represent as human beings. Now, we're getting to the level of epidemic of counterfeiting in Nigeria. The epidemic is not just about drugs or food, but also virtually everything that you can think of in Nigeria has been counterfeited. From drinks, from drugs, to spare parts, to clothing, to everything. Counterfeit everywhere. And you can really relate to that. Now, let me come down. What are the factors that are actually pushing this counterfeiting? Because if you see a market within few months apart being shut down twice, and products, health products, food, everything being destroyed, worth billions of naira, then there's a big concern. One, the counterfeit industry is about 2 trillion industry worldwide, and drugs and drinks account for as much as more than $200 billion in this regard. Now, for us in Nigeria, factors like weak regulation, factors like porous borders are driving this counterfeiting. Now, the other thing is that it's actually very easy to sell those counterfeit products because, number one, the pharmacovigilance is a bit challenged, not because we don't have a regulatory body, but because their capacity is also constrained in a way. There are little markets that these counterfeit drugs can move into. People selling things on the side, the small shops, the small lounges, pharmacy, chemists. It's a big crime scene going on as far as counterfeit products is concerned. When you are dealing with health, in 2022, we lost as much as 300,000 children to fake malaria drugs. That is concerning. Now, the drugs being counterfeited, mainly malaria drugs, antibiotics, even tuberculosis drugs. And then how do we deal with those kind of things when we cannot get appropriate drugs to respond to our illnesses? It's getting worse now because, first and foremost, WHO is supposed to be the ombudsman taking charge of the fight against counterfeit of drugs, counterfeit of some of the products. The WHO itself is being capacitated because it's been defunded. So we're in for a big challenge in this country.
Well,
and all of us must see that.
And also looking at Trump cancelling the Medicaid that is coming to Africa and some other countries. Dr. Mojisola Adeyeye, said that, Professor rather, said that some of these counterfeited products are being made or done under unsanitary, using harmful chemical, and the kind of environment that they do it from, quite unhygienic and all of that. But beyond all of this, how do you think we can educate Nigeria to identify these counterfeit products so that they'll better understand ways to go about it? Because sometimes when you go to the market, they tell you, okay, this is costlier because of the brand, and this is cheaper, and they work the same.
The work has to start from the market, and it has to start between you and I, being educating people, talking about these counterfeit products. Now, when in 1992 or so, when I was doing youth service, somewhere in Shandam, we were the one that discovered the fake syrup. There was a particular chemical that was used to mix paracetamol syrup that was knocking down the kidney of small children those days. It was our own vigilance that discovered those things, and the man was jailed. Actually, the man was jailed. But after that, I'm yet to see anybody being jailed for such a crime of counterfeiting drugs or counterfeiting any product. Now, there's a lot of fight back because, you know, we cannot be at war with ourselves, first and foremost. Now, all of us, know that we must be a protector of our brother. We must talk, we must speak out. There must be a clear pathway for us to report any suspected counterfeit product. If you open a milk and you find out that the milk has challenges, take the receipt you took from the place you bought something, snap the receipt, snap the product, and then upload this somewhere where we can have a proper reporting and follow-up. There must be a toll-free number where we can complain about all these things. My friend has lost his 2 kidneys because he bought anti-malaria from somewhere in Lekki, a well-known pharmacy outlet in Lekki. He lost his kidney. The guy is on dialysis. He's not transplanted twice, he's not working. And this is a young viral man. If you are not affected, you can be talking. But we in the health system, even the best you can have in terms of drugs, in terms of medical personnel, if your drugs are bad, you won't get results. Resistance will come, will be challenged, epidemic will come, and none of us will suffer for it. Now, we have to increase pharmacovigilance, you know, in the sense that we have to empower NAFDAC, whether there must also be a state system that can look through the market. I don't know where the Consumer Protection Agency, what the Consumer Protection Agency is really doing. They have to up their work. They have to be in the market. And those markets that tend to have those products sold has to be shot and punished. We have to just be on top of this thing, or else fake drug, fake food, and even fake brake in car will keep killing us. Are we still at war with ourselves? We have to honestly, this is extremely bad.
We know now that, like you rightly pointed, we have an epidemic on our hands with regards to this matter of counterfeit and fake drugs. We have laws like Counterfeit and Fake Drugs and Unwholesome Processed Food Miscellaneous Provisions Act. And this is supposed to guide how we address persons who are found to have perpetrated acts like this. But I don't know from your perspective how we are enforcing these laws to serve as a deterrent to persons who are perpetrating this act. Do we need more laws? How do we strengthen our institutions to really address this matter head on? Like you pointed again, we have an epidemic.
Now, Veronica, this is my area of work, and I know what it means, honestly. Let me just share some history with you. Recently, you know, I had to go to one of the very prominent diagnostic centers, you know, to run a test for somebody. And lo and behold, we're looking at the X-ray. And they were reporting different things, and the X-ray is different. I have to actually move in, challenge the system, talk to the doctor. What are you seeing here? What's the meaning of all this? You can imagine if the person was not close to me and me looking at those things, you know the implications. When we say good manufacturing practice, when we say GMP certificate or CGMP certificate, you need to enter real factory to understand what it means. It has to do with the environment, it has to do with the raw materials, the quality, personnel, distribution, packaging, and even surveillance after the thing must have been produced. That is what good pharmaceutical manufacturing practice means, either in terms of food or drugs. These certifications become so important to ensure that what enters our body, what we use, whether cosmetic or whatever, is actually the right thing we're using, and we're not getting deleterious effect from using those things. Now, what Now, we have to really enforce those good pharmaceutical manufacturing practice. Now, why then should a shop somewhere in Aba or Idumota or anywhere be manufacturing things when they don't have that power to manufacture? So what is happening? Must everything be transaction? Must we now, put our health online, the national health online, because we want to make money? If you enter all those, because you see, the incentive is simply this.
Right.
When those things are manufactured, they are ready markets for them. People push them out either on the streets as what's it called? On the street trading, or on those small kiosks, or even in those big markets, or even in the lounges where those things are being sold. We have to go back and deal with our market structure and how to dictate fake products in that setting.
Okay, we know that there's so much to talk about with regards to this issue, but our time is up. And so we must thank you, Dr. Tuime Bawandu, public health consultant, for your time on the program. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right. It is quite sad that we are facing these matters of fake and counterfeit products. And like we have rightly pointed out through our guests, that it has become a menace. It has become an epidemic, Ibrahim, that we need to deal with.
Absolutely, especially not just fighting this counterfeit products, it's also to ensure that NAFDAC pays attention to its officials so that some of them do not go back, collect kickbacks and allow them to do these things.
Right, it's a complex one. It's a complex one. Well, it's time now to join Olamide Odekunle for Trending Now. Olamide, good morning. We are talking about counterfeit drugs and expired products. It's become a menace. I wonder if you've had any encounter.
It really has. Just the other day, I reported on the NAFDAC story, the ban of this same cemetery market. It's very, very scary, and it is a public health risk. And I'm happy that this is a continuing conversation that we're constantly having. It shouldn't be taken for lightly at all. So I'm happy about that.
Right. Take it over now.
Gladly. As usual, TVC has a finger on the pulse. And if it's trending, then we are definitely going to be talking about it on here. In our first story, Governor Dapo Abiodun has declared that no Sharia court is legally recognized in Ogun State, emphasizing that only constitutionally established courts have jurisdiction. Now, this follows a widely circulated notice that announced the launch of a Sharia court in the state as well as Ekiti. Now, the government has ordered those behind it to cease operations immediately, and they reaffirm that Nigeria remains a secular state governed by constitutional law. Nigeria is a secular state as well as a multi-faith nation, and so we have to question the need for parallel legal systems when the Nigerian constitution exists, and we also operate under the rule of law. But we will take some tweets now. In our first tweet, Big Tim says, Muslims should not take this to heart. Constitutions have to be respected. We are all one. Now that is how to respectfully share your opinion. The Duke of Nigeria says, Dapo Abiodun did not issue warning about skull mining and ritual killing in Ogun, but he was quick to oppose Sharia courts in Ogun. Ashiwaju Oladimeji tweets, Prof. Ganucci tweets, we will keep resisting any form of Sharia in Yoruba land. This is not an Arab land. We are Yoruba. Very interesting conversation. Ashiwaju Oladimeji tweets, explicitly stated, the governor is simply following the provisions of the Constitution, which he swore an oath to protect. I don't know about you guys, but I operate under the rule of law, the Nigerian Constitution above all. In our next story, I have some good news for you guys. The federal government has donated 30 million naira to the family of Taiwo Akinkunmi, the man who designed Nigeria's national flag. Now, Pa Akinkunmi, as he was commonly called, passed away at 87 years old on August 30th, 2023. And the Nigerian government decided to honor him for his legacy. Now, the check was presented in Ibadan by the National Orientation Agency officials, Lanre Isa Onilu and Olukemi Afolayan. naira on behalf of the government. This is Pa Akinkunmi, may his soul rest in peace, and this is the check that that was bestowed upon his family. I'd love to take a look at what social media has to say. Flourish says, now that is good news. It's supposed to be 200 million naira. I agree, they need to write him into the national budget. DND Clone says, the man who did the good job did not enjoy the money. Also, please, Nigerian government, remember pension people too and retired military men and women. Graduate says, medicine after death. Grim. And finally, Diadem had this to say, appreciating someone like this in his absence is just way too valueless. Where was the FG over this year? This is more like watching a man starve to death and later take food to his grave. It is of no use. I think this really raises the question, should we honor our heroes while they are alive, or should we lay flowers at their grave posthumously? What do you guys think about this, Brian and Veronica? I'm very curious.
Give people their flowers when they are alive.
Absolutely.
My perspective, because at some point the families were waiting on the state government on the state funeral that the Taiwo Akinkunmi was supposed to have been given, but that never happened. And saying now that they are receiving 30 million naira, well, it's good for the extended family, but the man who should have benefited because of his effort is gone. So I really don't know why we did this, but I think we should honor people while they are alive. We can immortalize them afterwards, but while they are alive,
absolutely. Always honor people while they are alive, but we like to do things posthumously in Nigeria. A very quick word on Sharia law. Oftentimes, I guess people they have this misconception about maybe Sharia law is about cutting hands, cutting the head, or some of the things you see the Taliban do in Afghanistan and all of those things. Those are not Sharia law. It's actually based on for instance, the Sukuk banking is an offshoot of Sharia law, non-interest banking. I lend you money. It is exact money that I lend you that I will collect back from you without any interest. It collects from those who are wealthy through taxation to ensure that people are rich and all of that. But then in a secular state like Nigeria, it has to be subjected to debate, and then it's also subjected to the rule of law, the constitutional rule of law. Sharia law is actually meant for Muslims. It's not meant for Christians, not meant for anybody. So it shouldn't be a subject of conversation, disagreement and all of that. So
I guess it's also because of Nigeria's past. There's been an incident where in a particular state in the north, some persons witnessed the cutting of hands and all of that based on this same law. So it's subject to debate. It's actually
based on what media is actually saying. But then reading further, you see that it's not all of this. Yeah.
All right. Go ahead now.
Thank you guys for your insightful thoughts as always. In international news, the President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, has signed an executive order to halt funding and promotion of gender transitions for anyone under the age of 19. Now, this order targets treatments such as puberty blockers, hormone therapy, and surgical procedures. This move is expected to face a lot of legal red tape because there's so many minors who are transitioning genders, and they're also suffering from gender dysphoria. Supporters are calling it a step to protect minors, while critics are arguing that it restricts essential healthcare rights of these minors. He's taking a strong stance against the West, against the woke agenda, I will say that. Not the Bee tweeted, while I'm also happy about this, it's not yet time to celebrate. Legislation is the only proper solution to this. James A. Freeman said, bam! Letting kids grow up and parents to support that growth. No more pushing irreversible changes to those unqualified to decide. This is a very, very tricky one. We're talking about young people who are suffering from gender dysphoria and going through sex changes or gender changes that they don't have any clue about.
We do not have time. Our time is up on the program. I know there's so much to say about all of these topics, but no time right now. But thank you again for those stories.
You're welcome.
Tweets. Well, this is where we draw the curtains on the program for today. Let's let you know that the views and reactions of all our resource persons are theirs and have no connection with TVC News. Up next is Your View with the ladies, and afterwards is This Morning with Yori Folari. Do stay safe, and bye for now.
The following is a paid presentation by ShopX TV. At ShopX TV, our customers are the heart of everything we do. As a special thank you for your continued support, we are offering our customers 10% off on selected products from now till November 15th. That's right, shop now and save big on some of your favorite items while stock lasts. Don't miss out on this opportunity to grab amazing products at unbelievable prices. First is our amazing 4-in-1 CookX blender. It's a food processor, a grinder, a blender, and a juicer all in one. The CookX 4-in-1 blender comes with 3 versatile cup sizes, each crafted to handle special tasks perfectly. Imagine effortlessly whipping up smoothies that are truly smooth, pounded yam and soups that are flawlessly pounded and blended. You would normally pay 189,950 naira for the CookX 4-in-1 blender, but call the number on your screen right now or scan the QR code and get it for just 170,995 naira. Incredible! And that's not all. You can get the CookX 4-in-1 blender in 2 easy payments of 85,498 naira. That's right, pay twice to get this amazing cooking solution. And we are not done yet. ShopX TV is proud to introduce the ShopX Ultimate Crunch Exercise Machine. The 6-in-1 machine is designed to take your fitness to the next level. No need to worry about expensive gym fees. You can now work out from the comfort of your home and achieve results. With Ultimate Crunch cutting-edge technology, you can transform your body. Its enhanced features deliver a full body workout that's efficient, effective, and enjoyable. The secret is its advanced design that combines multiple exercise models into one unit. The versatile machine features adjustable resistance levels, an ergonomic design, and a built-in digital tracking system that displays speed, time, distance, and calories burned. From sculpting your abs to toning your legs, upper body, and strengthening your core, you would normally pay up to 449,950 naira for the ShopX Ultimate Crunch. But for a limited time only, call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code and get the ShopX Ultimate Crunch at 404,955 naira. Incredible! And that's not all. You can get the ShopX Ultimate Total Crunch in 2 easy payments of 202,478 naira. That's right, pay twice to get this amazing fitness solution. But hurry, limited stocks available. So call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code or visit our website to place your order while stock lasts. The proceeding was a paid presentation brought to you by ShopX TV.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News.
To Friday on Your View, welcome to the show. I am Obiajulo Olabisi Uwu, and with me are the amazing, wonderful ladies of Your View. How are you doing, Miriam?
I'm doing amazing. So, this natural skincare products brand, a Nigerian brand, reached out to me, and you know, they wanted me to review their products, but I found the story behind them, you know, quite moving. So it was a business his wife started some years back, and she passed on. And he's working hard to make sure that, you know, this business continues. This is a legacy he's trying to build for her. And, you know, I was so moved. And when he asked me to do, you know, the review of the skincare products, I was like, of course I will, you know. And I'm happy that it's Nigerian brand, it's organic, it's, you know, without chemicals. And it's important, you know, these days as we're, you know, understanding about chemicals, we should be careful what we put on our body. So I'll be doing the review, it'll be on my social media page. But I just felt really touched by such a beautiful story. Yeah.
Amazing. How are you doing, Nima?
Let me just say, it's been a week. I'm grateful to God. I'm dealing with a very, very sensitive issue.
Oh.
Hope it closes and finalizes tomorrow. But that wasn't my banter. I've been struggling to remember my banter since when I had one good, serious gist I was saving. But then, well, our viewers should not vex. Whenever I remember it, you know that I'll drop it.
You will chip it in. Yeah. How are you doing, Amaka? Amaka Orakwe?
Not so good. It's not been the best of week.
Oh.
You know, last week I said I lost a friend, and this week I lost another friend. For the past 2 days,
wow,
I've just been crying, been in bed. It's just been terrible, you know.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's Ege, Egusa, Isibo. He's a lawyer, my friend, my colleague. We'll miss you. You know, we're all together.
What's happening? Was
it's
he sick?
Crazy. Just brief illness, but we just move on.
Sorry, I'm
I know. I saw the it's from someone else. I had seen that. Yeah. So sorry.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, so let's try and lift the mood a bit. Today is Friday. I'm going to be uploading episode 2 of Mama Ejiro. And I'm hoping and wishing that my fans, my friends, my haters go to my YouTube page, Bisuch TV, and watch. You can hate me afterwards when you're done watching. But we've been getting amazing reviews as well. It's quite interesting, it's hilarious, and we're doing amazing. And for Body by BC, we're launching a brand new product very soon. So let me just keep it. We're getting ready to launch out in a short time. There will be a couple of things I will be launching this year. God is grateful. We are grateful to God for everything that's happening. And we're looking forward to a very, very beautiful year in 2025. So we'll take a short break now. When we come back, we'll do the newspaper reviews. Stay with us. Welcome back. We'll be starting the newspaper reviews with The Nation. Major headline: While military can't come back to power, by General Abdul Salami. FBN Holdings PLC delivers stellar financial performance. Profit increased to 0.9 trillion, up 142%. Federal government sets 25.2 trillion targets for FIRS. American aircraft collision claims 65 passengers, 4 crew members. We have another story here. Suspected headers kill 5 Ondo farmers. Edo Tribunal admits 148 BVAs. That's BVA's machine in evidence. What stories do we have in The Nation?
So I have the major headline. The former Milad, General Abdulsalam Bakar, it wasn't at the event. He was represented at the event by another general. It was at the 100 years of political parties evolution in Nigeria, 1923 to 2023 by the Interparty Advisory Council, IPOB, in Abuja. And that was a book launch. The book title is what I just read out. And it says that there's no alternative to civil rule. And that we know for this number of years that we've done it, 25 years, is laudable. He talks about how he was privileged to have handed this country from military rule to civil rule. He was represented by General Abdurrashid Aliyu, and they spoke on the imperative of Nigeria's political stability, issues and solutions. And also the INEC chairman was there. He urged parties to promote internal democracy. General Absalam said that the fact that democracy survived the country for 25 years attested to Nigeria's resilience and belief in representative governance. Seeing what is happening around us in our West African countries, you know, this is very apt at this time. It says this is our 26th year of unbroken democracy in Nigeria and the longest period of constitutional governance since October 1st, 1960. And we must remember where we are coming from so that we do not go back to, you know, the chaos that existed at the time. It's also important that in democracy we practice democracy, fairness, justice, balance, transparency, all the important values are, you know, done as opposed to classing it, which we see, you know, under capitalism.
Okay. So I have the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, has a mandate to generate 25.2 trillion in tax revenue this fiscal year. Its executive chairman, Dr. Zach Adedeji, had confirmed this yesterday. This is because they achieved, 21.6 trillion last year, which surpassed their target of over 19 trillion, which was their goal. So I'm sure for the fact they did that, they want to keep raising the bar. And then they just described the 2024 performance as a landmark in Nigeria's tax administration history. He also said that this was pivotal in laying a solid foundation for transforming the FIRS into a globally recognized, efficient and trusted revenue authority. It marked a period of strategic growth, positioning the service as a cornerstone of Nigeria's economic progress. And this also shows that Nigerians are paying tax. So that's I don't know why you're laughing. That's a good thing because these monies did not fall from heaven. People and companies paid the tax. So, that's laudable.
We're paying.
Yes,
it's just that they want to capture more people.
Yes, but it's also important that when we get value for the tax that we are paying, and we're saying that, this administration, we are building roads, infrastructure, things are actually happening. So that will also encourage Nigerians to do more.
I have our president has expressed deep sadness over the tragic air accident that occurred on Wednesday evening in the Potomac area of Washington, D.C. They said a military helicopter crashed into a commercial jet mid-air close to the U.S. seat of power on Wednesday night, leaving more than 60 persons dead. Our president, on his official X handle, extended Nigeria's condolences to the families of the victims, the people of the United States, and those affected by the incident. He also reaffirmed Nigeria's solidarity with the United States. He emphasized shared grief and hope for a brighter future. He says Nigeria stands in solidarity with the United States government and its people, united in grief and hopeful for a new day. They said this accident has sent shockwaves across the United States. I was, watching the news. They said this is the first time in 15 years that they've had an air accident that involved a commercial airline, and our hearts goes out to them. Their president, but can I read what their own president tweeted? Okay, so their president says that the airplane was on a perfect and routine line of approach to the airport. The helicopter was going straight at the airplane for an extended period of time. He says it is a clear night. The lights on the plane were blazing. Why the helicopter didn't go up or down or turn? He says, why didn't the control tower tell the helicopter what to do instead of asking if they saw the plane? This is a bad situation that looks like it should have been prevented. Not good.
So the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has projected that diaspora remittances are expected to rise to 31.7871 trillion when the fourth quarter 2024 figures were released. The substantial increase in diaspora remittances was attributed to the reforms carried out by the CBN, especially the foreign exchange reforms designed to attract more FX into the country. They said the developments will further strengthen FX supply and contribute to Naira stability. So we need to recall that the diaspora remittances rose from 12.478 trillion in 2023 to 22.734 trillion by the end of the third quarter in 2024. And the CBN Governor, Olayemi Kadoso, spoke at the 2025 Monetary Policy Forum, which brought together ministers, heads of government agencies involved in economic matters, and private sector stakeholders, and they were disclosing that without the decisive policy interventions, the country's inflation rate would have soared to 42.81% by December 2024. So they said that without these decisive policy interventions, inflation would have reached that height, and they are assuring the bank of their commitment to tackling inflation in 2025 using orthodox monetary policy measures. And he said that they have bold policy measures that they're going to be using. They talked about the Monetary Policy Committee, that's the MPC meetings. They are going to be raising the monetary policy rates, that's the MPR, by a cumulative 875 basis points to 27.5%, increasing the cash reserve as well, that's the CRR of other depository corporations. All this English they spoke is only my husband that can understand. The bottom line of the matter is that they are trying as much as possible to fight inflation, and we can hear that the dollar is already falling. Think about 1,600 years. That's what we are getting, to a Naira right now, and hopefully we'll see how that goes. Let's move on now to the Punch. Major headline: stakeholders demand Wike Bauchi governor truce as governors meet today. Domestic shortfall: NNPC marketers import 633 million litres of fuel. 67 dead as plane helicopter collide mid-air in the US. South Africa, Rwanda clash over DR Congo conflict. APC, PDP differ over Amechi's power-drunk politicians' comment. Herdsmen kill 5 laborers on Ondo farm. Lagos Assembly insists on Basa's removal legal as DSS grills lawmakers. Banks complied with court ruling on ex parte Mareva order. We'll take a story and do a short break. Who's ready to go?
Okay, so South Africa and Rwanda have decided to, engage each other, join issues, while democratic Congolese are being killed. So there's, presently a war in Congo where Rwanda is insisting they want to ensure that the, what's the forces called? Congolese are being fought for space in Congo right now. And the BBC reports that Paul Kagame is accusing South Africa of being a part of a belligerent force involved in offensive combat operations to help the Congolese government fight against its own people. Rwanda has their border, they know their border, but they're there right now, killing, causing chaos. South Africa lost 14 of their 13 South African soldiers were killed in the fighting last week, and the upper week they had lost about 7 South African soldiers, and they are supposed to be helping the Congolese. But Rwanda says while they're there, they are engaging them, and these two countries have had their relationship, soured over the years. In 2014, South Africa expelled 3 Rwanda diplomats after an attack on the home of an exiled Rwanda dissident in Johannesburg. And Kagame responded by expelling 6 South African envoys in his country. Tensions seemingly were calmed when South Africa president attended the 30th anniversary of the genocide in Rwanda. But I am personally pained, that Africans, would engage each other over interest of outsiders. So we know the Congolese war is basically about minerals, and it is about the Westerners trying to get these minerals. If the two countries would do anything, is to ensure that the people of the Congo are safe and are at peace, and that place is settled, and they help develop it. They should not be joining forces and fighting each other over this, while the Congolese are being killed in mass and displaced in millions. It's just very sad.
It's a very sad situation. We'll be taking a breather here. When we come back, we continue the newspaper reviews. Stay with us.
Stay tuned. Your View will be right back.
Mealtime is game on. Meet my Sure Bet Game Changer, made from natural ingredients to deliver game-changing chicken aroma and taste for my whole team.
Mom, why did we not use this before?
Upgrade your chicken game with game-changing chicken flavor from Maggi Chicken.
Again.
That's so easy.
Welcome, my friend.
Kids, stop it, Haba.
Children.
I know, right? But how do you do it? Your husband and children are looking good. See my own children.
Hi, I don't want to get belly again. I don't want to get belly again, no.
Nana, why not be Lydia IUD Smart?
Lydia IUD Smart.
With Lydia IUD, you can have the children you can afford and space them between 5 to 10 years. And you can still give birth or remove it anytime you want. Just call 7790. That is the code to freedom and enjoyment.
Enjoyment, mistress. Thanks.
Good morning.
Good morning. Why is your sun shining like this?
Can't you see that Hamatan season is here? We need to protect our children from this dry weather.
What about the invisible germs?
Invisible germs?
During Harmattan, it's not enough to only protect your skin. You also need protection from these invisible germs. To protect our families, we use Dettol.
Harmattan season brings a lot of germs, but Dettol with germ defense gives protection from up to 100 illness-causing germs. Be Dettol sure.
Pack your bags. Betano is giving you the chance to win an all-expenses-paid trip to the UK. Play with Betano and watch live the big game of Aston Villa versus Tottenham at the iconic Villa Park. Ready for an unforgettable football experience? Betano, proud partner of Aston Villa.
What if upgrading your TV doesn't mean buying a new one? Unbelievable, right? But with the new Airtel Smart Router, you can now watch YouTube on any TV and also get unlimited data for 30 days to stream thrilling Nollywood movies, catch up on football highlights, and keep your kids engaged with edutainment all on YouTube. With the Airtel Smart Router, everyone gets what they love. Get the Smart Router plus unlimited data for 25,000 Naira. Visit the nearest Airtel shop to get yours. Airtel, a reason to imagine.
Welcome back. We're still reviewing The Punch. Any other stories?
Yes. The Department of State Service on Thursday grilled members of the Lagos State House of Assembly in connection to a petition which was reportedly written by the former Speaker of the House, Obasa. According to reliable sources, more than half of the lawmakers were interviewed by DSS, although they spent hours there, although they were they allowed them to leave at some point. You know, and this was based on the claims of Obasa that his removal was not constitutional, and there was abuse of power and financial mismanagement, which was illegal. And the source in DSS, who doesn't want to be mentioned, said that after questionings, they were allowed to go because the lawmakers had insisted that they follow the due course of the law, and that the decision was made in accordance with the provisions of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Powers and Privileges Act, which empowers the State Assembly to regulate its internal proceedings without external interference. So investigations are still on the way. They want to make sure that things were done right, bullying, and that maybe to make sure that there was no abuse of power in the course of the removal.
It was not a likely politically
motivated issue. So let's keep watching.
Okay, I've got no fewer than 5 persons were allegedly killed by some suspected herdsmen on a farm located at Ajegunle Powerline community. This is in Nakure North local government area of Ondo State. So the victims are laborers in the community, and they were said to be working on the farm when assailants struck and shot them. The victims are said to be natives from Plateau and Kaduna State. So according to an eyewitness, they said this happened Tuesday about 3 p.m., that they were working on the farm, and that usually they would have these herdsmen come in and destroy their crops whenever they grazed. And they've always reported these activities to the police. But on this particular occasion, they specifically described them as Fulani herdsmen. They said they entered the farmlands on Tuesday and started shooting sporadically into the air and killed 5 people during the attack. They have, of course, reached out to the police. You know, this is on the back of many other reports that they have made to the police. So another eyewitness said he saw this while it was happening and he ran away. It was God that saved him. The police PRO have confirmed that this attack happened and they are investigating it, but they cannot confirm the number of people that were killed.
So I have a story here. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and other marketers in the downstream oil sector imported more than 633 million litres of premium motor spirits, known as petrol, and automotive gas oil, that's diesel, in January alone, 2025, despite the production of these commodities domestically. The latest industry data on the importation of PMS and AGO by these firms indicated that they brought in over 458 million litres of petrol and 174 million litres of diesel during the less than 1 month duration. So some dealers said the move was to bridge domestic fuel shortages. Others are arguing that the Dangote refinery could meet the country's refined petroleum products demand. So this is also saying that we've continued to rely on imports even as the country is trying to boost their domestic refining capacity and reduce dependency on imported fuel, which is a factor that's contributing to the devaluation of the naira that we are seeing. So it's also in contrast to earlier publications declaration by marketers to prioritize domestic supply following the inauguration of these 3 refineries that we have. So it's been a back and forth, conversation. Do we buy our domestically refined products? Some people are saying that it's more expensive buying from Dangote than importing into, the country. Others are saying that Dangote fuel has more, has better quality compared to buying from those marketers. So we need to pick and choose. Do we want quality? Do we want quantity? Is there any way Dangote himself can reduce the price for us so that it's easier for these marketers to just buy from him? Yes, we need to keep our money here. Let's move on now to the Daily Sun. Major headline, El-Rufai hits back at federal government. Banks comply with court ruling lifting ex parte Mareva order against GHL. DSS squeezes Lagos lawmakers over Basa's removal. At Investment Roundtable, Mba woos multinationals. Court to hear NNPCL's objection against Dangote refinery by February 5th. Federal government allays fears over Trump's HIV funding policy. What stories do we have here?
Just take it short and short. GHL, just the price story is so long. But basically, the banks across board have complied with the ruling of justice in the Edict of Law of the Federal High Court, delivered January 29, 2025, lifting the Mareva injunction placed on the Global Hydrocarbons Limited, its directors and shareholders. And this is following what the first bank who had gone to get this Mareva order, freezing most of their assets pending when a substantive matter will be heard. So as it is now, they are letting you know, can pay into their account, they can pay into their own, they can pay to you. That's all.
The National Agency for the Control of AIDS has allayed fears and concerns of people living with HIV in Nigeria over the recent decision of the U.S. president to hold HIV funding to Nigeria and other developing countries. So NACA says, so this is the DG of NACA, Dr. Temi Tope Ilori. She said that this decision by the Trump administration has raised significant concerns among stakeholders with regards HIV, AIDS, and TB technical support and funding. But she's encouraging the patient community to continue accessing HIV treatment services in all delivery points across the country. Well, she admits that the U.S. government, through the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, that's PEPFAR, has immensely supported Nigeria's HIV/AIDS response over the years, particularly in sustaining the treatment of people living with HIV in Nigeria. She says PEPFAR remains the biggest donor for treatment program in the country, as their contributions cover approximately 90% of the treatment burden. That is huge. And as you know, Nigeria has the highest number of people living with HIV in West Africa and Central African region. And so she's saying that in spite of this new directive by the Trump administration, patients shouldn't worry. They can still go to their treatment centers and access treatments there. And Nigeria is going to be working domestically to see how we can raise funds, at home, locally.
Governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Mba, has assured prospective multinational companies and investors of his administration's commitment to not only create an enabling business environment, but also de-risk investment flow to ensure high returns on investments, for people. He gave the assurance during the second existing Foreign Direct Investors Roundtable at the ASO Presidential Villa in Abuja. He noted that the state had rated multiple projects to bankability. What does that mean? That they've already done the feasibility studies and they have the reports. So what you need to do as an investor is come in, pick up the feasibility reports, and you can take them straight to the bank. They are bankable. He said that a lot can be achieved and there are lots of opportunities within Enugu State. They have agriculture, tourism, manufacturing, mineral resources, logistics, aviation, real estate, and ICT. So he said that they are welcoming investors and people to come invest in the state, and they're doing everything possible for you to get return on your investment.
Okay, our final paper for today, Vanguard. Major headline, NLC mobilizes state councils, allies, affiliates for February 4th protest. FBN Holdings PLC delivers stellar financial performance. Profit increased to 0.9 trillion, up to 142%. That's interesting. A local government autonomy, chairman not yet directed to open accounts, investigation. Diaspora remittances up to 79% to $4 billion in 9M24. That's 2024. That's according to Cardoso. Insecurity, how Asaba became home to Southeast indigenes. Banks comply with court ruling lifting ex parte Mariva over order against JHL. No likely survivors in U.S. plane crash as 30 bodies are pulled from river. A reposition NRC for socioeconomic growth, this of PEFA. And 2026 World Cup, what Super Eagles need to qualify. This according to Bako. What stories do we have in the Vanguard? We didn't take Vanguard.
Who took it?
You can't find the story. Okay.
No, it's too lengthy and then it's no.
Okay, fine. I have one here. So no fewer than 15 masked armed men dressed in Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC and thugs posing as policemen invaded a popular hotel in Ago Palace Way, Lagos, and subjected both their customers and visitors to hours of grueling torture and robbery. They said they forcefully removed the giant power generating set inside the hotel to an unknown location. They were armed with sophisticated weapons. They stormed C Fortunes Hotel Limited around 4 a.m. That was last weekend. They shot sporadically before breaking into the hotel rooms to dispose lodgers of their valuables. And he said it was gathered that they were frantically asking for the owner of the hotel. After they reportedly held everybody present hostage for hours before now breaking into the generating set room and carried it away with the heavy-duty crane they came with. So giving insight into the horrifying experience, the chief executive officer of the hotel, Nwukwa Fortune, said that last Sunday morning, talked about what I just mentioned now, but they said they were suspecting that one of their former staff that they had sacked, who had, incurred some debts, they sacked him, and by the time he was gone, they realized that somebody had paid him to supply them diesel, and he did not supply about 3 million. So they dragged him to the police. It was back and forth. So they are suspecting that he's the one now coming back, because they dragged him to court and everything, that he's the one now coming back with all of this. But it's just, allegedly. And I hope that the investigations will tell us what exactly happened. That's all we can take on the newspaper reviews. When we come back, we'll take a hot topic for today. Stay with us.
Stay tuned. Your view will be right back.
Ready for school? Yes! My champs, they use energy at school. I know, because imagine the energy they may have used up to return home this transformed every day.
Your champs need nourishing energy. Give them the new and improved Milo at breakfast.
It has nutrients that support energy release to help champs get the most out of their active days.
If you want to become something, become a child again. Why be a patient? If you must worry, then worry about winning. Why worry about germs? When you come home, bring tales and stories. Why bring in germs?
Shield your families from germs. When Dettol is a part of every household bucket, then you and your family can stay protected from up to 100 illness-causing germs.
Everyday use of Dettol keeps my loved ones protected.
Download the Glow Cafe app today. You see, here, you get everything all in one. So if you love music, you love Glow Cafe with a music catalog of over 2 million tracks. And if live radio is your thing, say no more. Just hit play and enjoy on Glow Cafe. Welcome to total control, so you can recharge or buy bundles, borrow data, and credit sharing and gifting. You've got all that too. You also get extra value with our range of value-added services on the Glow Cafe app. Watch all the action with Glow Cafe's exclusive range of video. Glow Cafe's got it all. And when it comes to gaming, we ain't playing around with Africa's gaming collection. And the best part, you get free activation bonus. So download the Glow Cafe app on Google Play or the App Store.
Glow Unlimited.
Pack your bags. Betano is giving you the chance to win an all-expenses paid trip to the UK. Play with Betano and watch live the big game of Aston Villa versus Tottenham at the iconic Villa Park. Ready for an unforgettable football experience? Betano, proud partner of Aston Villa.
Your journey to great rewards starts with the Save and Win Pally Promo Season 4. Take the first step by opening a new account or growing your existing balance by 10,000 Naira or more. Step 2. Perform at least 5 transactions monthly. Step 3. Stand a chance to win. From tricycles and motorcycles to cash prizes and a grand prize of 5 million Naira. To open an account, download the Union mobile app or visit www.unionbankng.com. Terms and conditions apply. Union Bank, your simpler, smarter bank.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707-272-8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
Meet Benga Oreshegun, a fearless voice and an advocate for the truth. He's bringing fresh energy and bold insights to journalists' hangout.
Get ready for deeper analysis and dynamic perspectives. Join me and Babajide Kolade Otitoju with other veteran journalists on Journalists' Hangout. Weekdays from 5 p.m. and on Sundays, 1:30 p.m.
Thanks for staying with us. So this is more like a continuation of the TwoFace and Annie Idibia saga, which the ladies have trashed properly a few days ago. But this is more like more stories coming out. We are beginning to hear some sides, TwoFace's side of the story. And there's something that he wrote, and I want to read it here so we can take it up from there. It says, all these years we are the suffer kidney failure, where una been day. My wife, they more interested in her reality shows. Most times, I've been there alone for hospital. How many times I leave hospital bed to attend to appointments just to cater for the family I love so much, and I suffered severe consequences and relapse for that. Where una been there? I don't become devil now because person they act drama on top divorce which she caused for herself. Nothing they happen, sha. Ouch. So a lot of people have come out to, discuss this TwoFace and Annie Idibia's matter, sharing different perspectives. Some persons are of the opinion that he shouldn't have even come on social media at all, no matter how painful the marriage has been for him, no matter what they've been going through, he would have found a way to manage it out of social media. Others are saying Annie has suffered for him. They started together when he had nothing. She was there when he had all the children. Other people are saying that Annie too needed to take responsibility for her actions. Different perspectives on that. But now that TwoFace is coming out to say this little bit of the story, he's not giving us the full story, what may have caused the divorce, but he's just giving us a snippet into what could likely be one of the reasons that he came out to say this. What are your thoughts on it, ladies?
I don't want to say I told you so. You know, there are certain intrigues that go on in homes and marriages that will never be open to us. And I remember saying that, you know, the way you carry yourself, the way you play your role is important. But saying this message now shows that he has basis for what he did. You know, whether or not they go way back, they started way back, suffer for him. It's not the starting of any race that determines how patient, steadfast a person is. It's usually how you keep your pace in the race or how the race ends. Sadly, we see things happen where marriage degenerates to the point a spouse and another spouse are not talking. One is in the house dying slowly, dealing with life, and the other one is carrying the ego on his head or her head as if nothing is happening. In this case now, we are aware that she has a reality show she's doing, and on that reality show she's been having it back to back. But would it have been better if she had not even gone on the reality show knowing? Because a kidney failure, urinalysis and all of that, there are not things that happen like that. Dialysis, sorry. There are not things that happen like that. There are things that, you'll be managing over time with your relative or your spouse in a very bad place like that. What's your business with a reality show? That's for me, one. Even if you need to work to be earning to maintain it, the ways that when you go on the reality show, it will show. It will show how you're dealing with it. And you can even, if you want to talk about it, announce it there and step out of the show. That show itself, if it's a reality show really. And then you go back home to maintain the peace at home. We have too much. Society has put too much on us. Women are screaming. But we see that when we are denying the place that nature has arranged, we see this imbalance. The countries that we compare ourselves to, we see the imbalance in society, especially the Black community in America, the single mother system, the independence, the no family setting is the consequence of the lack of it is too grave for us to continue to play this game of who is right, I'm right, a woman right, and all of that. Yes, women are entitled to their identity, their own self and all of that, but not at the expense of society. If you can, women who have successfully managed it and able to raise a balanced home is important. But in this case, the consequence is too grievous. See what we are dealing with now. For a man to say, no, I am doing this no matter what is happening, and then they're bringing out more. People have held their home better. It's just a sad place for me. It's just very sad.
Let me see. For me, listening to this added context from him, I was just thinking that men are quite simple in the way that they think. He broke it down to the fact that I'm in hospital dealing with kidney issues, and therefore she wasn't there for me, and therefore we have a problem. So, and she caused the problem. But, women, meanwhile, I think women are a little more complicated, more nuanced. We have like different. I'm sure if we were to sit Annie down, she would tell us something he did in 1800 that led to something that led to her not being where she was, being by his side. So some of the things really is truly about communication. And I don't believe that this is the only reason that has caused the breakdown of this marriage. I think that so many things have happened. I mean, we have been privy to parts of their lives. I watched that reality show, and I've heard her say things like, I am this, I'm that, and you refer to me only as two Baba's wife. You will get to know me too. So I felt like she was on a journey of proving herself, becoming her own self. She wanted to get out of the shadow of two Baba. So I can see how she feels that, okay, I finally found an opportunity where people will get to know me for myself, and I'm going to put my energy there. And then it so happens that at the time she's doing that, her husband is going through a health issue. Could there have been a better communication? Because this reality show, she's not doing it alone. He's there beside her. He doesn't feature as much, but, given the conversations, it looks like he supports her being there. They have conversations where when she's having a tough time on the show, she calls him her quick support. So couldn't there have been a communication on how best to handle this while I am going through the health issues that I'm going through? because there even a point in the reality show where she had to leave to go home because she wasn't feeling, she wasn't feeling great. So I feel for me, it shows that there was much more than not being by his side for, during the treatment. And that's a big deal in itself. Yes, I know, but why would a woman not be there? Was it really because she thought, I wanted to be on a reality show? Or were there other underlying issues that they had been dealing with and she's looking at it and saying, you see, I have dealt with you for so long. If I don't get out of your shadow now, no matter what it is you're going through, then I may never, go do anything for myself. I've seen people who, when family members, spouses are in hospital, admitted, they still go about their daily duties, but come back and the person in hospital appreciates it. But if it's a case where she treats him with contempt or doesn't care about him at all because in a hospital, then honestly, that is completely bad. But if it seems to me like a miscommunication issue or issues that are much deeper, and he as a man has just simplified it to this matter of him being ill and her not being there. What do you think, Amaka?
Okay, so as I want us to get something straight, right? People get married not with the intention of being married forever. And then people fall out of love. First of all, we need to be clear on the fact that it is not within your, as in, there's certain things we can't control. And when you're with somebody and you fall out of love, I rather that you come out of that situation to find love again than stay stuck in a loveless marriage for the rest of your life. That is me. Yes. And you find so many couples that they've been married, they are not fighting, they are friends, but then they are matured enough to say, we've fallen out of love. We don't feel this way towards each other again. We can co-parent and would separate and have and find love again. And they're still friends. Yeah. And it happens. That's maturity. I have a problem with bringing your business on social media, especially your personal business in terms of your marriage and stuff, right? We are not in it with you. Why do you choose to bring just a certain part of it to social media? Why did you carry us through your whole personal life and everything going on to the point where from the beginning, so that we can actually they say we watch, we don't judge, we listen, we don't judge. But you're trying to make us listen and judge. We don't want to. It's not our business. It has not been our business, but you've made it our business. So, and it's so funny how social media works. 1 minute, everybody is killing Annie for being such a lover girl, over-loving, forgetting herself. We've the whole of Nigeria, the whole world has certified that Annie forgot herself because of a man. She loved the man to the point of stupidity. That is what the whole world has concluded about this Annie, that she loved so much that she started doing, she had to go to rehab and everything. Then the same world is now saying that the same Annie that loved the stupidity, that is obsessed with this man, did not stay by his side when he was sick. Doesn't even make sense to you. This Annie that cannot breathe without these two Baba. So it's just not adding up, right? And I watched the show. I've watched the seasons of the show, and the last one, he was there with her, and they had their wedding renewal and everything. So what exactly are you talking about? That is all about the show. Then this other one, when she had issues, I heard clearly over the phone when he told her that I said at any point in time you can come home if you're not feeling. So that means that they have a communication that you can always come home whenever. And then even during the seasons of the show, the last one, she was always going back and forth. So what exactly is he talking about? It's so funny how it just seems to me like he's trying to get pity from as a public pity and trying to rely on public opinion. And the opinion doesn't matter. You want to get divorced, please get divorced quietly and let us be.
So what I'm hearing you say is that maybe what he's saying is not true. That Annie he is describing is impossible. No, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm trying to say that for the extent of love that an obsession she has for this man, that's made her lose herself over the years, and he's down, and she had do you understand? I don't want to believe that she wasn't there for him completely. It's just opposites. It's just not making sense. Me too. I don't believe that she lost herself for him. She never had herself.
Hey, wait.
Oh Lord.
Do you understand?
Goodness.
Yes, I just believe, because I know women that are in love. Tokpa is crazily in love with somebody that we know here. She's finding herself. It's different from your willingness to find yourself. Because, the way you're following the story, I'm also following the story. Just now from outside with this here, we are not there. We didn't there, you know. So from the way me I'm following the story, what lead to rehab? What substances were you now abusing? How did you get there?
Wait, is that confirmed? That she's in rehab?
I don't even know, Seth.
Because I
you know, all of it is the one we are reading. You didn't dare now.
Yeah.
Did you dare?
No, I didn't.
So we are just following.
Even this kidney story is it
we
confirmed?
are not there, you know. So we are following. As we are following now, what it lead to rehab? What it, you know, at some point. I remember when I got married, I didn't have a job. I just resigned. I even resigned when I finally got pregnant. 7 months into my pregnancy, so no work not there. And I would go to my neighbor's house just because you need to have purpose. You need to have something
to do.
I learned bead making. Imagine with a law degree. Thought of it. I thought of business. I sold pots. I told, no, just my pots. So if you bought those set of pots.
Don't use this topic to market your
I'm not selling pots again. I'm not selling pots again. But that year, I sold pots. You know, just trying to find something to do.
Yeah.
I just knew that, yes, I have a supportive spouse, but I didn't want to lean on my spouse. So that the day he shift shoulder, I don't go lie down flat. You know? So that's how women are supposed to do it. You have to find somebody who will push you to do that within family. If you can't, now social media mentors food ground, you can choose the one you want to choose, you know, and push yourself. But you can't just be hanging, and every time you're spoken about, it has to be about the progress, every step your partner takes. There were no separate self. You are entitled to your earnings. Well, that's my faith. You're entitled to your place. You're entitled to empowerment, even with hijab on your head. You're entitled to that life. So if you do not find it, and you're at this point, you can't.
Isn't that what she was doing?
Let's take a short
on
break.
That's what she was doing, and as I mentioned, she actually said it.
We'll continue the conversation, likely getting some callers to join the conversation as well. We'll be right back.
Stay tuned. Your view will be right back.
Ready for school? Yes! My champs, they use energy at school. I know because imagine the energy they may have used up. To return home this transform every day.
Your champs need nourishing energy. Give them the new and improved Milo at breakfast.
It has nutrients that support energy release to help champs get the most out of their active days.
Mealtime is game on. Meet my Sure Bet Game Changer, made from natural ingredients to deliver game-changing chicken aroma and taste for my whole team.
Mom, why did we not use this before?
Upgrade your chicken game with game-changing chicken flavor from Maggi Chicken.
Show off your best skin this Harmattan with Nivea Nourishing Cocoa Body Lotion. Now with 5-in-1 complete care. The deeply nourishing formula prevents your skin from drying out. With precious cocoa butter and deep moisture for smooth and healthy looking skin. Love your skin this Harmattan with Nivea Nourishing Cocoa 5-in-1 Complete Care.
Good morning.
Good morning. Why is your sun shining like this?
Can't you see that Harmattan season is here? We need to protect our children from this dry weather.
What about the invisible germs?
Invisible germs?
During Harmattan, it's not enough to only protect your skin. You also need protection from these invisible germs. To protect our families, we use Dettol.
Harmattan season brings a lot of germs, but Dettol with Germ Defense gives protection from up to 100 illness-causing germs. Be Dettol sure.
Welcome back. We're still discussing the new revelations on TwoFace and Idibia Saga. And you can join the conversation and call us on 09024163440 and tweet us at TVC Connect using the hashtag YourViewTVC. And I know that some people are ready to give a little bit of buzzwords by disagreeing with their points. But before I come to that, there was something Miriam mentioned earlier, which is that women have a way of piling up, long issues. And that reminded me of a family friend that was very close to us, who, when she has an issue with her husband, the husband is narrating the issue based on what just happened now, right? She is narrating the issue based on what happened 20 years ago. And that's because women have a way of, piling up things. And that's, if you're not given an opportunity to speak up and is addressed at that time, it enters like your archive. You archive it, and over time it starts building resentment. And that's why we also have a lot of men who, in their old age, don't find their women to stay by them and take care of them. The woman will be telling you something like, I've suffered, I've done this, I beg, I'm facing my life right now. And the man is feeling like, with all the sacrifices I've made, you are abandoning me at this stage. And that's because of how complicated we are and how we process things. And I'm asking myself, could it be one of the things that we are seeing play out in this relationship now? But let me come to you.
Okay, so I want to, like the buzzwords, I want to go back to, before I come to you, to answer Nima. So Nima, it's not about you, Nima, now. It's just the point, like that, basically that, we're all different, right? In this life, we all have different choices and dreams. And even if, and my dreams must not make sense to you, and your dream shouldn't make sense to me, and shouldn't align to my ideologies, and that doesn't mean your choices and dreams are not valid. Today, and then it's also okay for people to evolve in terms of their choices and dreams. Evolving is healthy, it's okay, and it's also valid. I can make a point today, and tomorrow I wake up and I decide, oh, there's a superior argument, and I want to change my point of view, and that's okay. Today, I'm a lawyer, I'm in media and stuff, and maybe my dreams now is to be a baby girl for life, be taken care of, travel the world, and observe the world. My dreams is just to observe this world God has created. And it is valid.
It is, my darling.
To be a baby girl for life, it is valid. So, if Annie's choice at some point was, if even on the show, all she discusses is her husband, her family, and it does not have any other conversation or discussion on that show, if not her husband, and her children. Let's give her grace. I'm not taking sides with Annie or TwoFace. It's their business. But you saying that, this person does not have a personality or whatever, right?
Can I? Let's take this call before you jump in. We have Ade from Abuja. Hello, Ade.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ade.
My name is Ade. I'm calling from Abuja.
Okay, Ade, you're welcome.
I appreciate your view. I always sit to watch you every morning. I appreciate how you ladies try to deal with issues that affect the home, the family front. But I have carefully observed that you seem to have forgotten that what keeps us as Africans, that the white man, the Americans, the Caucasians, they envy us for, seems to be what you are not really appreciating. Check go to the US, go to the UK. You see what only the blacks are losing their homes. Have you ever checked and asked yourself why there is a lot of divorce rates in the US and the UK, in the Western world? But when you live abroad, in the US and the UK, you will not see Indians losing their marriages. You will not see Pakistanians losing their marriages. It's all about Africans. We as Africans seem to adopt the hip-hop culture of the Americans that did not favor us. And nice meetings for black women to stop losing their marriage so that their children don't become vagabonds. We cannot destroy the streets in the UK. You see, it's a black man that will call the police for their parents. I think we need to talk about
All right. You had a response from her.
So I was saying that, you know, to your point about, you know, how we change and evolve, I would like us to cast our mind back to the fact that she was 15 when she first met him. And I can imagine how at that age you think that when you meet someone, especially someone like a TwoFace at that time, I mean, he was for us, he was our, you know, the biggest star ever, you know, and to be 15 and to gain his attention, that must have meant the world to her. And stories that come out always say that she was constantly there through all his bad behavior with other women and everything. She was there because at that age, really, your level of discernment and wisdom is quite low. But when you get to an age, especially also given all the sorts of treatment she had gotten in the relationship, you get to a point where you now try to find yourself. And she's not the first person, you know, that I've heard this. Recently, there's a podcast I listened to, just a group of women. They were talking about marriage and how it has affected their life and their ambitions. One person said, to be honest, until I got married and started having children, I was just aimless. All I knew was that I was born into the world and I was there. But then she had been but this particular person also had been in a relationship with her husband since she was 17. So this is the man that she knew, who was a footballer. She followed him for all his tournaments and everything. And then when she started having children, she was like, oh, okay, now I'm meant to be a mother. So yes, there's a point in a woman's life, probably, especially if you start really young, finding yourself connected with someone in relationship or marriage, where you feel that your life's aim is to be his person. Whatever he wants, wherever he wants to go, whatever he wants me to be, however he wants me to be, I'll do that, especially when you're young. But you get to an age where you're finding yourself, and maybe, you know, especially I refer to the reality show. I've heard her say it, you know, a few times, where it's like, it's my turn now. You have to get to know me for who I am. So I think she eventually found herself. Now she has found herself, you have kidney problem, uncle, you know, you know, so maybe she's now thinking,
supposed to do in that situation.
No, that's the thing. That's why I said, if it was a relationship that was a good relationship, this is where they will sit and have communication about how to deal with this health problem that we have while chasing your dreams.
Exactly.
It's a conversation of, Annie, you've been there with me throughout these years. You know, to the point that I wanted to renew our vows because you're such a good woman. You've taken a lot of things from me. Now you're about to head out. I'm having these health issues. You can go for a certain time, you know, and things like that. Go come back. It's communication.
They make a compromise.
Everything is about communication.
I like that you know, you want to say something?
Yes, I wanted to add something. Like, so she got married. She started dating really early. She started dating as a teenager, as far as I'm concerned, where she couldn't make the right decisions for herself. And we've seen many people who started their marriages that early. If you were able to, depending on the kind of man that you marry, if you were able to come out of it, the thing swallowed them, right? So is the advice now that women should find themselves first before getting into marriage? Is that an advice?
Every human being should find themselves first.
That's not possible.
At least to an extent, before yoking with another person. To an extent, you should know yourself. You should do yourself the service.
Is it yoking?
Yeah, before yoking. Yes. You should do yourself the service of knowing yourself before yoking to another person. Because if not, you're bringing a lot of trauma.
So when
to yourself and to the other person.
So when they say find yourself, it's not necessarily that you're employed on an ambition or anything. It's just in knowing. Sometimes people don't get it, that it's in knowing the kind of person that you are, the kind of person that you want to be, not because you know how to do it, but just knowing
have an idea
yourself. That find yourself thing, not be everybody go sit down and go arrange you
before it happens.
Yes, but when you describe it, that's how it happens.
Yeah, you'll be arranging as you're going. So let's assume as 15, she made the mistake, which is why we say don't even date. Where we are from, don't bother. To be distracted by this star that she was with. And never could one elderly person say, Auntie, take a step back. Here, this way.
Why do you think that?
Just a moment. Because I like as soon as they bring this fact of her not, you know, now she is in it. She's not forgetting. She was in it for the love. Because for the love is that, yes, I have a big dream. I want to go and dream and do now. It's my turn now. But no, you're in a weak place now. And I love you. you're down now, your kidney issues, it would have been now, but
so what is suggestion?
Appropriate time. It's always knowing. If she had hold on a minute, Miriam. If a sense of self is why you would know to let go. So I have been in this place. So I always I'm projecting this whole issue from how life has brought me.
How you have experienced life.
How I've experienced life. I have someone who, when I needed that person, that person I was the most hated person to that person. And that's family. But when that person was down, and in fact, I was saying during that period that I cannot be bothering. I cannot make people love me. I don't send. I don't have time. But that person became down at the time. I dropped my ambition of finding self and did what I needed to do. And that passed because life itself is transient. Imagine on this self-drive that she's on now that this guy go and died. Because we know. I lost a friend this year, November this year. From kidney failure, and I've been trashing myself that because we had a small break in that friendship, a little misunderstanding, we did not drop, we didn't clear, and so I didn't know. And I'm wondering all the time you were sending me Bible verses because this person is a pastor. Could you have sent me an SMS, Auntie? I'm not feeling fine. I didn't get it. I'm trashing myself right now. So this whole self thing that we are carrying, how many?
But we will leave now. Let me take this
I'm not saying we will not leave, but how many?
We have a Cerebo. I don't know if I got the name properly. Good morning. Are you there? Oh, no, sorry. So what I'm hearing Nima say is, so people have their different priorities, right? And I feel that if marriage is one of your topmost priority, you would definitely compromise at every point in time, because that is what is your priority. You want your marriage to work, you want your home to work. So if you need at any point to drop anything you're doing, any career that you're following to attend to your marriage, you do that, right? But like you rightly mentioned, we evolve and things change, right? So you may have evolved out of that place where marriage is now number one priority. And that happens even in marriage as we see it. You fell in, obsessed, lover girl for almost the rest of your life. And at some point, as we're finding yourself as a woman, you don't hit 40 now. You know, so that when they come with your own colo. And then you're realizing that I've ignored myself for so long just because of you. This is my time to shine. And this opportunity, if I lose it now, I may never get it again. Could it be that is where she found herself? That's one. I also wanted to respond to Amaka where you said, you can love and in marriage and all of a sudden you are no longer feeling the love and it's okay to move on. I want to disagree a bit with that because I'm beginning to realize that love is a choice. It's not just the feeling, because the feeling from time to time will go. People who have been married for a long time will tell you that sometimes they're not feeling anything. They're not feeling love. They don't want to use eye to see their husband. They're upset, or they don't want to use eye to see their wife. But at some point again, it comes back, depending on how you are committed to working it out. So if you're both parties, yes. So if you are committed to that relationship, even when the butterflies and the feelings disappear, you know that I am here and we have to work it out, except of course maybe abuse now gets in and all of that and you have to leave the relationship. But as long as two of you are committed to working it out, the love comes back again. After a while it may disappear, it will come back again. The experiences of people who have been married for a very long time, they will tell you it's not all high at every point in time. So I just wanted to clear that.
No, I know that. That's why I said two people. Because you can still be invested in something another person is not invested in. It takes two to tango. You can be in a relationship working at it, or marriage working at it. If the other person is not interested, they are not interested. It is what it is. So that's why I said that. Like, I know people that both of them are still friends, but they came together and sat down to say, this is not working
as a marriage.
But that's not the norm.
But that's not the norm, but it is there. And it happens. That's people's reality. And I know someone that it is their reality. And it's still okay. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
But we also need to understand, we also need to understand the perspective of, talking about Annie not being there for TwoFace. It's important to, we always say that, we always believe that it's someone that is sick, that needs empathy. We always make that assumption. someone that is also sick needs to give sympathy to their caregivers. Yes, because I have, and we're going to have that conversation another day because I'm in that situation, right?
Very true.
It's so easy for people that are ill to play victims
all the time,
and then to start abusing the emotional state of the people around them and their caregivers. True. You have to be, and then you weigh people down just because you feel that they love you and they're there for you. That is not right. It's important that you, like for example, I have an aunt, she had cancer, and I can remember her telling me years ago, like that, Amaka, when you're sick, you need to understand that not everybody around you is sick with you. You're the one that is sick. They love you, they care for you, but you also have a life. And so you shouldn't be a burden. And try the things you can do for yourself. Even sometimes you can even pretend that you're okay for them to be okay. That is love. It goes both ways. Do you understand? And one day we're going to talk about this because I am talking from a personal experience. When you're ill, it's important to give empathy to your caregivers and the people that love you and the people that are around you. Very important.
I like that. Okay. Yeah, let me also add something. I think they're rich enough to have people look after TwoFace. TwoFace has that kind of money, right? So
it's going to club and everything, hanging out with babes. As in, I've been sick, please. But it was on social media with the babe and everything.
Yes. We've seen videos and pictures,
let's
right?
be realistic.
So why I'm saying this is, I don't understand where this complaint is coming from. Because you have enough resources to have caregivers stay with you while she goes, she does her reality show, she comes back. She's not even so invested. No, that time.
No, we're assuming.
Shoot period.
From what he wrote, we're assuming.
No, that's what he said. It in what he wrote now. That he even left him and went to the reality show. So for that period, even in that reality show, if you watch it from beginning to the end, Anne is never really invested there. Her mind is always at home.
Exactly.
So she could do a few weeks there and then comes back to Nigeria, attends to you and heads back. That's the empathy that you just mentioned, where you, as the person who is sick, understand that this person also has to live her life. This is an opportunity for her to also shine. There's also something that came to my mind. It's not like Anne was an ordinary girl herself when she started this relationship. She was an actor. She featured in kiddies, television series at the time. She was almost like a child star too that was coming up. But what I see, the difference I see is that her husband's personality was bigger. And because that personality was bigger, if care is not taken, it will swallow you, no matter how strong you are as a person, as a woman. Even you that you have a big personality as a woman, once you are married, your husband's personality, if it's big, small, it swallows you. Because in Africa, we put everything on marriage. So they're not asking you how successful you are. They're asking you who is Mr. Zibiri, who is Mr. So-and-so, who is this woman's husband. So I think that's what sort of, and now because he was big, sort of swallowed her up. She was now struggling to be seen. I don't see her as someone who didn't have a vision. I just felt that she met a bigger personality and that swallowed her up. Also considering the fact that we are in Africa where once you have a husband, no matter how much I make today, people will say I'm eating my husband's money, for instance, right? So nobody gives credit to, oh, she works hard. Oh, she's always doing this. Oh, she's running how many businesses. Oh, she's successful, right? It's your husband's money that you're eating. And I think that's what affected her. And it got to a point where she felt like, I think I should begin to, reinvent myself and know myself. Should we then crucify her for that?
Should I talk again? Because I'm being careful.
No, we shouldn't crucify her for that.
We should be careful.
One thing is established, she didn't have mentorship, which most of us, when we did not know thyself, had. Having one relative, a big auntie somewhere, your mom's personality, someone to mirror yourself right after, because it would have been really nice. You see, that's big star that your husband have to know how to cash in on it, not to wait it. Because all the times I saw videos of her talking about how one brother-in-law collect money, collect car, and all of those things, it just broke me. Waiting consign those things. Really, I beg. I know they ask husband where he puts his money on. Me, I know they ask.
Wow.
And if he gives his relatives, I believe they deserve what they get. Because I met him an adult. Person when you marry, we don't pass 30 years. Now you there in life from birth.
True.
So some people are entitled also to that. So forget that. I don't have time for that kind of thing. But you see the one that me I buy, I keep down. we can discuss it.
What?
Because I me buy am now.
With your money, have you with money where you give
as
me?
I am now, the way I'm mirroring my life is so that God forbid I die now. My brother, my sisters will not be disinherited from what I have earned.
Okay.
That's the way I'm living. So I cannot disinherit from that person's family. That's not the way I'm living. So my point is, at some point, I'm TwoFace's wife would have opened certain doors to make sure that you take that step in career, gotten you setting. You're in that circle already at an event. Hey, I'm an actress. I can do this. You'd have gotten the steps that that leverage would have given you. You don't get something go already push you up. Unlike some people that will be starting crawling from back, looking, going from audition to audition.
We'll be taking a short break. Yeah, we'll take a short break. But let's take this call and then we'll go on a break. Femi from Igondo.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Femi.
Good morning, BC, Amaka, Iman, and Miriam.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Well, based on this TwoFace and Annie issue, that what I really see from all this stuff is when you see an average Nigerian family, we're trying to live like we are white. I mean, for a woman that husband is going through one or two health issues, they're still running a TV series. I don't understand. We should know for the onset that we are Africans. Most of the white folks, these guys are trying to copy. They are not even having a better life. Go and check on them. You want to act like who you are not. We are African. So the problem when you see some of the celebrities, they're having marriage breakups, check. They try to live a life that they are not, it's not in accordance with who we are.
But local people, can I ask you a question, sir? Local people have issues too in their marriages. We're just discussing this because he's a celebrity and everybody knows him. We have people in our backyards who nobody knows them and their marriages crumble as well. And they're not copying anybody.
No. Basically, now, from TwoFace issue now, if you are running you're running a TV show and your husband is going through one or two issues, are you not supposed to be there for him? Basically, Annie has been living on TwoFace for how many years? Like what Nima rightly said, you need to get your life. Because you are not made. I know, all you guys here on the set there, I know the way you hustle. I see your post, I see your hustle. It's going to be very hard because you have an input to your family. With Nima, even Amaka and Miriam there, you have an input. Don't you know the way man thinks? If you are there, you're just for my money and you're just forget what you're
No. I beg to differ, but thank you so much for calling in. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll continue the conversation. Stay with us.
Stay tuned. Your view will be right back.
Ready for school? Yes! My champs, they use energy at school. I know because imagine the energy they may have used up. To return home this transform every day.
Your champs need nourishing energy. Give them the new and improved Milo at breakfast.
It has nutrients that support energy release to help champs get the most out of their active days.
Mealtime is game on. Meet my Sure Bet Game Changer, made from natural ingredients to deliver game-changing chicken aroma and taste for my whole team.
Mom, why did we not use this before?
Upgrade your chicken game with game-changing chicken flavor from Maggi Chicken.
Pack your bags. Betano is giving you the chance to win an all-expenses paid trip to the UK. Play with Betano and watch live the big game of Aston Villa versus Tottenham at the iconic Villa Park. Ready for an unforgettable football experience? Betano, proud partner of Aston Villa.
Mama Tony, when you no go with card, sure you go pay with transfer.
Don't say you go receive a lot sharp. Me, I no go feel wait.
That was fast.
With a free quick teller business account, you fit create online store for your business, collect payment in multiple ways, and get POS for your physical store. Set your business up for success with Quick Teller Business. To get started, sign up on business.quickteller.com.
Information is power, information is security, information is knowledge. On Labor Lens, we believe that working people around the world have real questions of their own. They want to know how the world of work operates, what it means to the employer of labor, how policies affect workers in the workplace. On Labor Lens, I ensure we engage effectively the organized labor, organized private sector, and government to get out of them information workers are in need of. I am Sharon Ijason, asking questions that make you get sense of the workplace.
Welcome back. We have to wrap up this conversation. Miriam had a comment.
Yeah, so for me, it's a bit lighthearted because I noticed something. When it comes to all these conversations of marriages, trust Nigerian men, immediately they run to traditionally African, as Africa tradition. Like, why do we do that? You know? And many of the times, the examples you give, it's not even African. It's the westernization of your ideas, but you found a way to make it African because that is what you want to accept. See, because especially with the last caller, he was saying that a woman is supposed to be there for the husband completely. And then on the same sentence, he's saying that you cannot be a woman that relies solely on your husband. To be there with him fully, completely, means you will have to rely on him for everything because it means that you cannot do anything for yourself. So African men, Nigerian men, which one do we prefer? Do we want a woman that can stand on her own? Especially, let me take this seriously, especially for the modern Nigerian man who has this conversation of 50-50.
Yeah.
So the 50-50 man now, would he like for her to still go out to work when he's not feeling well? Do you understand?
We have to bring the 50 back.
So you have to, so these are the things that you have to talk about, and that's why communication is important. And I do not believe it's an African thing. Women have always gone out, African women have always gone out and, you know, being involved in work and everything. Some cultures, in fact, the women are the ones that take care of themselves and just, you know, are married to a man. So this conversation of we are destroying the family, sometimes we need to look at our men. They need to, I think we put too much blame on how a woman is carrying on without looking at some of the mistakes that the men are making. So you need to choose what your principle or your guiding principle or values are for your marriage. If it's a 50-50 thing, it comes with privileges, it comes with responsibilities, it comes with costs, it comes, you know, with benefits. And you have to put all that. You can't have the cost of one, the benefits of the other one, you know, it doesn't work that way. So we have something I
let's take some comments.
a few comments
Don't
look at.
push our people. Mina Tipi says, she focused her life too much on him. I don't think his personality swallowed her up. She just didn't have a personality outside TwoFace. She could have leveraged on the influence to boost her career. Another person says, Joke Silva and her husband married. That's deeply says, Joke Silva married her husband early and they were both actors. Nobody swallowed anybody.
Some of them were big personalities.
Yes, they were able to grow, yeah. And someone says, ladies, listen, ladies of your view, and ladies in general, listen to our male callers. That is how the mind of our men in Nigeria works.
True. So I think we have to pack this up at this point. We wish them the best. I would like that they take their issues away from social media so that they can work out whatever it is that's going on in the marriage. And hopefully at the end of the day, they will all be fine. The Annie Dibia will be fine, TwoFace Dibia will be fine. And that's all we can take on this topic. When we come back, we'll bring in our celebrity guest. Stay tuned. Don't go nowhere.
Stay tuned. Your View will be right back.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Kano, what time did this happen?
TVC News. First, with breaking news.
There is always more to a story than the screaming headline. The part of a story that is not told casts a shadow. It's like the part of an object that is not reached by light. On TVC News, I'm able to explore the many angles there are to a story, talking to stakeholders, asking the difficult questions, and digging for facts. I believe the viewers are able to make a better decision if they're well informed and understand not just a part, but the complete story. TVC News, first with breaking news.
The TVC.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707-272-8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
Everybody has got the right. No shaking, no wahala. We there for you. No lele. Oh yes. From north to south, east to west, you got the power, you got the right to enjoy value for money. We are FCCPC. For your consumer rights 24/7. FCCPC. We are right by your side. Oh yeah. FCCPC. Oh, no shaking, we dey campaign. We are here with you for a better night. FCCPC. 24/7. FCCPC. We are here with you for a better night.
FCCPC, promoting choice, ensuring fairness.
Thanks for staying with us. We have with us an actor, model, television host who first gained public recognition in 2013, even though he has been in the industry some years before. And since then, he has featured in several movies and TV shows and has gone ahead to win numerous awards and recently produced his first ever movie titled, Real Love. And we will be talking to him about it and more. Welcome with us, the very dashing, very charming, the one and only ladies man, Timini.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much for having me. I watched this show. You guys look so beautiful on screen. And then looking at you now, you even look more beautiful in person. Right?
Oh, thank you. I'm blushing. I'm blushing.
You know how to use those words, right?
Yes,
but you will not catch us. We have your antidote.
I just want to catch one person here.
So Timini will be gisting with us today before we get into what he has come to tell us today. Okay? So we found a story on social media and we thought it was worth talking about with him. Somebody says, I feel sorry for women nowadays. Most women aren't loved passionately or treated right. They're expected to do everything, yet they receive very little in return. Now I understand why so many are single by choice and difficult to approach. What are your thoughts on this? So Timini, I'm coming to you first.
Hey.
Do you think women are loved properly in these our days?
I feel like women are loved, but they're not loved as much as they should be or as well as they should be. And as when I'm looking at what this person said, I feel like the main solution is just for women and everybody in general to just find love alone or learn how to find love being by themselves, so that way you're not desperate enough to be looking for whoever is going to come and you're not finding yourself settling for things that you're not supposed to settle for. You know, if you love yourself, you found happiness and you're content with just being by yourself, then when you find the right person, it won't seem like you don't have options. You'll be able to really see if that's the person for you.
What if you jam a Yoruba demon? After staying by yourself, taking care of yourself, loving yourself, then you jam Yoruba demon?
I feel like if you love yourself...
Why you put Yoruba? Any demon. Must this one not be...
I'm an angel. I'm an angel. But I feel like, I also feel like it still boils down to loving yourself well enough. You know, if you love yourself well enough, you will, you know, be able to run away from the first sign of red flags that you see. But when you're, you know, tired of being lonely, you
become a bit desperate.
Yeah, exactly. When somebody now comes, when the flag is looking red, you now start saying, no, it's a bit orange, you know,
Amber.
It's not that red, you know. So I feel like that's where the problem is.
Isn't life just funny? You know, women find themselves, love themselves, and then fast forward, I've seen videos now, there's this reel I follow, and the woman is always saying, you know, I have this, she'll post all the house and everything and says, just to have a companion.
Wow.
So this, if we love yourself,
it's not only women that go through, that suffer loneliness and stuff. Now, men too, you know, sometimes we have it all.
I know, because this person is saying women should love themselves. You say we should love yourself.
So this is a new phenomenon for me. Please explain to me how a Nigerian young man of your age group, an actor, a celebrity, is going through loneliness.
I'll tell you something for a fact, right? This thing that you compare about with women doesn't only happen to women. It happens to men, human beings in general. Maybe the women more. But for me, I'll tell you for a fact that, you know, sometimes it does get lonely because you get everything. And obviously, you've understood the power of, you know, the energy that's surrounding your space. So you're not just going to let any and anybody in.
Come in.
You know, I'm personally tired of temporary connections where you meet someone and then eventually after 3 months, after getting to know his favorite color, favorite size, the person has gone again, you know. So it gets tiring. So at that point in time when you're
not
in your
to put you on the spot, but why are they going after like 3 months?
Because, you know, I feel like I feel like we're in a woke generation now where there's
everybody
so much. Yeah, exactly. Everybody now, you know, so I feel like there's a lot of misinformation going on TikTok on how a perfect relationship should be and how this should be. You know, you go on TikTok, maybe your man is treating you right, then you see one thing, 7 signs that he's not.
And everything, but now the narrative has changed where you see women now approaching men and stuff. Shooting their shots and stuff. And I know we are trying to build confident women and stuff, but you know, do you think that that's the issue where a man is getting so much attention from women, he feels distracted, and there's just so many variety that you're not willing to like sit down and work on your relationship because you feel like, you're giving me headache, I want peace. This other person can give me peace.
Have you seen my DMs?
Available, yes.
Well, yes, that's a very valid point. There are definitely a lot of options. You know, a lot of women, you know, now have to maybe do extra things or go away from their comfort zones to maybe be noticed and stuff. But I'll still say, and I know it's crazy for me to say this because I'm the only man in the midst of 4 powerful women. But it's also the same thing like with the men. You know, there's so much, like women also, there's so many men that have, this one has money, this one has this one has that. So it's also hard for guys in general. So I guess it's just to pray to God and just find your...
How full is your DM?
My DM is full. My DM is full.
I've not come to him personally.
My DM is full of people.
We're still on the topic.
No, but you know, just as it's stuck
with them with kindness.
With
you
love.
will show them love. They don't know that they have been broken up with. They will be saying, but he's such a nice guy. He's just really so busy.
Maybe I even
By
cry.
the time they have,
When I'm breaking up, I even cry.
you know, you're not the problem.
I think I'm the problem. I think I'm the problem. And then you now start calling him. He'll tell you, but you're not busy. I'm a busy person. I'm on different projects.
Can we calm down? Can we calm down? We're not entering interview. Let's talk about the topic. So I like the first thing you said, which is people need to learn how to love themselves. Just understand how I'll love myself in such a way that attracts only people who will love me. But that's the reality of, because relationships, everything is energy. The energy of love that you give to yourself is what would attract. So the people who cannot love you, when they come close, they cannot stay in that relationship. Maybe that 3 months is even too long for them, for everybody to find their level. But when they meet you at the point that you are, that's where they take you from. And men, unfortunately, don't change as far as I'm concerned. They are the same yesterday, today, and forever. We are the ones that are complicated. We are the ones that are constantly evolving and changing every day. Today, this week, wife material, 1,000 yards. So we're in a hurry, and we don't allow the man to love or even vet if the man has actually loved you before he gets into that relationship. Please, how can we help women further? We're in relationships here, and I don't know if you have an experience of...
Sorry to cut you short, because I want to add to her question so that he can, because it's just in line that, you know, I think women get complacent very easily in the sense that a man is chasing you, you do your shakara, then when he has gotten you, you just not let yourself be, just not for yakata. And the woman to keep you on your toes and keep you wanting and chasing.
He was. He don't go lecture. It's like he was in class. So
you said something about everybody being in relationships. I was waiting to hear what they wanted to say.
I wanted to say to what BC said, you know, that, you know, finding love in yourself. And I think that we've just, you know, broadened, put one particular standard for everybody and every age and every. I believe life is in phases. Okay. I'm not the woman I was when I married at 26. So no, I'm far from that. Man,
you attract them. You're attracting someone who's coming to a place where you don't love yourself. That's the point. So I'm not saying find all of yourself.
I'm saying he might still love you through. So you can ride on his shoulder.
You can't rely on that love.
No. See, in a relationship, two people can't just be at an equal place. At a point in my own marriage, I will shoulder my partner. My partner shouldered me at some point. Through. I remember when I had my first daughter, they shouldered me way. Okay. I don't know anything.
But that's different.
So I didn't date.
Okay.
But that's different from loving yourself. Let's not mix it up.
You do all the right things, you know, like vetting the person, making sure, and then the person proves to you in words, in deeds, in all sorts of fantastic gestures, and then you get with this person, and in 3 months, he's moving on to the next prey. What is happening? What is it that our girls are not doing to keep the man? Or is it that men are just not ready? Or what are the signs that a girl should also look for to make sure that this is not just a man just, you know, having fun and not a serious
So let's really process the question. When we come back...
Doubt and fear. Every move weigh in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Welcome back. So, Miriam asked you a $1 million question. We would like to hear your thoughts on it.
I like to say that I do not speak for Nigerian men officially. I speak for myself. And I feel like, for me, I don't have that problem because I've never been in that situation. But from what I've heard about, like, my friends talking, right, some of them are really good men. But the communication that is put on the table is not going to be like, okay, first day, you know what, I'm sending you to Polo to go pick up a nice dress, and I'm sending you my driver, we're going to like, oh my God, he loves me.
And that is not love.
But that's not love because he's a billionaire. He can afford to do this to 100 people. You know, but when so they're not really going on dates. You tell a girl I want to go to a cinema date for the first time, she's like, cinema, wow, what happened to... But that's where those are the kind of things that you actually really bond at, you know. So
exactly.
The problem is on both sides. I'm not
I like your response. But we know that you have something new. your very first movie.
It's a shitty day. What's wrong with me? Shit, you are the reason for the shit. You always doing shopping. What is wrong with you? What's your problem?
Clearly a mad person. Just forget about it.
It had to be about love.
Thank you.
So what inspired this particular movie being your first, and you talking about love as well?
Okay, so first of all, let me just, it's my first movie going to the cinema. I've done executive produced movies. I went to Netflix, YouTube, but cinema is different. It's the biggest investment financially that I've done. At this point in my life, I've been acting for 15 years and I'm just really enjoying the journey. You know, I've acted, you know, I've gone on sets and I've seen things done a certain way and I'm like, you know what, I could do it better, you know, this story could be better. So I've decided to just, you know, take more responsibility in, you know, the filmmaking process. And I know like women love me, I don't know why.
I like that. You're proud.
You give them more of you.
You think I'm fine?
Yeah, you're too proud. I didn't say fine.
Proud.
You said we love you, but you don't know why.
So I thought, okay, you know, cinema in December we have, you know, all the Funky Dealers and Tony Brown, everybody doing that. I said, you know, let me just try and hold on to this Valentine market, you know, and create a love story. I wasn't thinking about making the story so super complex, but it's a beautiful story, but I just wanted to do a well-made, you know, rom-com that everybody can just relate and enjoy. You know, and that's where real love came about. I thought about the fact that, okay, everybody's talking about social media and how hard it is to find real love. So let me play around that concept and see how, you know, we can bring in the young influencers, the older generation, because you can see Funke Akindele and Shafi Bello, meanwhile, you know, things there, and just tell a story that talks about love and talks about family at the same time, and that's how real love came about.
Amazing.
I love that you're telling this story, because I've always said that with Nigerian movies, you know, we get the epic, iconic ones, but like the easy, breezy movies that you watch for, you know, without, you know, just easy to watch. We don't get a lot of that, so I like that. And I like that you're saying you want to tell it a bit differently. So I'm looking forward to seeing this movie. But you have so many amazing actors, like big ticket names in your movie. How did that happen for you? Is it easy to have all those people around? What sort of relationships have you leveraged on to be able to have them in your movie?
So I would say that I'm a very supportive person. People know me like that, and all my years in the industry, I've been coming through for people. And, you know, I've come through for people numerous times, even when they don't ask. You know, young actors, directors, producers, and all of that. So it was not really hard. But at the same time, I also made sure that I gave everybody what their worth was. You know, so Auntie Funke and Shafi Bimbo, you know, these are people that I worked with, and I knew that, okay, you know what? I said, but I did something different. I said, my lead character, female, would be an upcoming actor. You know, because I've played love with everybody.
You don't inspire all of them.
So I feel like, so I felt like, you know what, let me give, so that when the audience is even watching itself, it seems like a fresh story, and they believe our love. And then I found this young lady called TJ Omosuku, beautiful, you know, from our audition tapes. I just saw the passion, I just saw the energy, the raw energy in her. And what she did was, when she came on set, she didn't try to act like anybody. You know, there's a pressure to want to act it the way Sharon would have acted it, or Bimbo like, but she acted it like TJ. So when you see that chemistry coming together, it's just so refreshing. And I give a big shout out to all my actors, producers, directors, everybody that has been supporting me on this project, because, you know, it's nice when you keep on giving, and then when you need, you see people, you know, giving back. You know, but that's not what really happens all the time.
So I like the fact that, you know, it's social media and people saying it's difficult to find love. I love the fact that, you know, you're telling a story that gives hope that, you know, real love exists. So the question I want to ask, which I know is on the lips of so many people, is when they're acting these love scenes or love movies, are these packs, the chemistries collide somehow? Are these packs somehow, intentionally or unintentionally? Because we're human beings.
Tell us the truth.
So
even though they don't have to act on it.
I like the pauses.
Even though they don't have to act on it.
I have to process properly. You know? But I'll tell you, when I first started acting, you know, put young people in the room, you know, put them together for 2 weeks, everybody gets excited. You know, I have a great personality and a great charisma that follows me. So, you know, the female leads are maybe bound to maybe be a little bit attracted or whatever. But, you know, you start to realize that this is a job. You know, this is something that you have to work. And this is an industry that you're going to be for a long time, all my life. So you don't want to burn bridges because of temporary that's number one. Then number two, like now 5 of us here, but there's so many people at the background watching what we're doing. It's a different ball game when you're actually really on set. So there's no space for that type of connection. Like you're doing the takes, the kissing is not really like, there's no tongue, you know, it's just like very calm and mature and demure. Like, so I feel like, and I work with professionals, so we know that there's a limit, you know. So it's that, to answer your question, no sparks.
So did you work with your sister on this movie?
Yes, my sister is actually an EP as well on this project. You know, she's someone that has supported me in everything that I've done since I started. You know, I say that today my career will not be anything if not for her love, her guidance, you know, support. Even also with the way that I am with the fans. You know, she's never been. I was a PA for like, you know, you mentioned it off air. I was a PA for like maybe 6 years, following her around. I never saw her once be rude to anybody or decline a picture or, you know, not give love, you know, and that's not something that we see a lot.
She seems very sweet, actually.
Yes.
I haven't met her.
So let me say it here. I met her first time on the show. She came for the show and she was doing her makeup very down to earth.
Yeah.
And from that day, before she stepped out, we were already sistering each other. I was like, this person has to be really, really. And because I have always read about her, I expected her to be all else, but she wasn't.
So let me ask this question, because here you are talking about your movie and we're talking about your sister. Does that bother you sometimes? Because she is a huge name, especially also for a certain generation. How did
pressure?
I feel like you've had to have grown out of her shadow. A lot of times in the beginning, we knew you as her brother. So how did that work out for you?
It's such a proud thing for both of us and for the Egusin family in general, because I remember when I first started acting, you know, it was quite difficult. Like I keep on saying, there were no lead roles for young actors. There was nothing out there for young male actors. We were just, you know, somebody's brother, there was really nothing out there. And it just took a lot of like pushing from her, you know, telling me, she first one told me, Timini, forget about the talent, work on the branding.
Okay.
Don't forget about the talent, obviously.
You need that as well, but
focus on the branding, be heavy on the branding, and that's what I did. When I got my name in the first big door, which was MTV Sugar, everybody was tweeting at Sugar, please give this boy more scenes, like this is the guy, like we know this guy, we know. And as a company, you're thinking, I might as well hire this guy. You know, I'm the most bankable actor in the
Where is this showing?
Okay.
The dates and, you know, how many times it's going to be running so that people can get ready to get
Real
their
Love
tickets?
is starting to show on the 14th of February. We're having a premiere on the 9th. If you're my guy and I haven't thought about inviting you, please remind me if you're watching this. But the premiere is on the 9th and the film is coming out on the 14th of February. It's going to be shown in cinema nationwide. My partner is Film One as well. You know, Kayode Kasum and all of that. So we're going to be doing our best to make sure that it's in the cinema for as long as possible. You know, and that depends on the success of the first few weeks.
Is it PG anything, or it's just for adults?
Anybody can watch it.
So the scenes are clean enough for us.
They are fighting over you on Twitter, on YouTube here. I don't even know you will marry inside there eventually, but they love your movie. They love your
But in real life, who is the person?
In real life, you know, I even came here very expectant. There's some single ladies on the show.
On the show, in the building.
You know,
On the show, in the building.
Like that.
You want to ask, I'm not going to get my friend.
You do deflect, though. We also want to hold
it and sit properly. Like I said,
oh my goodness, what's going on?
Real love.
Real love.
You guys have found real love.
Thank you so much, TVC, for being on the show. We enjoyed your company. We hope you have time for us, so from time to time, to come and give us some male perspectives on relationship issues.
Even if I might get dragged,
that's fine. Thank you. That's all we can take on the show today. Tomorrow is Your View Pigeon. Stay tuned. We'll be seeing you tomorrow. Have a lovely day. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
The following is a paid presentation by ShopX TV.
At ShopX TV, our customers are the heart of everything we do. As a special thank you for your continued support, we are offering our customers 10% off on selected products from now till November 15th. That's right, shop now and save big on some of your favorite items while stock lasts. Don't miss out on this opportunity to grab amazing products at unbelievable prices. First is our amazing 4-in-1 CookX blender. It's a food processor, a grinder, a blender, and a juicer all in one. The CookX 4-in-1 blender comes with 3 versatile cup sizes, each crafted to handle special tasks perfectly. Imagine effortlessly whipping up smoothies that are truly smooth, pounded yam and soups that are flawlessly pounded and blended. You would normally pay 189,950 naira for the CookX 4-in-1 blender, but call the number on your screen right now or scan the QR code and get it for just 170,995 naira. Incredible! And that's not all. You can get the CookX 4-in-1 blender in 2 easy payments of 85,498 naira. That's right, pay twice to get this amazing cooking solution. And we are not done yet. ShopX TV is proud to introduce the ShopX Ultimate Crunch Exercise Machine. The 6-in-1 machine is designed to take your fitness to the next level. No need to worry about expensive gym fees. You can now work out from the comfort of your home and achieve results. With Ultimate Crunch cutting-edge technology, you can transform your body. Its enhanced features deliver a full body workout that's efficient, effective, and enjoyable. The secret is its advanced design that combines multiple exercise models into one unit. The versatile machine features adjustable resistance levels, an ergonomic design, and a built-in digital tracking system that displays speed, time, distance, and calories burned. From sculpting your abs to toning your legs, upper body, and strengthening your core, you would normally pay up to 449,950 naira for the ShopX Ultimate Crunch. But for a limited time only, call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code and get the ShopX Ultimate Crunch at 404,955 naira. Incredible! And that's not all. You can get the ShopX Ultimate Total Crunch in 2 easy payments of 202,478 naira. That's right, pay twice to get this amazing fitness solution. But hurry, limited stocks available. So call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code or visit our website to place your order while stock lasts.
The proceeding was a paid presentation brought to you by ShopX TV.
I think maybe we didn't get the BOT chairman well. The BOT chairman said that it's going to be resolved and a committee has been formed. He even mentioned the chairman of the committee, Tani Muturaki SAN.
Despite the altercation, the BOT meeting continued. It later ended and announced that the National Executive Council of the party will now hold in February.
This meeting, we thank God for PDP. PDP will always survive. Acting National Chairman assured the Board of Trustees that the next meeting, as scheduled in February 2025, will hold. Will hold to address all pertinent issues and reaffirm our shared commitment to the unity, discipline, and ideals that bind us together as members of this great party, PDP.
The People's Democratic Party has been facing internal crisis since the presidential primary election in 2023. Even after they lost the presidential election to APC, the party is yet to find its footing as the major opposition political party. Ademola Lawrence, TVC News, Abuja.
Okay, so our thanks to Ademola Lawrence there. That's a report that I'm sure you're very familiar with yourself. So I can probably link it back to my opening question, not being a member of the PDP. Is PDP in trouble again?
PDP was never in trouble. When you say again, when was PDP in trouble before whatever is happening now?
I meant by that issues such as this that we frequently talk about.
You see, this
all seems not to be well in the state.
This is what is happening in PDP.
Okay.
When you lose an election, certainly you become on the defensive. The government in power is trying to broaden its base, weaken the PDP, as you know. Whether you agree or not, it is on record, it is indisputable that the PDP is the largest party in West Africa. Larger than APC, larger than any other party, and will continue to be the strongest that has ever been in this country. After we lost the election, of course, there's been a lot of confusion, rivalries in the party. You know what happened in the election itself, where some members of the party did not support the presidential candidate, and so on. So we have issues that we are trying to resolve. But where we are now on the question of the secretary, it's a very simple matter. When the National Secretary, Anyanwu, left his office, went to contest for governor in Imo State, he vacated his position. By the constitution of the party, if you've been away for that much time, I think about 6 months, the position becomes open for your zone to now nominate somebody else to occupy the position. Okay. By the constitution of the party. And this is what happened. Southeast zone of the PDP met and said, we are nominating Ugo Udoye to be the national chairman, to take the position that has been zoned to the southeast so that it will not be vacant. That's what happened. Now, Anyanwu came back. This is just to see clearly what is going on. Anyanwu came back and said he wanted his position back. Constitution says you cannot. So he took the party to court. Court came back and said, Anyanwu, you are no longer the national secretary of the party. Ude Okoye is the substantive national secretary of the party from now on. What is going on now is simply this. Anyanwu has refused to obey the court order to stay away and is appealing again. That's what's going on. It's just a man who does not want to be a gentleman because we have a problem in the PDP. Evidently, the way Anyanwu is behaving, it seems to be that he's on the script of Wike, who has determined that he's going to weaken the party from within. He's still angry about losing the presidential primaries to Atiku. And that Anyanwu is his right-hand man. This is what is going on in the party.
Yeah, but at the beginning, and thank you very much for this explanation, but in the beginning you explained that the APC, I was seeing in my mind, which one concerned APC in this matter at all? You're talking about the APC interested in weakening the PDP.
Definitely.
I mean, these people are, opponents, political opponents, operating within a civilized legal framework, but opponents nevertheless. So I was a bit surprised that, look, as you know, in tennis there's a thing called an unforced error.
Look, whether it's legal, whether it's moral or not, it goes on in political parties. You try your best to weaken the opponent so that you become stronger. That's what's going on. So let's admit that that's going on.
Yeah, but can that be done from outside? I mean...
No. What do? You have insiders that are double agents.
Oh, that's a weighty charge.
It is not a weighty charge. It is obvious. Wike is a member of the PDP, a leading member for that matter, who has said publicly that he's working for APC. Is that not double agency? And his ally, one of his greatest allies, is our former national secretary, Anyanwu. So that's what's going on in the party. Atiku said recently by the opposition that APC is giving money to Labour people, giving money to PDP people, bribing them to come to APC, and it's happening. Is it not true?
No, well,
Adedosunmu's gone to APC. They got, look, allegedly they got 50 million. Whatever they got, they were PDP leaders that have gone to APC. Publicly, Sumbo Nitiri, Salvador, who was our state chairman, Dr. Adedosunmu, who was our gubernatorial candidate in 2011, Wahabo Oniko Owokuniro, who was our secretary, was secretary of the party, so a Lagos State secretary of the party. All of these people have gone to APC. And what we know is that you don't go for free. Your President Tinubu is a very generous man. So we understand that they were paid to go. But that is what is going on in the politics.
Well, when you say, you know, as seriously as you can speak about this matter, directly implicating the president in internal political party matters.
Look,
I was
the president
is there a problem of leadership
is the head of the APC.
Yes.
He is not, he's a politician, and we can say anything we want to say about him. If he doesn't like it, he should quit being president. That is the way it is. I can say anything, because how are these people going to go to APC without the consent of the president? Tell me.
Are you talking about leadership of the party here?
Leadership of the party. The head
because
of the leadership is the president.
It just so happens that it hasn't always been like that.
He's not committed any crime. Let's go on.
Yes, indeed, we will. But I just wanted to. You can't put all of this, I would imagine, on, for example, Tinubu's head. Wike that you started from. Yeah, he's in Tinubu's government. But he said nothing will move him from the PDP. That he's not about to quit the PDP, that he's going to continue to be a PDP member. Now, he might not be the exact ideal kind of membership that you want, but...
His PDP on paper, in reality, is working for APC.
You are disowning
him, right?
You are disowning him, and he is not disowning you. He is not disowning PDP, but PDP seems to be disowning him.
We must disown him because he's a double agent. He's an enemy of the party.
But he's not done anything in secret. He's not done anything in secret.
So what?
Okay.
So if I attack you now, you say I didn't do it in secret. I steal from you, I didn't do it in secret. Does that make it good? Does that make it right? The man is a political criminal. It's obvious. Everybody has seen it. This is a man who swore on oath that if he ever does anything wrong to PDP, may God punish him and his children. He doesn't care. There are many people in politics that will lie under oath. You give them a Quran, they will lie. So it's no big deal. So this is what's going on in politics, okay? One man, Anyanwu, decides to disrupt the system. His own, the whole of Southeast PDP has said, Okoye is our national secretary to replace Anyanwu, who has been set aside by the law court, by the courts, and by the constitution of the party. That's what's going on. Instead of staying at home, he decides to come to office, to the meeting. That's what happened.
And, well, so PDP is still suffering, I would guess, as an outsider. It is still suffering from a lack of a cohesive kind of leadership where people, I mean, amongst yourselves, this is how we have agreed under this particular leadership. That seems to me, you don't even need to be a political science student to see that there's a problem here. There are too many leaders.
I will not disagree with you. If Anyanwu was in APC, he would have been thrown out of that meeting. He would not even have dared to come to that meeting because the issue would have gone to the leader of the party before the meeting, and it would have been resolved as they did with the case of Obasa recently. Obasa would have been making a lot of noise, would have been here there if Tinubu hadn't said, that's it, you leave, that's it. APC has a leader, one leader. Unfortunately for PDP, we are so democratic, we are democratic to a fault. That is the problem with the PDP. Every leader has a say, and we are always waiting for court. What the court says, because do you know why the Mago is still there? because the court has told us we cannot remove him because when Ayu left, Ayu did not leave peacefully. Ayu took the party to court. So court said, the way things are now, you must keep this acting in place until further notice. It looks like the next meeting of next month, February 2025, will resolve these issues.
So that this explains a bit more where I started off from, that you sought to interrogate, say, what do you mean by that? When I said, is PDP in trouble again? Because it's this kind of thing, and that I really meant, and it's only you that could have put it into this kind of context. You seem to be saying and think that, well, APC is in a better place in terms of the party leadership. When they speak, and everybody, as it were, lines up. Mm-hmm. In the PDP, it would appear that there's so many power centers, quite a number of power centers, that it oftentimes is not beneficial to the party. As someone was, we saw very unruly pictures on television. Mm-hmm. This is not the way any political party setup should be seen publicly, but such was the passion.
There is no political party where you don't have rancor like this.
But when it spills out into the streets, so to speak.
It was not on the streets, it was on the gates of on the door or the entrance.
No, I was being metaphoric.
Wadata Plaza.
It was just metaphoric.
Well, but you see, what happened at Wadata Plaza, all the fracas, happens every time in every government. You go to parliament, you see them throwing stones or throwing chairs at each other. This is politics.
So you're accepting this as normal in politics?
Politics is war by other means. This is what happened. Mm-hmm. Look at the last election in America. Look at what they were saying to each other. Look at what they were doing to each other. This is the way it is. I don't know why people are crying. The outsiders crying louder than the bereaved.
Because it is something of a spectacle, even though you say people should be better informed and know that it happens anywhere. It is a spectacle.
There's always a spectacle in politics. Did Obasanjo create a spectacle when he went to his house to go and do press conference and be shouting, what is the Syrian military doing here? And so that is political spectacle. It happens all the time. So let us talk about where PDP is. You know what's going on? You know what is going on now?
Yes.
All this talk about PDP is in trouble, PDP is going to implode. It is the opposition strategy to give the impression that we cannot be opposition because we don't have the cohesion. But we have the cohesion.
You do have the cohesion.
Come on.
It looks like you're searching.
What do you want PDP to do that is not doing now? People say it's not a viable opposition. What can the opposition do except to complain, talk about what is going on, provide alternatives? Our National Public Secretary does that every time. Paul Ibe does that every time. Chiku does that every time.
You know,
I do it every time.
I want to find out
and look at the social media is filled with criticism and suggestions that this government should do. This government has failed the people and it is in trouble and it's saying, oh, don't worry, we are still better. Look, let me tell you, if there's an election today, PDP as it is, once we have a candidate, which we will get, because we are very democratic, once we have a convention, a candidate emerges, we are going to defeat the APC. Obvious.
Okay. Mr. George, thank you for holding on. Please go ahead now. Good morning. Mr. George, good morning. I hope you can hear. Hello, I just heard you. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning and good morning to Dr. Pierre.
Yes.
Uncle,
Dr.
you
Yes, we
said
heard
you
that.
do not cry more than the bereaved. Dr. Pierre says there is no crisis in PDP. So why don't we just leave it like that? We're seeing pictures on television. We're seeing videos where people are fighting in PDP meetings, and it says there is no problem in PDP. I think we should have just left it like that. But there are some of the comments that Dr. Pierce made that attracted my attention. He said it's the APC that is weakening the party that's taking some of their members. The president, if I can recall, Uncle Yori, the presidential candidate of PDP in the 2023 election was in the APC before. There are many APC members that moved to PDP. The APC people did not complain that PDP was weakening their party. Dr. Pierce is a prominent member of the PDP. He was there when the PDP primary, Elijah Atiku came and bulldozed everybody. The other members of the party said, we want a southern candidate. He bulldozed his way and made sure he took over as a northern candidate. When all other members of the party said, we want somebody from the south to be able to contest with the nominee of the APC. That was the beginning of this current crisis. Is it the APC that caused that one? Let's be factual.
Okay, Mr. George.
I am not a member of any political party, but truth must be said.
Okay.
PDP should solve their problem and they shouldn't be blaming others for
All
their
right.
own wounds.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Because, well, you heard that. So, of course, if you want, you can react to any part of that. Because where he landed was where I was going to go, and where I know that you are also interested in. Where do we go from here? How does PDP solve this problem that is seeming a bit on the intractable side?
Look, you see, whenever elections are over, and you have lost, you go through a process where you try to regroup and reorganize for the next one.
Okay.
That's what's going on now with PDP. The reason why we say...
But it would seem like regrouping in the midst of chaos.
This is
internal chaos.
This is the situation that we are in. Whatever you want to call it, however you want to describe it, this situation is normal for a party that has lost election.
Okay.
And we will continue to regroup until we get to the point where we resolve our issues and get ready for the next election. And we will be ready for the next election, the general election.
But,
now,
but could I do a ridiculous extension, please, just for the sake of talking? The Democrats have lost the election in America. Are you saying that, since you defined it that politically when you lose, you need to regroup and the kind of thing that's going on now will be... I was just comparing things around the world, not wanting to stay local. And I wonder if that holds true for different political jurisdictions.
Go to the United States and find out what is going on in the Democratic Party now. They're fighting each other.
It's in disarray.
They're blaming everybody. They're saying Biden should not have stayed on. He shouldn't have chosen Kamala Harris. All sorts of things. This is what happens. Anyway, we are moving.
Okay.
We are going to get to a point where we'll be ready.
Okay.
Now, you see, to say that it's all about... Look, they are double agents all the time in parties.
So you're going back to the APC. You're going back to blaming the APC.
Listen, whether it's APC or not APC,
it might be another.
There are people in the party that are making sure that are working for the people. Wike is a good example. And Ayamu is his right-hand man. That's the main problem in PDP. Now, don't forget how strong and powerful Wike was in PDP. So he cannot just... It's not easy to oust a man like that. He has friends in there that are giving us problems. Unfortunately, he said he's now with APC. He's going to support President Tinubu in the next election. So he's with APC. Please, he's with APC. So if his allies are with APC and they are still holding office within the PD, we have problems. Don't blame us if we have problems.
So how do we begin addressing when George, for example, said
this is how we
should address this problem?
We have addressed the issue of the national secretary. He shouldn't be there. So if he's still there now, it's just a matter of time.
Of the two people,
you know what happened?
Between Anyanwu
and what happened in 2023, whereby we had some group of people going to support Tinubu, and they wanted to support the presidential candidate of their party. It was a technical error from the beginning, whereby the party didn't decide clearly on zoning. They said, we are waiting to see, we're going to zone, we're not going to zone. Finally, they said, a 30-man committee met and said there will be no zoning. I mean, once you say there's no zoning, you leave it open. That's why Atiku Abubakar went to buy his nomination form and contested. Then it was later then I said, now, are you created the greatest problem? You see, individuals within the party can create all sorts of confusion in the party. Are you, by the Constitution, was not supposed to continue in office once a northerner emerges as the presidential candidate. A northerner who was the national chairman must step down. He agreed, you agreed on video that he would step down. Unfortunately, he didn't step down. Where do we go from now? Before the next election, the Constitution, the items that have to be considered, such as if a northerner emerges or a southerner emerges, and whoever is the national chairman is from the same zone, they have to step down. That must be put in writing now and made a legal document, so that in the future, it will not be enough to say, I will step down, and then later you refuse to step down. So we're going to make changes.
Some changes are necessary.
Even constitutionally.
Let me bring on Yakub in Dokwemo. Good morning, Mr. Yakub. Good morning, Mr. Yakub. Can you hear us? I am told that Yakub is on the line, and I'm sure he is. You are now on air, Mr. Yakub. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Maybe you can hear me. Go ahead, please. We can hear you. Yes, now we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Hello, sir.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ifjoli. And then good morning to your guests in the studio. As Mr.
Dr. Pierce
rightly said earlier, that you're getting problem in their party. So shall it be, but we know what is going on in their party. And then for the fact that we watch it on television and everything. But the truth is this. The PDP as opposition party, they have not been played that role to the extent that they put the government of the day on their toes. Because the democracy will really need the opposition to be able to put the government of the day on their toes. Uncertainty. Some of us that supported the party, we supported the APC in order for us to be able to tell people, yes, we choose the right people, and then there's no tell the ruling party that this is where you're supposed to do this, even though the ruling party may not be able to go to their way, but we will have them that they were saying this. For example, here, Chief Jori, during the Lai Mehmet area, Chief Jori, you know how the Lai Mehmet played the role as an opposition time. But now, look at the opposition. In fact, I even recognize obedience as the PDP at this time, because the PDP is supposed to be the leading party in the opposition. Now, let me give you another example here. Yesterday, the presidential candidate of PDP in the last election, in person of Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, said the ruling party, he met some of the leaders in the PDP, and then he was told by them that the ruling party brought them 500,000 naira, million naira. And then, but he failed.
50 million. 50 million, according to what Dr. Pierce said earlier, is the allegation. Allegation.
He's supposed to mention their name so that he can be able to take calculation.
Exactly. Okay, he's supposed to mention the names. This is again, here you are. These are allegations.
I just mentioned some names, right? If Atiku Abubakar didn't mention name, that's unfortunate. But that is the most important thing is Nigerians are concerned about a viable opposition because they know this administration has failed them. So they want to change. That is what's going on. Even members of the APC...
That's the PDP perspective.
Yes.
I mean, it's important to put it that this... Because people say PDP should be a better and a stronger opposition than they think it is being now.
Well, if we're a better opposition, we will do better in exposing the weakness and the failure of this administration.
Okay.
So that we can present an alternative in 2027. That's the purpose. And we will. You see, when it's like you enter an academic institution. When you start, you are moving toward the day of examination. Our day of examination will come when we have our Congress, National Congress, National Convention.
Okay.
We will begin to resolve these issues. The issue of the National Secretary will be resolved. The issue of the National Chairman will be resolved. Once that is resolved, and then we get to
and this has been slated for February.
Yes,
You know, I'll come back and you continue.
Yes.
There are things to do. But please stay with us. We'll be right back after this break.
And globally,
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707-272-8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
Information is power, information is security, information is knowledge. On Labor Lens, we believe that working people around the world have real questions of their own. They want to know how the world of work operates, what it means to the employer of labor, how policies affect workers in the workplace. On Labor Lens, I ensure we engage effectively the organized labor, organized private sector, and government to get out of them information workers are in need of. I am Sharon Ijason, asking questions that make you get sense of the workplace.
Okay, welcome back. And Umar is waiting to join the program in K2. Good morning, Mr. Umar.
Yes, good morning, Akuyori.
Thank you for calling in, sir. Good morning. Go ahead, please.
Yes. Good morning, Akuyori. Good morning to your guests in the studio.
Indeed. Carry on, please.
Okay. Yeah, the truth is, the problem is PDP. It's orchestrated by APC, we know, using the instrumentality of the judiciary. Because how then you say somebody who went to contest for a governorship in a state, holding on to the position of the national secretary of the same party where he was supposed to be signatory. For every candidate that is contesting for an election, that is supposed to be signatory to them giving the phone to INEC. They now came back, saying he's still laying claim the same position. And he went, the other person, Mr. Okoye, went to court, got the judgment that they remove Anyanwu as the national secretary of the party. Then he went to the same court, the same high court, where Udo Okoye got the judgment from. The same competent jurisdiction as the lawyers used to say. Saying he's still the national chairman of the party. Now, you have the light of Wike, who is an ally of Anyanwu and Damagu. Then Wike is a minister in APC government. And he has categorically said every now and then that he's going to support the APC candidate in 2027. Then how then do you say somebody like that, who is the beneficiary of the same government, and is so holding on to the party that was supposed to be an opposition to the ruling party?
How is it going to work? There will be a problem. Now, when I hear people saying every day, every time that, the PDP is not standing firm as an opposition to the... Now, the last president that ruled under PDP, which zone was he from? He's from the South. Because people keep saying, the presidency was supposed to be zoned to the South. Now, the last president that ruled under PDP, which zone was he from the South? So people should stop blaming PDP for this whole thing, because we have the likes of Wike in PDP.
So have you reduced the problems of the PDP to the sole issue of the existence of Wike, 1, 2, he also serving in the ruling party's administration?
Yes.
Oh, well. Okay. Dr. Pierce, thank you very much, Umar. Thank you very much, Umar. Dr. Pierce wants to comment.
By the way, you were right about Umar.
Sorry.
So you were right about Umar.
Okay.
Anyway, you see, we get sentimental and emotional and angry about these things. But please, I'm going to try to explain.
Mm-hmm.
You see, what Umar is saying is that it boils down to Wike using his contacts in the judiciary to try to create problems for the PDP. For instance, it was Wike's contacts in the judiciary that kept dragging the case of the National Secretary, wanted to reinstall Anyanwu after he had lost election in Imo. You understand me?
You're blaming the judiciary for this?
Listen. I said he's trying to get the judiciary to do his bidding.
Oh, okay.
At the end of it, the judiciary did the right thing by saying that Okoye is the rightful national secretary. However, you see, I'm not blaming judiciary because that's the way the law works. If you say Anyanwu is not the general secretary anymore, and Anyanwu doesn't want to agree on that, he can go back to court. So if the court now says, okay, let's see what happens, hold on a bit, don't blame the court. The court has not done anything wrong in this case. You understand me? But people like Umar and I myself, we know that the court is being used to try to undermine unity and peace in the party. The court is there to listen to both sides.
And apply the rules.
That is it.
And when we see, because people might hear you say, use the judiciary, use the court.
Yes.
And we know that actually, unless it can be proved that it is different in this case, the court is bound by the rules.
In this case, the court has ruled that Anyanwu is no longer.
And that's as much as there is to say about that.
So the court is doing its job.
Yes.
Now, if Anyanwu goes back to court, that is also admissible. Nothing wrong with that. So, but you see, there's trouble, right?
Well, yes.
It's nobody's fault. That's the situation of the PDP. That's all I'm trying to tell you. That is all I'm trying to say, that the situation is such that all this complication is not the fault of the PDP. It is nobody's fault. It is the fault of the situation. Everybody trying to get things their way.
So how does PDP get its house in order to be two things? One, an effective political party. And then two, an effective opposition. An effective opposition. It's already the largest, as you said so.
You tell me what you think PDP should do as an opposition. I heard Umar saying we should do it like we did with Lai Mohammed.
Was it? No. It was the caller before that, Yakub, who was relating to Lai Mohammed,
Okay.
Lai Mohammed's
Lai Mohammed.
role, not necessarily in the last administration. I think this goes back to when he was the
when he was the
publicity secretary of the APC.
Yeah. That's the point.
Yes.
I knew him very well. We met so many times. He was very effective.
Yes.
Now, those were the days prior to social media in the first place. Secondly, I am telling you, Bola Ahmed Tinubu himself is the master of the media. Look how many media houses he has a hand in. One way or the other, directly or indirectly. Therefore, during the days of Lai Mohammed, was very effective. A lot of it was pure propaganda, but it was effective. And he got rid of Jonathan's administration and brought in this APC government. Now, brought in Buhari. So, it was very effective. We are not operating in that manner. And part of that has to do with the way PDP operates. PDP is just such a democratic party that he doesn't... The National Public Secretary and I talk all the time, and I asked him, I said, why don't you use the same kind of propaganda that Lai Mohammed was using? He said he's a lawyer, he's not going to go into that.
Lai Mohammed is a lawyer too.
Well, Lai Mohammed was a rogue lawyer.
It's only that this is understood in his political context. Otherwise, I mean, you said as much.
Lai Mohammed was, look, it was propaganda. But a lawyer, lawyers can look at things from different perspectives. But anyway, he does not attack like that. I even do more than him instead of being more critical and more direct in things. I say, that's not his own approach. But now, the key thing is not, look, the whole of Nigeria is opposition to APC. With the leadership of the PDP now, the little we can do now will be more than enough when election time comes for Nigerians to vote for PDP.
In fact, one of the reasons why we invited you was to find out exactly this gray area about what. Let's hear from Dr. Pierce, for example. In the Reset Lagos PDP, you were convener of that. Let's find out from someone as knowledgeable as that, what are the steps necessary? Because you have very many strong minds in the air. Let me use that expression. Strong minds, they will go their own way. And apparently, there's precious little that anybody can do about it. A key example is Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, wading in as he did, even though it was going to rock the boat, he still did what he wanted to do. So with that kind of, there are those who might use the word vibrancy, but it looks like, I go back to a point I made earlier, clearly PDP is suffering from a lack of a central leader that the party will very rarely want to go against. Not because it doesn't have the capacity, but because there's a solidity in the followership of this particular leader.
At the national level, we have that problem. I hate to say it, but it is since 2015, in my own opinion, we've had that problem. The president of the country, if the party was in government in power, automatically the head of the party. Then it was Jonathan. Unfortunately, Dubai. So you are right. We have unfortunately not had the kind of strong, focused, pragmatic leader at the very top. And another thing that's been affecting the PDP, in a political party such as ours, the national chairman should be the leader of the party, not the president. You see, unfortunately, in the PDP, the president, because we've always had presidents since this dispensation, we've always been in government. So our president now took the position of being, like Obasanjo thought he was the head of the party. And that is the problem. So now Obasanjo is fighting.
You don't have any problem with APC now. I mean, APC is a slick running.
This is because you have
the damage.
You have a man like Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and that is what is keeping APC together. Not that they don't have their own problems and all sorts of issues.
That's the sign of a great leader, right?
Well, a great leader in the sense of his political organization, but performance is not the same thing. You could be the leader. Listen. You could have a very cohesive organization, and then in the administration, your policies are detrimental to the progress of the country, which is what we are going through now. So there are two different things. Let's clear that. There's two different things. PDP, unfortunately, does not have a leader who is virtually an autocrat. He controls everything. Everything begins and ends with Bola Ahmed Tinubu in APC.
But you're saying the kind of thing that the opposition usually says. And if you want, it's your right to say it.
There are people who would listen, even in his own party, who would agree with me, because that is the fact of the story.
Okay. Pastor Abraham in Egbeda, I believe. Good morning to you, sir.
That is very, very factual. In a family, even a single family setup, if the head of the family is not up and doing, there will be crisis in the family. And that is what is happening with PDP. PDP did not have a singular head who they're supposed to look up to, like the APC. That is very, very important.
But our guest today has admitted as much. Dr. Peirce has actually admitted as much and called it unfortunate.
And the issue of blaming APC for working against them, taking their members. What happened during the period of Saraki? During the other senators who en masse left APC and joined the PDP. What happened? It happens anyhow. It is left for the PDP to arrange their party, possibly backed by internal law that will guide them, not blaming us.
There is no rule anywhere in the world.
I think they call it internal democracy.
That is respected if there's nobody to enforce it. Nowhere. Especially in politics. If people can get away with it, they get away with it. Unfortunately, in PDP, they get away with it. Next thing you know, they go to court. In the constitution of the party, it is said that you cannot take the party to court.
Okay.
People take the party to court all the time. So
is that a bit of disorganization within the PDP?
Disorganization. This is the point. Look. This is part of things that we have to put in place. We need a strong leader, a leader that does not have too much baggage, who understands politics and governance and how to manage people. By the grace of God, in the next election, we will get such a leader.
Well,
because let me tell you,
you're enumerating all the things that APC has at the moment. And so
Atiku lost by 860,000 votes. The baggage that Atiku got into this election with was so heavy that for Tinubu to win by such a narrow margin shows that he's very weak. Tinubu cannot survive the next election.
You believe that?
I just gave you my analysis. Did you hear my analysis?
I did.
Listen to this. How did Tinubu win 2023? INEC announced that he won after 31% of the votes have been counted. Tinubu did not win any election. INEC gave him that election because the facts are there.
We're talking about, this is on very delicate territory because everything that was done was tested right up to the Supreme Court.
I am quoting what happened, and I am saying that on the basis of that, yes, on the basis of that, he is a very weak candidate, very vulnerable
in 2027,
especially with the performance from the time it got
one thing that we want to
get into.
Thank you, sir.
Because we
want to hear from you. That's why we call you.
You are not APC. You are not PDP.
Yes, but
therefore,
then you can't talk about a legitimately installed government the way you have been speaking? We've had someone saying that.
I can say it. You may not agree.
Okay.
Your listeners may agree or not agree.
Okay.
I am giving you our perspective.
The PDP's perspective.
That is it.
No problem, sir. I understand that.
That if 31%, only 31% of the votes came in and you announce that somebody won, it is totally unacceptable.
All right.
It is not credible. And INEC is not credible as long as the president, whoever the president is, PDP or APC, is the one appointing the INEC chairman.
Okay, let me just, as I said, I don't need to get in on that.
But is totally not credible.
And you fancy, PDP, fancy your chances in 2027?
I just gave you the reasons why.
You actually fancy your chances?
The performance of this administration that has been so flawed is
on the one hand, but a commentator on national affairs on the other. Thank you very much for coming on our program.
Thanks for having me.
Indeed, that's our program. Do please join us on Monday for a fresh edition. I am Iyori Folari. Do have a great weekend.
Following is a paid presentation by ShopX TV. It's ShopX Bonanza time. ShopX TV is teasing the incredible 12-liter oven that offers 75% more space for cooking than traditional air fryers. Stay tuned and learn about the amazing free bonus items included with the CookX air fryer oven. Say goodbye to unhealthy, greasy food and hello to nutritious, delicious meals. Its easy-to-use digital display and preset cooking functions take the guesswork out of meal preparations. The CookX Air Fryer Oven is a 12-liter powerhouse that can fit a whole chicken and feed the entire family. Air-fried chicken, corn, and tasty fish, and all made with little to no oil. Here is exciting news. You can air-fry rotisserie. Regular rotisseries have no airflow. It's crisper on the outside and so much juicier on the inside. The CookX Air Fryer Oven replaces a deep fryer, a rotisserie oven, a dehydrator, an oven, a toaster oven, and a microwave. It features a state-of-the-art touchscreen with 10 presets. The CookX Air Fryer Oven is easy to wipe.
I am happy. My husband is happy. And of course, I have a happy home for my grilling.
Bonus number 1, an extra large rotating stainless mesh basket. Amazing for French fries. Bonus number 2, our stainless rotisserie fork. It's perfect for restaurant-style rotisserie chicken. Bonus number 3, stainless steel food handle. Get the CookX Air Fryer Oven in 2 easy payments of 99,975 Naira. Pay twice to get this innovative kitchen appliance. This offer is for a limited time only. We will also deliver the CookX Air Fryer Oven to your door for free. The preceding was a paid presentation brought to you by ShopX TV.
Apart from this present case, he is also being charged by the state government in 2 other matters. Evans and his co-defendant, Joseph Emeka, were brought before this court for the alleged offences of the murders of 2 persons, as well as attempted murder and conspiracy to commit kidnapping. On Thursday, both defendants were rearraigned on the 5 counts charge. He bagged a Nigeria certificate in education while in custody and is willing to further his education to the level of PhD.
The federal government gave him opportunity to reform and re-educate himself. They gave him scholarship at a maximum security prison, Krikiri. He took the scholarship. The outcome of the scholarship is that today he has NECO, he has NCE, merit. That is almost distinction. And he was admitted on merit to Open University. And he's on 200 level. Because if the plea bargain and clemency, which we are pursuing, is acceptable to Lagos State government, and he is let out of prison, he will be under the custody of Lagos State government.
Evans has been remanded at the Kirikiri Maximum Security Facility here in Lagos for the past 8 years. He says he's now remorseful of all the crimes he's committed and is...
Describe the move as legally binding.
This is coming after members honored an invitation from the Lagos Command of the Department of State Services in Shangisha. According to a statement signed by Ogundukbe Olukayode on behalf of the State House of Assembly, members visited the DSS to provide insights into the situation on the removal of the ex-speaker. At the DSS office, members reaffirmed their commitment to upholding constitutional governance following the removal of the former speaker. They said the decision was made in accordance with the provisions of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Powers and Privileges Act, which empowers the State Assembly to regulate its internal proceedings without external interference. As an independent arm of government, the House of Assembly insists it has exercised its constitutional duty in the best interest of the people of Lagos, saying the decision to remove Mr. Obasa was made through a democratic process with the required majority as stipulated by law. And out to security matters, the Nigeria Police Force has refuted claims October 2023 to the 31st of October 2027, in line with the provisions of Section 8A of the Executive Bill, which amended the Police Act. The Nigeria Police Force says it views Mr. Showere's assertions as unfounded and an attempt to erode public trust and foster confusion regarding the force's leadership. It also cautions individuals and groups against perpetuating unfounded narratives that can mislead the public and jeopardize national security. Now, away from that to this sad news in Jigawa State, where another tanker explosion has occurred in Kiawa local government area. Thursday's incident is coming about 14 weeks after the Majia explosion, which killed more than 180 persons. According to eyewitnesses, the fire erupted after someone answered a phone call near the tanker. This led to huge flames, which quickly engulfed the tanker and part of the filling station. The blaze was prevented from spreading further following a timely intervention of firefighters and locals. The extent of property damage is yet to be determined, and no life was lost. Investigations are underway to ascertain the exact cause of the fire and prevent future occurrences. Now let's bring in TVC News' Yusuf Issa. He joins me for more updates on this development. Really sad development here, especially when it has to do with lives and property. What more can you tell us at this moment?
As you rightly say, the incident happened yesterday, and there is already casualty of being recorded. And the police officers have tried their best to prevent people from coming near to the place, as the place is in a major road, which is Sana Abacha Way. And the filling station is also opposite to Kola Nigerian Immigration Office and also the Nigerian Customs Service. So it's the busiest road in the town, and I'm currently with officials from Nigerian, from Federal Service, who can share more light with us. Please, sir, what can you tell us about what has happened?
Yusuf, we can't seem to hear your guest, so we'll just allow you to reconnect and probably have the conversation later. That's our correspondent, a reporter in Nasarawa, Yusuf Issa, who brought us that update. All right, let's turn to other stories now. The governor of Zamfara State, Daud Lawal, says tertiary institutions in the state must account for any revenue generated, as transparency and accountability is key to his government. The governor also spoke against misappropriation of public funds and nonchalant attitude towards maintaining facilities in schools. Theophilus Darufai reports.
It was a gathering of Zamfara indigenous academicians from within and outside the state. They are here for the inauguration of 6 Zamfara-owned tertiary institutions of learning board. This is coming on the heels of the declaration of state of emergency on education by Governor Daud Lawal a year ago. Governor Daud Lawal at the inauguration ceremony says his administration is spending huge sum of money to develop the education sector, but warned against misappropriation of public funds and nonchalant attitude in maintaining facilities in tertiary institutions.
We are coming with a robust system
where every kobo will be accounted for. All the chua in the past, in terms of collection of school fees, will be history. Transparency, accountability is the way forward. You must account for every penny, every kobo that you receive, so that we'll feel good also when we're paying those fees, in order for us to get all the necessary accreditation by those institutions.
He charged the newly inaugurated board chairman and members to work towards uplifting the standard of tertiary education in Zamfara to meet global standards.
The council and board being inaugurated today are expected to significantly improve the management and administration of our tertiary institutions by leveraging on the expertise and, of course, the dedication of these distinguished individuals. We expect a new era of academic excellence.
Other speakers at the event commended the governor's move.
My advice to the council is you take full responsibility of failure. The success, give it to the people of that institutions. Then they'll follow you. Your selection is a recognition of your exemplary qualities, and we are confident that you rise to the challenges ahead with diligence and integrity.
The newly inaugurated boards are expected to place Zamfara own tertiary institutions of learning in their pride of place to boost education in the state. Theophilus Darufai, TVC News Gusau.
You're watching TVC News at 12. We'll take a break now and return with more stories. Stay with us.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707 272 8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
Meet Benga Oreshegun, a fearless voice and an advocate for the truth. He's bringing fresh energy and bold insights to Journalists Hangout.
Get ready for deeper analysis and dynamic perspectives. Join me and Babajide Kolade Otitoju with other veteran journalists on Journalists Hangout. Weekdays from 5 p.m. and on Sundays 1:30 p.m.
And thanks for staying with us. You're watching TVC News at 12. Let's now turn attention back to Jigawa State, where there has been another tanker explosion for 2 weeks after the one that happened in Majia. We bring in a reporter now. Yusuf Issa, he joins us for more updates. Yusuf, give us more updates on the tanker explosion.
As I explained earlier, the incident happened yesterday at around 7:30 in the night, and it's as a result of the oil, as a result of the explosion that was caused because the oil was uploaded inside the underground tanker at the filling station and just fire reports. And currently, with official from Nigeria, from Federal Fire Service, immediately after the incident happened, they rushed to the event and bring a quick response. So please, can you tell us what has happened? Told, the first one was we are told that there is a fire at one of the police stations along one final Abacha, which is a fuel tanker, men uploading fuel.
We seem to be having network connection there. The audio is breaking, but thank you so much for that update. All right, let's turn to other stories. Human rights activist Shehu Sani has emphasized that Nigerian youth have immense potential to contribute to economic development. Senator Sani said this at the Youth in Politics program tagged Force 2.0, Take the Lead. A senior political reporter Ademola Lawrence reports.
The sustainability of a nation depends on the political participation of its youth. However, Nigeria has not been fortunate in this regard. With limited youth political participation over the past 25 years of democracy. At the Force 2.0 Take the Lead forum, discussion focused on empowering youth to influence economic and political participation, taking charge in the political sphere.
Every Nigerian is born with unique talent and a high level of creativity. Apart from that, the definition of the young Nigerian today in one word is innovation. Every Nigerian youth is an innovator.
So it depends on where you know you're good at. You go to those apps and then you begin to search on which one will I be able to make impact. And based on that, you can apply and work in 5 different organizations at the same time and the same day, and you can make more money yourself.
Trust. When people trust you, you can be billionaire in dollars. Then the fourth currency is the currency of power. That is why she said you must be involved in politics. Because they say, poor man no get sense. When you get idea, you know if you push them, whether politically or otherwise, you get sense, so you don't have any sense. So you have to be very deliberate about active participation in politics.
Through self-development, our eyes can begin to open to see the opportunities that are embedded in the economy called Nigeria. We have the largest black population. Population by itself is a strength that can be galvanized to market whatsoever. Yes, we might talk about policy issue and the rest, but it's a market by itself.
Former lawmaker Shehu Sani, he says the leadership of the country must do enough to provide leadership that will give the Nigerian youth hope.
President to governors to senators to ministers, many people holding position of authority and power today were beneficiaries of the benevolence of Nigerian state. Today, for the young people, nothing much is left for them. Even things that government should be able to provide for them, there is not. Then you can imagine if that was the society that was in the early 60s, what could have been Nigeria?
For many here, the Nigerian youth must be able to take the lead, be innovative and creative to help sustain the nation's current economic growth and development. Ademola Lawrence, TVC News, Abuja.
And let's turn attention now to Delta State, where 8 governors are in Asaba for the People's Democratic Party Governors Forum. Likely issues to be discussed are challenges affecting states governed by the PDP and issues of unity of the opposition party ahead of the party's National Executive Council meeting. Governors of Akwa Ibom, Bauchi, Plateau, Adamawa, Bayelsa, Osun, Taraba and Zamfara states are there, while Deputy Governor of Oyo State is there to represent Governor Seyi Makinde.
Delta State is a mini Nigeria with multiple ethnic nationalities. Our strength is our diversity. It is what makes us unique and special to the world. We are so different, but yet so similar in history and culture. It is my earnest expectation that upon departure, you will live here with fond memories, and the resolutions we will reach tomorrow will impact positively on our party and our country at large. What is more important is the unity of this nation.
The People's Democratic Party Governors Forum has paid a condolence visit to the governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, over the demise of his brother, Sunday Makinde. Governor of Bauchi State and chairman of the forum, Bala Mohammed, led the delegation to Governor Makinde's Ikolaba residence. Chairman of the forum said, despite knowing Governor Makinde to be a strong person, there is need to show solidarity to the bereaved. The governor of Bauchi State prayed God to give Governor Makinde, the immediate family of the deceased, and the people of the state the fortitude to bear their irreparable loss.
We are here on behalf of the PDP Governors Forum to commiserate with you and to condole you over the loss of your senior brother, Engineer Sunday Makinde. We saw the news in the media and we spoke on telephone, but in our tradition in Africa, we have to come to show you solidarity.
It's also painful for us because it was quite sudden, you know. He fell in the bathroom and then they just couldn't revive him. The entire Makinde family, thank you for this visit. Thank you for identifying with us at this.
Let's turn attention to the southeast, where a pressure group in Abia State has issued a 30-day ultimatum to the Alex Otti-led government to clarify issues of salary and pension payments and the alleged layoff of workers. Now, the group, alongside the Nigerian Union of Pensioners and the Nigerian Labour Congress, briefed journalists in Umuahia. Nana Gabriel reports.
Our position is highly pathetic.
Issues of implementation of the new minimum wage has been on rage since 2024 owing to disparities. This group alleges that the state workforce welfare is not being prioritized. Among other issues of concern, the group also alleged that the administration of Alex Otti terminated over 20,000 workers and failed to pay them their entitlements.
Abia State has received nearly 600 billion naira in revenue, including loans. However, rather than ensuring proper utilization and accountability, the government has spent about 200 billion naira on projects that appear to be non-existent. Thus, we issue a 30-day ultimatum to the Alex Otti-led government to meet these demands. We hope to witness a transformation in governance that aligns with the expectations and needs of our citizens.
The chairman, Nigerian Union of Pensioners in the state, re-emphasized that they never signed a memorandum of understanding with the government to forfeit their entitlements.
They wrote all sorts of things they could, saying that we agreed to forfeit our pensions and gratuity to government for developmental purposes. Who will give who?
On his part, the Nigeria Labour Congress chairman says he is only concerned about the welfare of workers in the state.
The welfare of workers of Abia State, the workforce, the payment of salary, the approval of minimum wage, every other thing that is being said here, I am not part of it.
In his reaction, the special advisor to the governor on media and publicity dismissed the allegations and highlighted government's efforts at bringing governance to the people.
The government said, the problems we have are enormous. We will not be able to finish the entire arrest. Let's have an understanding. And they agreed. That was what led to the government paying billions in pension arrears. So there are no issues. If I now see there are no issues with the implementation of the minimum wage and everything is going on seamlessly.
It is the expectation of the group that the state government fosters accountability, development and hope for Abia residents. Nina Gabriel, TVC News, Umuahia, Abia State.
That's TVC News. For more updates on the stories we're monitoring, you can visit our website, www.tvcnews.tv. You can also follow us on our social media handles. We're on Facebook, Instagram, and on X at TVC News NG. On YouTube, we're live at TVC News Nigeria. Thanks for watching. I'll be back at the top of the hour with more updates.
engagement, information, and special moments.
Let me speak Pidgin. English is a problem. Not see your parents finish. Yes. I don't know another English. Do you want to know by beating?
Join us from Saturday, the 15th of April, 2023 at 9 a.m. for the weekend edition of Your View. Join the intelligent, dynamic, inspiring, and fearless ladies of Your View as they have the difficult conversation,
The thuggery and intimidation.
breaking down barriers and defining the narrative. Save the date as we count down to the weekend edition of the most exciting talk show on Nigerian television.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking it.
Oh, yes. I found what I'm looking for. Palm fruits. These are palm fruits. And of course, you know it grows in clusters. They are used for palm oil. Palm oil is the type of oil obtained from the fruits of palm trees. Harvesting of palm fruits starts after the 3rd year of plantation for some hybrid oil palm varieties. In 2023, the production of palm oil in Nigeria reached 1.4 million metric tons. And with a growing domestic palm oil consumption of about 1.8 million metric tons of palm oil in Nigeria as of 2021 and 2022 crop year, the growing domestic need of palm oil is a clear indication that the farm product is one of the major crops in the country. While most palm oil is for industrial purposes, a smaller percentage is used by its ultimate purpose of cooking. We sought to know how this major crop is processed into a money spinner and a must-have in the home. We left Umuahia, the capital city of Abia State, to Lohumi in Bende local government. We arrived at Ihemba Farm, which is one of the biggest mechanized oil mill factories in the state. Chinonso Oji is the caretaker of this factory. He guides us around the facility, from one machine to the other, explaining in details their functions and how palm oil is finally gotten.
Steam engine. That is the heat operating. No fuel, no gas. So you open here the valve. This is the digester.
As we toured, the owner of the oil milk factory, Mike Ihupumere, arrived. He was excited to see TVC News crew in their locality. He offered us seat and then took us through the journey of palm oil production, from the importance of palm oil to the challenges facing local palm oil producers, and then what the federal government should do to improve on the local production of palm oil.
This palm tree has also a lifespan for over 100 years. So generations can come and fit into what was done 50, 60 years ago. Palm tree doesn't get tired if you look after it very well. And there are so much to get from palm tree. Fruits or farm seedlings, they grow on the land, given to us freely by God. And when those who are not in agriculture will have money to buy all the land, they keep the common man lazy. Palm tree has a bag, a fence of defense. You hardly see a palm tree fall down during storm.
It is a beehive of activities in this mill, from those processing palm fruits at different stages to this man's sprayer operator, and then to others who came from distant places to have their palm fruits milled. It is not the season of palm oil yet, and one wonders how busy mills like this one would be when it is palm oil season. Mama Blessing is from Eluama Uzuakoli. Her primary source of income is palm fruit processing. She tells us that she enjoys doing the business as it is one commodity that serves her different purposes. But she is worried how the hike in petrol pump price has affected the business, including the high cost of palm oil in the market.
Oil dey cost now one jerrycan 30,000, and the one bag like this you dey buy am 7,000. Everything is costly. Then if the government release all these things, do the money so that anything we dey buy now go be small money. Then we go release oil now. The people wey dey give us, wey dey sell for us, go release money. Then ourselves go release money.
From Lodu, we moved to Uzuakoli to see firsthand how palm oil is processed manually. Ndukwe has been in this business for 3 decades. He recounts how the public milling has fared using local millers to produce oil. For him, his joy is that he gets his returns immediately rather than wait till the end of the month.
It's the sort of business you do. That day, if you do, you see your gain or your loss. You don't waste time. Challenge is only finance. The money you use to buy the palm fruits, the money you use to put the engines, or more engines, mechanized, produced locally, is far better from the one from big mill.
Though some may find happiness in this business, some key players say low industrial processing capacity and poor financial support for the sector are some of the factors that have led to the decline in oil palm processing in Nigeria. One thing is certain, this food item can hardly be avoided. At least, women need it in their kitchen to make soups, cook porridge yam, plantain, and other foods. So, in our quest to know how much this commodity is sold in the market, we visited one of the biggest markets in Umuahia, the Obani market. Traders are lamenting that prices have surged in markets, with a liter of palm oil rising from 800 to 1,200 naira.
The people that is cutting it, they cut it from 400 per one bunch. Then you call job. So if you calculate it, the expenses are too much. Normally, carry 20. It should be 40,000 safe.
I eat palm oil and I use it in cooking. We use it in frying akara or stew. There is no palm fruit now, and when you sell the oil, which you provide, you use it in buying all those things in the market, which is very costly.
They should come and make everything. It's not only palm oil, because when I used to go bush markets, the person would say palm oil. Say if I sell it less, where will I get money to buy those rice and other things? So we are finding it difficult to get money to buy all these things.
Now, as I'm talking to you now, it's 2,000 naira. Have vegetable oil at home. I use red oil and prepare rice, something like jollof, all this local jollof rice.
Also, palm oil dealers decried the unprecedented hike in the price of the food item, saying the market system has become so unpredictable. The chairman of Palm Oil Dealers Association, Obani Market, Friday Mmeka, who has been in the business for more than 20 years, reveals a winning, or should I say, survival strategy with us.
27,500 we sell, but we buy 27,000. We are just managing because things are not too good this year. April, May, June, that was the time we buy lower price and we sell lower price. We sell to not people. They do come and buy from us here. Federal government can help us. They come and help us. We are suffering here. And moreover, the place they put us from Umayame Market, they carry us and come here. We are suffering here because our road is not good.
These ones say the removal of subsidy, which led to the current economic realities, is also affecting their line of business.
Complaining of the yield was not very good this year. The yield was not very good, maybe due to increased rainfall. And again, some of those that are like the tappers, there are those that tap they cut the palm. So some of them increase their charges. So when they increase their charges, these people have to put in their own. They have to increase their own so that they can break even.
Since the removal of subsidy, the thing has not been fair to us because transportation has been taking the whole gain from the whole business. Before the subsidy, we used to pay 800 naira, 1,000 per rubber to the north, but now presently it's 3,000, 3,200 naira.
Commissioner for Agriculture in Abia State explains how the oil palm estate was abandoned many years ago due to crude oil, but that was in the past. Now, he says that the government has plans to bring in credible investors in the oil palm space to rewrite the history.
By these credible investors, we mean people who have the financial muscle and people who have the experience, tested hands, who will come and develop those palm estates. Now, in so doing, we are going to have in-growers. What I mean by in-growers, these are people who are already, who want to develop within the space. We'll also have outgrowers, people who are doing various levels of oil palm activity outside those farm estates. We envisage that these investors will also reach out to those people to intentionally fund their activities. So we as a state, like I said earlier, we're developing database for everybody who is engaged in all manner of agricultural activity.
For others, the future of palm oil production in the country will depend on collective commitment to sustainability. Aside palm oil, other byproducts of palm fruit plantation include olein, palm wine, palm kernel nuts, palm kernel oil, palm kernel shell, broom, and other processed oil palm products, including soap making. As Nigeria seeks to boost its oil palm production, a commitment to sustainable practices and enhanced support for farmers and processors will be crucial. The future of this essential commodity depends on addressing these issues to ensure a steady supply for both industrial and household needs.
With what is on ground, residents and oil dealers want the government to reclaim its position as the #1 producer of oil by investing in companies and local farmers. Nina Gabriel, TVC News, Umahia, Abia State.
The Kopermata dye pits in Kano are over 500 years old and remains one of the oldest dyeing centers in Africa. For centuries, the pits serve as a hope for artisans and tourists, showcasing Kano's vibrant dyeing tradition. Today, the historic site is struggling to survive, with fewer operational pits, unlike in the past. Ibrahim Hamisu is one of the 7th generation dyers determined to preserve the craft despite its challenges. He is now the public relations officer of the Kopermata dye pit. Hamisu guided us through the intricate dyeing process. He explained how the use of natural, locally sourced ingredients continues to sustain this Asian tradition.
And number 3 meters, deep or range or down. So we take the 6 meters empty pit. We put the water, normal water, tap water, oil water. So after put the water, this is the 3 ingredient to give the solution like this. So number 1, ash of ingredient. Number 2, natural indigo plant. And number 3, potassium chloride. So after put the water, normal water, tap water, oil water, 1,550 liters of water inside of 6 meters. We take the ash, normal ash. We mix the 40 bucket of ash. After mixing the 40 bucket of ash, we take the basket, cover the feet, leave 3 days. So after 3 days, we remove the basket, another put the ingredient, indigo plant. Indigo like henna. Henna to give one color red, indigo to give one color blue.
Many pits have been abandoned over time, dilapidated, filled with stones, and used as landfill for solid waste disposal. Hamisu says only 20 of the original 144 pits are currently operational.
Total pit in here, 144 pits, 144 in the ground. So 20 being used now.
The dyeing pits also serve as a medicinal purpose, providing locals with traditional remedies. Fermented water from the pits, stored for over a year, is used to treat various skin diseases.
After 1 year, it's no more use for the dyeing. This solution will turn as local medicine, because this is the 3 ingredient, all is natural. This is the ash from the tree, it's naturally. This is the indigo is planting here in Kano. This potassium chloride, this water after 1 year. We take the water, we keep the water as empty pit. Already I told you we're selling as local medicine. We use any skin problem in the night. We take the local soap, we wash the skin. After I wash the skin, we take the water, we mop in the shower inside the skin. We take 1 week to 10 days, skin will be clear.
Mahmuda Haruna is one of the oldest dyers, having started the craft at the age of 7. With over 60 years of experience, he continues to find joy and purpose in the business.
When I was 7 years old, I began learning the art of dyeing from my father. I would attend school in the afternoons while spending my mornings helping him with the trade. As he grew older, I gradually took over the business, but I never stopped my education. Today, I take great pride and joy in continuing the legacy he started.
Mahmuda has trained more than 5 apprentices, many of whom remain in the dyeing business. However, cheap imported fabrics have reduced demand for locally dyed cloth, leaving artisans with fewer opportunities.
Veteran local dyers here express concern about lack of export opportunities. They call on the government to weigh in and provide solution to the problem.
The influx of cheap foreign textiles, particularly from China, has significantly reduced demand for traditional fabrics, leading to dwindling patronage.
Traditional material, this is a challenge for the traditional material for the Chinese people. You come to Nigeria and the exporting the fabric from the Chinese, so you clash the product of the opera matter because of the Chinese people. So
we are concerned that our products are not being exported, as we believe this could attract international interest and encourage foreigners to engage with our businesses.
The dyers continue to produce fabrics in different variety and designs, each carrying its own meaning and purpose. One of the dyers described the significance behind their intricate designs.
So each design, it has an NTB calling. We have some different design, different meaning. This one, the one we have in my hand, which you call Parliament House design. So the meaning of Parliament, you know, Nigeria are practicing democracy. The speaker in the center of the house, then the members around the house to make Nigerian progress. And second one, we have some like a zebra. Zebra design is a lot of the bush hunters. So if you can wear in this one, you go to the hunting the animal in the bush. So that's the initial name of this, what you call Zebras Hunters design. And we have another design which you call moon, stars and clouds. Stars and clouds. During the rainy season, a lot of farmers, they are happy to get this design, to wherein they go to the farm to farming rice or maize or some different type of crops. And we have another design which you call emir. In the northern Nigeria, we are proud, very, very proud the emirs, the royal family design. So this design which you call emir's palace. So during the Salah occasion, the emir riding the horse and the district around the emir to go through around the city to show the people happy of the Salah occasion. And another design which you call moon, stars and clouds. The moon in the center, stars surround the moon and the edges is clouds. So most of the farmers, they are happy to get this design after harvesting the crops. So they can take the crops to sell it in the market to get money to buy some house, car, and so many things.
Without urgent intervention, this historic cultural site will become extinct, largely due to a lack of government support.
No receive any organization of government to the helping the people of the Upper Mata district. No receive, no government in local government, in state, in federal, no support under the others NGOs or something like this.
Despite these challenges, the dyers remain hopeful that their collective desire to revamp the centuries-old Upper Mata dye pit will be realized. Ibrahim Isa, TVC News, Kano.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together, Communications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
Akiwande Oluwole Soyinka was born on 13th July 1934 in Abeokuta, Nigeria, to parents Samuel and Grace Soyinka. His education began with the Christian lessons of his parents as well as the more traditional Yoruba spiritual customs taught to him by his grandfather. He had his preparatory university studies at Government College Ibadan in 1954, subsequently University College Ibadan, and he continued at the University of Leeds, earned a bachelor's degree in English literature. Soyinka's master's degree focused on projects combining his Yoruba culture with traditional British theatre traditions. He later returned to school in Nigeria to study African theatre, during which time he continued to produce poems and plays, one of which appeared on Nigerian television. Shortly after, he became the chief of the Cathedral of Drama at the University of Ibadan. Nigeria had only recently gained independence from Britain and political corruption was at a high. Soyinka's plays and poems became increasingly political and he began giving speeches protesting government corruption. He was accused of conspiring with the Biafra rebels. He was therefore arrested and imprisoned in 1967 for almost 2 years during the Civil War, but managed during his time to write numerous poems. He was finally released in 1969 after a brief period in France. He returned to his position at the university where he founded the magazine Black Orpheus. He left his position and Nigeria in 1971, wary of the political climate of the country. During this time, he published books of poetry and essays. His plays were collected and published, and newer plays were staged. In 1986, he was the first African to win the Nobel Prize in Literature for a wide cultural perspective and with poetic overtones fashioning the drama of existence. He dedicated his acceptance speech to Nelson Mandela and used the platform to criticize apartheid. Later that same year, Soyinka was awarded the Ajib Prize and in 1988 published his book Mandela's Earth and all the poems as well as art, dialogue, and outrage, essays on literature and culture. He also accepted a position at Cornell University. Throughout his life, he has served as a spokesman against apartheid and government corruption. He has won numerous other awards for his work, including the Anisfield Wolf Book Award, the Academy of Achievement Golden Plate Award, and the Ajib Prize for Literature. And he has taught at many prestigious universities, including Emory University, Harvard, and Obafemi Awolowo University. In his lifetime, Soyinka has published 2 novels, 3 collections of short stories, made 3 movies, translated 2 novels, 5 memoirs, 7 poetry collections, 13 essay collections, and produced nearly 30 plays. He holds honorary doctorates from numerous universities and has been invited to teach in schools around the world. He continues to write prolifically in spite of a bout with prostate cancer in 2014. Wole Soyinka, the Nigerian playwright and political activist, has positioned himself as a voice of the voiceless through his piece of art. He has distinguished himself as the African icon that continuously makes a mark in African literature and the world at large.
Information is power, information is security, information is knowledge. Unlabeled lens to believe that working people around the world have real questions of their own they want to know and need of. I am Sharon Ijason, asking questions that make you get sense of the workplace.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news. Stay ahead with the biggest news stories. Go beyond the news headlines. Experience impactful investigations. Enjoy resourceful news coverage in real time. TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. Live every day on this channel. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen?
Look at it.
Hello and thanks for joining us. This is TVC News at 1. Our top stories this hour. Members of the Lagos State House of Assembly visit DSS office in Lagos, insist removal of Mudashiru Obasa as Speaker is legally binding. Nurses Against Black Strike says it will not tolerate disruption to its healthcare services. outside Nigeria, investigators recover flight data recorders from an American Airlines jet which collided with U.S. Army helicopter on Wednesday. Let's begin with developments in Lagos State. Members of the State House of Assembly are insisting on the removal of Mudashiru Obasa as a speaker, and have also described the move as legally binding. This is coming after members honored an invitation from the Lagos Command of the Department of State Services in Shangisha. According to a statement signed by Ogundikbe Olukayode on behalf of the State House of Assembly members who visited the DSS to provide insights into the situation on the removal of the ex-speaker. At the DSS office, members reaffirmed their commitment to upholding constitutional governance following the removal of the former speaker. They said the decision was made in accordance with the provisions of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Powers and Privileges Act, which empowers the State House of Assembly to regulate its internal proceedings without external interference. As an independent arm of government, the House of Assembly insists it has exercised its constitutional duty in the best interest of the people of Lagos, saying the decision to remove Mr. Obasa was made through a democratic process with the required majority as stipulated by law. And now to judicial matters. Convicted kidnapper Chukwudumeme Owamadike, popularly known as Evans, has been rearraigned on a 5-count charge of murder and kidnapping before Justice Adenike Koka of the Lagos State High Court, Ikeja. But the defendant says he has repented and is pushing for a plea bargain. Kemi Foladiemo reports.
The trains are long-term solution to Lagos traffic challenges.
This is where we take the final, decisions on policies, programs of government. I will have to ensure that, the narration of Lagos as a PLC is taken very, very seriously.
This is the major pedestrian bridge linking Oyingo here to Apapa Road over there.
With this overpass, we are providing what we call a permanent solution.
This place is one of the most dangerous areas at the biosecurity environment.
This can go into the news and every crimes of your neighborhood.
Our goal is to remain as Africa's model megacity, to move our GDP from the 5-6 position to the 3rd position, and we believe it's achievable with all the commitments we have.
Explore the city of Lagos, where dreams are made and possibilities are endless. Amadedoja Salamadini. I live in Lagos, inside Lagos.
Thanks for staying with us on the news at 1. Let's bring you more on that case on Evans, who is a convicted kidnapper, Chukwudumeme Owamadike. He's also popularly known as Evans and has been rearraigned on a 5-count charge of murder and kidnapping before Justice Adenike Koka of the Lagos State High Court, Ikeja. Now, the defendant says he has repented and is pushing for a plea bargain. Kemi Foladiemo reports.
This is the 3rd kidnapping-related case being brought against Evans by the Lagos State government. In February 2022, an Ikeja High Court judge, Hakim Oshodi, sentenced him to life imprisonment for the kidnap of Donatus Dunu, the chief executive officer of Maidon Pharmaceuticals Limited. In September same year, another judge of the High Court, Oluwatoyin Taiwo, now retired, sentenced Evans to 21 years imprisonment for kidnapping a businessman, Silvanus Ahamonu, and collecting $420,000 as ransom from his family. Apart from this present case, he is also being charged by the state government in 2 other matters. Evans and his co-defendant, Joseph Emeka, were brought before this court for the alleged offences of the murders of 2 persons, as well as attempted murder and conspiracy to commit kidnapping. On Thursday, both defendants were rearraigned on the 5 counts charge, which they pleaded not guilty to. The prosecutor, Yusuf Sule, asked the court for a date to proceed on trial by the judge for a report on the defendant's plea bargain application. The counsel said The matter is currently before the committee set up by the state government and that the second defendant is also seeking a plea bargain. In his response, Evans' lead defense counsel says he newly took up the case to represent the first defendant and that his primary focus now is to pursue the plea bargain request and not to proceed on trial. He says Evans recently bagged a Nigeria certificate in education while in custody and is willing to further his education to the level of PhD.
The federal government gave him an opportunity to reform and re-educate himself. They gave him scholarship at maximum security prison, Krike. He took the scholarship. The outcome of the scholarship is that today he has NECO, he has NCE, merit. That is almost distinction. And he was admitted on merit to Open University. And he's on 200 level. Because if the plea bargain and clemency, which we are pursuing, is acceptable to Lagos State government, and he is let out of prison, he will be under the custody of Lagos State government.
Evans has been remanded at the Kirikiri Maximum Security Facility here in Lagos for the past 8 years. He says he's now remorseful of all the crimes he's committed and is asking the Lagos State government for a second chance. But the prosecutor told the court that his plea bargain request will now be tabled before the committee, who will sit next in March. This case has now been adjourned to March the 20th for report on his plea bargain request. Kemi Foladeyemo, TVC News, Lagos.
Well, let's turn attention to the National Assembly, where the Nigerian Communications Commission says its low revenue generation is due to its inability to sell the 5G spectrum to telecom operators in the country. Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of NCC, Aminu Maida, made the clarifications at a budget defense meeting with the Joint Committee of the National Assembly on Telecommunications and ICT. National Assembly correspondent Joke Adisa reports.
Those in support of this motion should say aye.
It's a joint sitting of the committees of the National Assembly on Telecommunications and ICT. NCC Chief Executive briefs the legislators on the activities of the Commission in the past year, but says despite concerted efforts to auction the 5G spectrum, it remains unsold. The two largest telecom operators had acquired and were underutilizing their 5G spectrum, while the third largest operator, which the Commission had hoped would make a purchase, opted to focus on expanding its 4G network instead. In 2024, the Commission projected a transfer of 332.8 billion naira to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, but was only able to remit 111 billion naira. For 2025, the projected revenue stands at 272.4 billion naira, expected to come from operational levies and spectrum fees.
We did have revenue for spectrum from renewals. In the 2024 budget, we also made an assumption that we were going to get 12.5% cost of collections from the federal government. Unfortunately, that was not approved.
In spite of the revenue shortfall, the committee expresses satisfaction with the NCC's 2024 budget performance and its proposed estimates for 2025. But the lawmakers seek to...
In 2024, I think what you did was 25% to Nigerian data protection. The law says you ought to give them 2.8.
The budget performance of 2024 has figures up to 31st December. But when you are giving us the proposals and you are giving us comparative figures, you stopped at November.
R&D is pivotal and key to ensuring any success of any organization. So in 2024, it seems to be at zero performance. And I don't know what is going on in 2025 as well.
After all said and done, the lawmakers highlighted the need for the NCC to be fully equipped to effectively carry out its regulatory functions. Joke Adisa, TVC News, Abuja.
We'll take a break now. We'll return with more stories in a moment. Stay with us.
Everyone, open your ears, make we talk.
shout my teeth fresh now, but you know, I beg no be so. Ever heard of Colgate, the #1 oral care brand in the world? For zero cavities and long-lasting fresh breath. Mom, it's your time to brush. Mama and Papa buy up, use up, and shine your smile. No more cover mouth.
They asked me how I came this far. I told them I had to sweat. Sweat is chasing your dreams. Sweat is never giving up. Sweat is action, but can also bring germs. That's why I use Dettol Cool Soap with 5 degrees cooling sensation. Summer heat brings body odor, but Dettol Cool protects you from 99.9% of illness-causing germs and keeps you fresh.
Thanks for staying with us. Let's turn to other stories now. Members of the, let's turn to Ondo State, where members of the, now let's turn attention to Ondo State, where it says the Ondo State government says it will not tolerate any unwarranted disruptions to its health services by nurses in the state. The state head of service, Bayo Phillips, in a statement made available to journalists, urged nurses to allow good reasoning to prevail since there is neither any disputation nor deadlock. Members of the National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives in the state had on Thursday announced their decision to embark on an indefinite strike starting from Friday, which is today. The state chairman of the association, Phyllis Faborede, at an emergency meeting said, members are going on strike due to poor welfare policy of the state government. But the government urged the nurses to cancel the planned action, saying there is no basis for such at all. The state head of service noted that government is surprised to learn about the planned action in the news when there is no dispute or any unresolved issue. The Ondo State government says it will not tolerate any unwarranted disruption to its healthcare services by nurses in the state. The state head of service, Bayo Phillips, in a statement made available to journalists, urged nurses to allow good reasoning to prevail since there is neither any dispute nor deadlock. Members of the National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives in the state had on Thursday announced the decision to embark on an indefinite strike. All right, let's bring in the state head of service, Bayo Phillips. He joins us now on the news. Good to have you join us. Mr. Bayo Phillips, just to be sure that you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right. So the nurses and midwives in Ondo State say they are going on strike, but you were saying there is no dispute or deadlock. I just want to understand, I mean, they say they have been having this conversation with you since 2023. What do you make of that?
Frankly speaking, there is no reason whatsoever for them to embark on this unfortunate action. About 2 weeks ago, we met in my office. That was when they raised the issue of cohens. Before then, you will recall that in November, our state, Ondo State, under Governor Dr. Ayedatiwa, was among the very first states in the Federation that implemented minimum wage. We even exceeded the national benchmark. Now we discuss, and the table that we came up with was agreeable to everyone, including both the Medical and Health Workers Union and the Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives. And it was promptly implemented. Everyone collected his or her November salary under the new template. Surprisingly, mid-January this year, they came and pressed for further pay raise. We discussed the issue. And as usual, we put it before our listening governor. And it's being considered. And in fact, when I went to Mr. Governor, because of his love for the public service, and especially for the health sector, directed that we should work out the detail in earnest for him to consider.
But if you could just give me a minute to list some of the things they have said. Just a minute, Mr. Phillips, because they've talked about the lateral conversion of nurses with first-degree certificates and uniform allowance for nurses as captured in the public service rule. They've also talked about payment of outstanding promotion and hazard allowances, the creation of a conducive environment in health facilities. I mean, these are some of the things that they have stated, and they categorically say none of these have been addressed since 2023.
We need to be confronted with the fact that nobody in Ondo State.
Please go ahead.
I can hear you.
I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. On promotion, let me reconfirm that nobody has promotions in areas in Ondo State. All our health workers, including the nurses, have been promoted up to date, cash backed. Let them come forward to confront us. So that is no issue at all.
You have said that the strike would not be tolerated. If they do decide to proceed with a strike, what will be the action of the state government?
Now, since there are no basis for the strike, there is no point for them to continue with it. My office is open. They have unfettered access to it. Of course, we have invited them to the meeting at about 2:30 today. We hope, as we have said, they will allow good reasoning to prevail. Let them come around and then we discuss. But there is no point at all, considering all that Mr. Governor is doing in the health sector. There is no point for them to embark on this strike. If they are talking about conversion, it's done year in, year out, and it's just a mere personnel matter. And as we have it in the state, if you are moving from the subordinate nursing cadre to the superior cadre, we have a guideline, and it's not strange. This is done year in, year out. So we cannot see the facts. Let them bring their facts to the table, we'll talk about it. But as I said in my release, there is no disputation at all. None whatsoever. Government is open, and we begin to, we keep our communication line open. So we appeal to them to shelve this unfortunate action so that we don't put our health delivery system in jeopardy.
All right. Well, following this development, thank you so much for your time. Head of Service, Ondo State, Mr. Bayo Phillips.
Thank you very much.
Well, let's turn to other stories, this time in the nation's capital. The chairman of the Abuja Municipal Area Council, Christopher May Kalangu, has commenced inspection of some projects in the nation's capital. We'll bring you this report now.
Have increasingly received attention, particularly in development and improvement of community amenities. A lot of times, government at the center have always advocated for a bottom-up approach where the communities are the drivers. For the chairman of the Abuja Municipal Area Council, Christopher May Kalangu, after moving around communities within AMAC, he says assisting communities with the right project that will benefit them start with an honest conversations about what their needs are.
The environment where more people at the local level reside, and they have no any other access road than this. And when I came here before I was being voted as the executive chairman, you cannot even have access road to come in. And whenever it rains, nobody move. When it rains, you have to remain at home. We must give our primary schools the best If you can build a house and you put best in your house, give your children the best.
Residents of these communities say they feel encouraged by the joint decision-making process between communities and sectoral agencies like the AMAC Secretariat.
I am I'm an opposition, but I believe I have to talk the truth. Whoever done the best. I'm supervising all the work here. The fact that I'm not happy. Ask them. Any work they are doing, I'm following up. Even though whatever is going on, I know it is the right path and the person who is doing it is going to be doing it on mine.
The chairman inspected projects like the 7 classroom block, the Gariki Healthcare Center, Durumi, Goza, Toge, Sabolugbe, Waru, Galadima, Kuchingoro, and Piakasa. Habida Lawal, TVC News, Abuja.
I will take a break and return with more stories. Stay with us.
Stay confident, stay focused, breathe through it with TomTom.
They asked me how I came this far. I told them I had to sweat. Sweat is chasing your dreams. Sweat is never giving up. Sweat is action, but can also bring germs. That's why I use Dettol Cool Soap with 5 degrees cooling sensation. Summer heat brings body odor, but Dettol Cool protects you from 99.9% of illness-causing germs and keeps you fresh.
Every second, every minute, every hour, and every day, time doesn't just tick away. It's a countdown to political decisions that shape our world.
This country must move.
Imagine the impact these decisions have on our lives. Some are consequential, others may leave us intrigued or baffled.
You will have no better friend and partner than Nigeria.
Step in and feel the frenzy like never before. Join me every weekday for an hour of fact-finding interviews where questions cut to the core.
How would you say your administration has fared in these sectors?
I will dig in to get to the heart of issues, from local politics to global insight. Join me as I unearth the power plays, jaw-dropping revelations, and the unfiltered truth. This isn't just politics, it's unraveling the stories that matter. Brace yourself for Politics Tonight every weekday at 8 p.m, where every decision echoes along the corridors of our lives. Politics Tonight, only on TVC News.
Experience information and entertainment like never before as TVC Breakfast takes your weekends to a whole new level. Introducing TVC Breakfast Weekend Edition, your ultimate source of thrilling sports updates, insightful political analysis, and captivating entertainment news. Stay in the know with what's trending, catch up with the latest in sports, and immerse yourself in the latest buzz from the world of music and movies. Your weekends are no longer just days off, but moments packed with knowledge, excitement, and enjoyment. TVC Breakfast Weekend Edition, only on TVC News.
Known as the Ya Shantiwa War, was led by Queen Mother Nana Ya Shantiwa with an army of about 5,000. During the fighting, Queen Ya Shantiwa and 15 other closest advisors were captured, and they too were sent into exile to the Seychelles. A dream for an Ashanti independent from colonial rule was realized on 6 March 1957, when the Ashanti Protectorate gained independence as part of Ghana. Ghana was the first African nation in West Africa to achieve this feat. She was a successful farmer and mother, an intellectual, a politician, a human rights activist, a queen, and a war leader. Nana Ya Shantiwa died in exile in the Seychelles on 17th October 1921.
Thanks for staying with us. Let's turn attention to politics. The 12 People's Democratic Party governors are currently in a closed-door meeting at the conference room of the Delta State Government House in Asaba. They are in the states to deliberate on different issues confronting the leading opposition party after the 2023 general election, where it lost the presidential poll. Earlier, before the meeting went into a closed-door section, the chairman of the forum, Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State, and host Governor Sheriff Oborewori spoke on the importance of the gathering of the day.
The sharing of experiences, the collaboration, and indeed encapsulated in our party motto. And of course, we are driven by that sense of unity that our party signifies, and the protection and resilience that the party signifies too. We have different challenges, but certainly we are a party that has shown consistently that we believe in consultation, we believe in the corporate existence of Nigeria, because we sit down, irrespective of our diversity, to discuss issues of common interest to the nation, and of course, to proper opinion and solution where necessary, in a very honest manner, even though sometimes we are always suspected to be partisan. Ours is a both duty and responsibility of leadership, and we will continue to do that.
Well, let's bring in our reporter, Ikena Amechi, who is standing by for us in Delta State to give us update on this. Ikena, give us update. We understand that the governors are now in a closed-door session.
Precious, at the moment now, we are about hearing that the governors will be coming out after having about an hour, 30 minutes closed-door session. Of course, all 12 governors are here. Just the deputy of the governor of your state he was represented by his deputy here, and all 12 are here to deliberate on issues. And of course, we know that some of the issues they will be deliberating on will be the need for an urgent NEC meeting, which has been postponed since for a long time now. They've been postponing the NEC meeting where decisions are supposed to be reached concerning the party's leadership and other issues. And of course, they want to have that meeting. And of course, other issues like the congresses, zonal congresses, after the state congress, the zonal congress, where party leaders will be elected at that level, will be discussed as well. And of course, the national secretary crisis, where two persons are holding forth as the position there. Samuel Ayamo, the Senator Samuel Ayamo, holding forth that he still remains the national secretary, while Sunday Ude Okoye says after he has left to contest for the governorship of Imo State, he's no more the national secretary. So that will be on the table for the governors to decide and to know what to do on that. And then lastly, we'll be, talking about the state of the nation. And of course, this meeting, let's not forget what this means about governors, and they have to do peer review of their states where they are lacking, and of course, knowing where to have to garner strength and to unite, to work as a unit. 12 governors are a lot in the country, and of course, they will talk on some national issues. So we're still waiting for them. Behind me is the cameraman positioned with their tripod, waiting for the governor of Bauchi State, who is the chairman of this forum, to address the press and tell us some of their resolutions. Precious.
All right, Ikena, we will await updates on that as we wait for the governors to wrap that meeting. Our reporter live for us in Asaba Delta State, Ikena Amechi, where the PDP governors are having a meeting. All right, coming up next is business. Tolu Lokbe Ogunjobi is standing by. Tolu, a lot is happening in the economy. Yes. I know power is one, telecommunications tariff is one, just a lot of things. What are some of the things that we can expect?
A lot. Yesterday, the FRS came up with beautiful figures, revenue generation, customs is also doing well with that. But we'll bring you details as we move on in the bulletin. First, let's tell you that the Central Bank of Nigeria, it says, if not for its policy interventions in the economy, inflation could have risen to 42.81% in December 2024. The CBN Governor, Mr. Yemi Cardoso, said this at the 2025 Monetary Policy Forum of the Apex Bank in Abuja. The forum attracted ministers, heads of departments and agencies involved in economic matters, as well as private sector players. The Apex Bank governor projected that diaspora remittances would increase to 31.7 trillion naira when the fourth quarter of 2024 figures are released. He said the bank would continue to employ orthodox monetary policy measures that would tackle inflation in 2025. According to the Apex Bank governor, the CBN also undertook critical reforms to strengthen the financial system and ensure macroeconomic stability through a unified exchange rate window to enhance efficiency in the FX market. The Nigerian government, through the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, has launched 5 mini liquefied natural gas plants in Ajaokuta, Kogi State. This initiative is part of the country's broader strategy to harness its abundant natural gas resources for economic growth, energy security, and industrial development. Helen Osamede Kings reports.
Nigeria is endowed with an estimated 209 trillion cubic feet of natural gas reserves, making it the largest holder of gas reserves in Africa and among the top 10 globally. As part of its efforts to maximize gas utilization, curb gas flaring, and strengthen domestic energy supply, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has inaugurated 5 mini LNG plants in Ajaokuta. The $500 million project has a combined capacity of 97 million standard cubic feet of gas per day. At the launch, stakeholders emphasized that these mini LNG plants will provide cleaner energy for industries, power generation and transportation, while also creating jobs and promoting economic diversification.
It is very, very significant. It is appropriate and timely to start 5 mini LNG projects in one location. The reasons are very clear. This is the appropriate location. Our pipeline network has reached this location. Gas is already on our pipeline, and we can easily connect to the major infrastructure that we're building up today very, very quickly.
The host community pledged to ensure a peaceful environment for the project's success and expressed gratitude to the federal government for selecting Kogi State as the host.
In collaboration with conventional and local security agencies, has implemented robust measures to safeguard this massive investment, ensuring a secure and thriving atmosphere for all stakeholders.
By the massive company here, like 5 companies that's here now, at least by the grace of God, we'll be having such things to be doing.
The newly commissioned mini LNG projects include Prime LNG, NGML Gas Nesos LNG, Boa LNG, Highland LNG, and LNG Arita Limited.
The plants are expected to become operational by mid-2026 to power Nigerians' energy future and transforming Nigeria into a gas-powered economy. Helen Osamede Kings, TVC News, Ajaokuta.
The Lagos State government has disclosed plans to launch the 500 million naira Onje Eco Farmers Subsidy Program to empower farmers with a 25% subsidy on animal feeds to boost local agricultural production. The State Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Systems, Ms. Abisola Olusonya, said this at a news conference in Lagos. Ms. Olusonya said the essence of the initiative is to support communities with affordable food in the state and to upscale production. She described the initiative as a transformative action of the government to ease production costs of farmers through a 25% subsidization of food inputs.
You don't do anything for them next week or in 2 weeks' time and you move on to another farmer. So we will have to start off with a small number, and eventually as we have more pool of funds, we'll be able to do a larger size number of farmers.
Well, global shares drifted today as investors reflected on relatively strong earnings from tech stocks. that started with a market rout sparked by emergence of low-cost Chinese artificial intelligence model. Nasdaq features rose 0.58% after Apple executives forecast relatively strong sales growth. European futures pointed to a muted open after Europe's benchmark index closed at a record high the previous day. The pan-European stock 600 is on course for an over 6% gain in January, its strongest monthly performance since November 2023. Technology stocks across the globe stumbled badly as investors factored in implications for low-cost Chinese AI models, with shares of high-profile tech names such as Nvidia and Oracle getting plummeted. The benchmark Kospi slid over 1%, with shares of Samsung Electronics, which projected limited first-quarter earnings growth on Friday, down 3%, and SK Hynix, a key supplier to Nvidia, 9.5% lower. That left the MSCI's broadest index of Asian Pacific shares outside of Japan down 0.2%, but still on course for a 1% gain this month, snapping its 3 months losing streak. And to the oil market, where prices fell today as market weighed the threats of tariff by U.S. President Donald Trump on Mexico and Canada, the two largest crude exporters to the U.S., that could take effect this weekend. U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude fell to sell for $72.66 per barrel, with a downward review of 0.10%. Brent crude futures experienced a price decline of 0.25% to sell at $76.68 per barrel. Bonnie Light sells for $78.62 per barrel, with a decline of 2.84%. And 40 OPEC basket crude oil dealers offer $79.56 per barrel, with a downward price review of 1.11%. Well, that's business news at this hour. I'll see you at the top of the hour for Business Nigeria. I hand you over back to Precious to continue the news.
Thank you, Tulu. All right, let's take a break now. We'll return with sports. Stay with us.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most.
That Manchester City have been drawn against 15-time European Cup winners Real Madrid. City, that's the 2023 Champions League winners, will host Madrid at Etihad Stadium. That will be on the 11th and 12th of February before traveling to Spain for the second leg the following week. Celtic will face Bayern Munich at Celtic Park before the Bundesliga club host Brendan Rodgers' side at Allianz Arena in the second leg. And elsewhere, Brest will face PSG, Monaco will battle Benfica, Juventus will play PSV, Feyenoord will welcome AC Milan, Club Brugge will tackle Atalanta, while Sporting CP will take on Borussia Dortmund. And let's talk some transfer business now. Bayer Leverkusen Managing Director Simon Worrells has confirmed that Victor Boniface's salary and he was left out of Leverkusen, the UEFA Champions League game on Wednesday, but has now returned to training with the club. He trained on Thursday and is now expected to be key target for top European clubs in the summer, with Chelsea among those monitoring his situation. At Everton are the latest club to be linked with Nottingham Forest forward Nigerian striker Taiwo Awoniyi. The Nigerian has struggled for regular playing time. And let's come back home here now. The highly anticipated Oriental derby between Enyimba and Heartland of Owerri ended in a stalemate, with both teams settling for a 1-0. The Tornadoes beat visiting Katsina United 2-1, while Rivers United and Bendel Insurance settled for a 2-2 draw. Now, this is what the Nigerian Premier League table looks like. At the moment, Bremo Stars lead the pack with 42 points, while after 21 rounds of matches, they have 6 points lead over second-placed Shooting Stars, who have a game in hand. Rivers United and newly promoted El Kaname Warriors and Ikorodu City complete the top 5 teams on the log. Let's cross over to the NBA now. Bronny James, son of Los Angeles Lakers legend LeBron James, was cheered by Washington Wizards crowd as he scored. And elsewhere, Anthony Edwards had 36 points and 11 assists as the Minnesota Timberwolves beat the Utah Jazz 138-113 to make it 5 straight wins. Memphis Grizzlies edged Houston Rockets 120-119. Darius Garland scored 26 points and Donovan Mitchell added 24 as the Cleveland Cavaliers beat the Atlanta Hawks 137-115, while the Portland Trail Blazers enjoyed a 119-90 win over the Orlando Magic. And finally, the country's the foremost sports training school, that's the National Institute for Sports, has graduated 996 students. The NIS conferred certificates and diplomas on graduates as sports coaches and managers celebrate its 50th anniversary and 9th convocation. Our correspondent Solomon Ajizogo tells us more about it.
More than 900 students, having fulfilled the requirement for the awards, are admitted as graduates from 16 disciplines. One after the other, they are received by the chairman of the National Sports Commission, NSC, Shehu Diko, representing the visitor, and the president of the Federal Republic. Among this number, 12 emerged as the best graduating students. The NIS also conferred on 7 eminent Nigerians its fellowship in recognition of their outstanding contribution to sports and humanity. For some of the awardees, this is a call to do more for sports and for humanity.
Mr. President, ably represented by the chairman, we say thank you very much for this recognition. To the council and the institute, we thank you. To all of us that are here, we say if you have not done anything, please do more so that tomorrow you will also be recognized.
I have gladly accepted it. The more reason I have endowed a program for the best female and the best male student of each academic year for the next 5 years.
For the graduates, they hope that the knowledge they have acquired over the course of their stay at the NIS will spur them to higher contribution to the development of sport.
Go back to the grassroots level. Try as much as possible to impact the right way you are and get the necessary network and connection so that your ideas can be passed to the topmost people.
I learned how to deal with students. A lot of students have different behaviors and characters. Yeah, there are some that are problematic, so you know how to handle them, you know the right things to do for them.
I did a professional course here, sports management. I also have a certification in coaching, and I am a footballer, and it's been a wonderful experience, I must say.
This is yet another group of professionals just released into the Nigerian sports ecosystem.
J700 airplane. The recorders are now at the NTSB labs for evaluation. However, the board says a preliminary report will be issued in 30 days. In the meantime, efforts to recover the bodies of those who died in Wednesday's air crash near Washington, D.C. are set to resume. 67 people were killed when an American Airlines regional jet and U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter collided near Washington's Reagan National Airport. President Donald Trump offered his condolences, saying on Thursday, quote, "Our hearts are shattered by the tragedy," end quote. President Trump blamed diversity rules under his predecessors, saying he believes people hired for air traffic control roles were not always qualified, but offered no evidence for this. That's TVC News this hour. For more updates on the stories we're monitoring, you can visit our website, www.tvcnews.tv. You can also follow us on our social media handles. We're on Facebook, Instagram, and on X at TVC News NG. On YouTube or live at TVC News Nigeria. Thanks for watching. Coming up next is Business Nigeria.
The following is a paid presentation by ShopX TV. At ShopX TV, our customers are the heart of everything we do. As a special thank you for your continued support, we are offering our customers 10% off on selected products from now till November 15th. That's right, shop now and save big on some of your favorite items while stock lasts. Don't miss out on this opportunity to grab amazing products at unbelievable prices. First is our amazing 4-in-1 CookX blender. It's a food processor, a grinder, a blender, and a juicer all in one. The CookX 4-in-1 blender comes with 3 versatile cup sizes, each crafted to handle special tasks perfectly. Imagine effortlessly whipping up smoothies that are truly smooth, pounded yam and soups that are flawlessly pounded and blended. You would normally pay 189,950 naira for the CookX 4-in-1 blender, but call the number on your screen right now or scan the QR code and get it for just 170,995 naira. Incredible! And that's not all. You can get the CookX 4-in-1 blender in 2 easy payments of 85,498 naira. That's right, pay twice to get this amazing cooking solution. And we are not done yet. ShopX TV is proud to introduce the ShopX Ultimate Crunch Exercise Machine. The 6-in-1 machine is designed to take your fitness to the next level. No need to worry about expensive gym fees. You can now work out from the comfort of your home and achieve results. With Ultimate Crunch cutting-edge technology, you can transform your body. Its enhanced features deliver a full body workout that's efficient, effective, and enjoyable. The secret is its advanced design that combines multiple exercise models into one unit. Incredible. And that's not all. You can get the ShopX Ultimate Total Crunch in 2 easy payments of 202,478 naira. That's right, pay twice to get this amazing fitness solution. But hurry, limited stocks available. So call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code or visit our website to place your order while stock lasts. The proceeding was a paid presentation brought to you by ShopX TV.
Is my fatherland. God bless Akwa. We will invite all Akwa Ibomites to arise to the faith of greatness with our Rise agenda. The sun is rising, the land is peaceful. It's so amazing that I can see. I want you to I am the future.
Meet Benga Oreshegun, a fearless voice and an advocate for the truth. He's bringing fresh energy and bold insights to journalists' hangout.
Get ready for deeper analysis and dynamic perspectives. Join me and Babajide Kolade Otitoju with other veteran journalists on Journalists Hangout. Weekdays from 5 p.m.
8 trillion naira. That's in Q4 of 2024, as President Trump set to announce 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico. Stocks tread with caution. Dollar firms as tariff threats. Tariff threats, I beg your pardon, lingers. On our show today, we will stay with developments in the foreign exchange market. The Central Bank of Nigeria has reiterated its confidence that the naira would stabilize as investors' confidence continues to strengthen across the market. Now, for the first segment of the show today, we would speak to a development economist, Professor Ken Ife, who would help us to understand the efforts of the Apex Bank aimed at addressing concerns over the currency fluctuations that we've seen. There's been a bit of stability indeed, but we'll look at all the factors surrounding this development on the first half of our show today. And on the flip side, we would have the president of the Association of Bureau de Change Operators of Nigeria. Yes, the #1 BDC operator in the country, Dr. Aminu Gwadabe. He will be talking about the role of the operators and all that the CBN is also doing along their path to stabilize the FX market. We'll go to the markets, and also that's the NGX exchange market, to also see what is playing out today, and of course a touch on the global space before we wrap up the show for the week. But first, let's start with this story that the Central Bank of Nigeria is saying that if not this policy's interventions in the economy, inflation would have risen to 42.81 policy measures to tackle inflation in 2025. According to the Apex Bank governor, the CBN also undertook critical reforms to strengthen the financial system and ensure macroeconomic stability through a unified exchange rate window to enhance efficiency in the FX market. Meanwhile, the European Union has launched a €300,000 grant for Eurocham Nigeria institutional development to support and to strengthen its secretariat, expand advocacy, and enhance external engagement for its members. The EU ambassador to Nigeria and ECOWAS, Mr. Guita Mignot, disclosed this during Eurocham's 25th Annual Stakeholders Conference, which held in Lagos. The ambassador said by reinforcing Eurocham's role in advocacy and policy dialogue, the grant aims to create a conducive business environment through strategic engagement with governments, policymakers, and stakeholders. According to him, the grant will enable Eurocham to promote trade and investment opportunities benefiting both European and Nigerian economies. The ambassador added that the inauguration of the grant is a significant step towards deepening EU's and Nigeria's trade relations. The clearance of the backlog would help multinational businesses and investors repatriate their funds. He explained that decisive steps had been taken to address the foreign exchange liquidity constraints and emphasized that this initiative had restored confidence among market participants. Delivered strategic programs within engineering, technical services, enterprise development, and public policy. Prof, good afternoon. It's good to see you.
Thank you very much for having me.
Prof, I think it's good to start with the recent efforts of the Apex Bank. I think it started from December when the Firms initiative started, and the CBN has been following up with series of initiatives to back up the currency. Not what we used to do before, but something different from what we used to do before. And of course, maybe that's why we're getting different results. How does this come to you? What is your understanding of all of these new initiatives of the Apex Bank aimed at stabilizing the Naira against the greenback?
Well, you can see without an iota of doubt that the central bank is actually really driving the Forex arena right now. It's got a handle on this. But remember how it all started in 2023 when the new president was sworn in. There were two major actions that he took. One was to banish the fuel subsidy. The other one is to go for unification of the various exchange rates. And to that extent, although it took some time before the new administration came in, that is the new central bank governor came in, but when he came in, he tackled it head on. Many measures were employed, of course, many tools. He looked at the bank, he gave them that. In the banking sector, we have what they call prudential guidelines, and that has maintained the financial system stability over the years. And nobody even talks about that. They only talk about, price stability. So the same thing is coming in the arena of Forex management, where they are now going to introduce new Forex code, which is like an inspection framework